Chapter 101, Sir, please get in the car. Christmas came as scheduled, but the heavy snow did not come to the middle sea. It was just a little drizzle that day. Lu woke up in the morning, and as soon as he opened his phone, he saw a message from Guchensi. It was a selfie of her in her performance costume. The costume was beautiful, with all kinds of glittering sequins, but what was even more eye-catching was the gold apple pendant around her neck. Guchensi asked, "Do you like it? Do you like it?" After that, an hour passed, and seeing that Lu had not yet messaged her back, Guchensi asked again, "You're not still asleep, are you?" After that, another half hour passed. "Lazy pig, get up. Pink piggy." Lu sat up and messaged Guchensi back in bed, "It looks good. My baby is always good looking, and with the necklace I gave her, she's just like a flower on top of the cake." After sending the message, Guchensi did not reply immediately. Lu felt that she must be busy, so he got up, got out of bed, and brushed his teeth and face. After brushing his teeth, he picked up his phone and saw that Guchensi had sent a message, "You're so full of praise? You're going to get yourself killed." Soon, there was a new message below, "Xiaoxia sent this blindly using my phone." Lu sent an emoticon of a puppy grinning from ear to ear. Guchensi asked him again, "Lazy pig, are you up?" Lu said, "Yes. It's cold today, so wear more clothes and don't catch a cold." Guchensi quickly replied, "Okay, you too." Kitten sticker. Guchensi, "I thought it was going to snow today, sigh." Lu looked at the message from Guchensi and got up and walked towards the windowsill. He swung up the iron curtain in the dormitory and looked out the window at the weather, which was a gray and gloomy scene with drizzling rain still falling. It looked like it wasn't going to snow today. Lu replied to Guchensi, "When are you done?" "When you're done, I'll take you to see the snow." "See the snow? Zundu Jadwa O.O? Really? Where is the snow?" "You don't need to worry about that." "When will you be done?" "When I'm done, it'll probably be as late as yesterday." "Okay, I'll wait for you." "Okay." Xinxia, who was sitting next to Guchensi, leaned over to watch her chat with her boyfriend, but she was promptly stuffed with a mouthful of dog food. Xinxia narrowed her eyes, pursed her lips, and said with a tsk, "Yodo, I'll wait for you is so mushy. It gave me goosebumps just watching it." Guchensi glanced at Xinxia and whispered indifferently in her ear, "A single dog is jealous. I won't say who it is." Xinxia was completely taken off guard by Guchensi's words, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Where's my knife? Tomorrow night is the New Year's Eve party within the business school. Everyone is rehearsing intensively today to make final adjustments to ensure that they can show their best side when they actually go on stage tomorrow." Guchensi had learned dance and music when she was young, so she had a foundation in these areas. Plus, this event was originally hosted by their cultural and entertainment department, so naturally, as the head of the department, she had to take on a heavy responsibility and provide some professional guidance on site. Compared to Guchensi, who has a lot on her plate, Lu seems to have a much more leisurely time, as he spends the whole day in the library. Wang Qi has gone to work, leaving Chen Jirue and Du Hongyuan in the dormitory. The two of them are playing video games with a girl. As the saying goes, if you don't have goals in college, every day is a waste. Some people are busy all day long and never stay in the dorms, while others just lie around all day, surviving only because their roommates bring them food. At 8 p.m., Guchensi finally finished his work for the day and sent a message to Lu. After receiving the message, Lu put the book back on the shelf and walked out of the library. The library of Shanghai Jiaotong University is very close to the business school. The two buildings are basically next to each other, and it's just across the street to the business school. Guchensi was chatting and laughing with Xinxia as they walked down from the business school building. When they saw Lu, Guchensi and Xinxia waved their hands and skipped towards Lu. Xinxia shook her head and said to herself, "Love is truly the most vicious curse in the world, always turning people into fools." Guchensi took Lu's hand and said, "My car is in the underground garage, so you wait here while I go get it." After she finished speaking, she turned around and prepared to go to the underground garage. "No need." Lu grabbed her and pulled her back, saying, "You've been busy all day, how could I bear to let you drive me?" Guchensi felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing this, and asked, "Then shall we take the subway?" "No need for that either." Lu waved his hand and said, "The taxi I called will be here soon, let's go wait by the school gate." "Ah?" Guchensi heard Lu's words and looked at him blankly, saying, "You called a taxi? It's so expensive to take a taxi in Shanghai, and you're wasting money again." Guchensi felt that she didn't mind spending money on Lu at all, but when she thought about Kong Lu spending money on her, she felt that he was wasting money and was distressed about his money as well as the hard work it took to earn it. Gu Tianhan, okay, I don't work hard to earn money, right? I've made a fool of my family. She subconsciously touched the necklace around her neck and thought to herself, he must have saved up for a long time to buy it. Gu Chenxi said to Kong Lu, when we get back, I'll take the taxi, don't you dare try to pay again. Kong Lu looked at her and said with a smile, silly. Why are you scolding me? Do you believe I will beat you up? Kong Lu didn't answer her, and the two of them walked together to the school gate. Gu Chenxi was a little dumbfounded as she looked at the Cullinan that had slowly pulled up in front of them. It wasn't that she hadn't seen a Cullinan before, it was just that this Cullinan had actually stopped in front of them, and the chauffeur had respectfully got out of the car to open the door for them. The chauffeur, dressed in a well-tailored black suit, bowed and said to Kong Lu with the most perfect smile, "Young master, please get in the car." Gu Chenxi's eyes were white as copper bells, looking at Kong Lu next to her as if she had seen a ghost, and said, "What did he call you?" "What did he call you?" "Shoo, get in the car first." Kong Lu covered Gu Chenxi's mouth and pulled her into the car. From the outside, it looked as if Gu Chenxi had been tied to the car by Kong Lu. But who would drive a Cullinan to kidnap someone? If there is, I would like to be tied up. After getting in the car, Kong Lu didn't care about Gu Chenxi's surprised expression and said to the driver, "Didn't I say not to call me young master outside?" The driver immediately replied, "I'm sorry, Mr. Kong, my mistake." Kong Lu continued, "Also, I asked you to drive a low-key car. I thought you would drive the Maybach at home, why did you drive the Cullinan?" The driver smiled apologetically and said, "Young master, don't you always think that the seats in this car are more comfortable?" "Forget it this time," Kong Lu waved his hand and said, "Next time you come to pick me up from school, don't be so high profile." Gu Chenxi, who was standing nearby, was already in disarray. In the short span of Kong Lu's few words, Gu Chenxi felt like her brain had been pressed against the wheels of the Cullinan and crushed back and forth 800 times. The end of this chapter. Chapter 102, finished, angry? Dear young lady, get out of the car. Kong Lu looked at Gu Chenxi, who was still sitting in the car, in a daze, bent over, and leaned in, saying, "Do you want me to carry you out?" This sentence was something Gu Chenxi had told him at the entrance to the Peace Mansion, and now it had become something he had told Gu Chenxi. No way. Gu Chenxi pushed Kong Lu away and got out of the car. After the driver had dropped the two off, he disappeared with good sense. Gu Chenxi looked at the surrounding high-rises and asked, "This is the city center of Zhanghai New District?" "MHM." Kong Lu nodded and pointed to the row of buildings in the distance, saying, "This side, that side, and the opposite side, all of these plots of land belong to my family." "Ha!" Gu Chenxi let out a surprised cry and, as Kong Lu had said, scanned the rows of buildings in turn. If he hadn't been in the Range Rover, Gu Chenxi definitely wouldn't have believed Kong Lu's words, and would have thought he was joking. But Kong Lu had just proved with his actions that his identity was not simple. Now that he had said something like this, it undoubtedly confirmed even more that his identity was terrifying. But Gu Chenxi still couldn't believe it. Who could suddenly accept that their boyfriend was a billionaire, richer than you, and tell them? 1, 2, 3. She was like a kindergarten kid who had just learned to count, pointing at the buildings and counting them up. Finally, she stopped counting because there were too many, and she simply couldn't count them all. Gu Chenxi looked at Kong Lu with a dazed expression, her eyes a little dull. She felt like her CPU was about to burn out, and smoke was already starting to come from the back of her head. Gu Chenxi looked at Kong Lu and said in a somewhat feeble tone, "Don't tell me that this entire new district is your family's property." Seeing Gu Chenxi's appearance, Kong Lu reached out and supported her cheeks, saying, "If you want, it can be." Gu Chenxi heard Kong Lu's words and her legs gave way, almost causing her to fall to the ground. Fortunately, Kong Lu caught her. Gu Chenxi kept shaking her head and said, "You must be lying to me, right? It's impossible. You're just an ordinary student, you can't be this rich." Actually. Kong Lu pursed his lips, as if thinking about how to explain this matter. After thinking for a long time, he slowly said, "I haven't told you something. You're not really a billionaire, are you?" Kong Lu nodded, "Well, more or less, you can understand it that way." Gu Chenxi raised her arm and said, "So, the watch you gave me is real too?" Kong Lu nodded, "Yes." Gu Chenxi had forgotten about expression management, and looking at Kong Lu, the expression on her face was very exciting, an expression that was difficult to describe in words. Anyway, Gu Chenxi, who knew that Kong Lu was rich, didn't feel happy about it, but rather lost in her feelings. Gu Chenxi said, give me your hand. Ha! Kong Lu was a little puzzled, but obediently gave Gu Chensi his hand. Gu Chensi took Kong Lu's hand in her arms, opened her mouth and bit down hard. Ah! Kong Lu screamed, and 2 neat rows of teeth marks appeared on his arm. He didn't even have time to ask, "Why did you bite me?" Before he saw Gu Chensi, with a red face from anger, say, "Kong Lu, you big jerk, big liar, let's break up." Ah! 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 Hearing the word break up, Kong Lu's heart stopped for a moment in shock. When he came to his senses, Gu Chensi had already angrily activated scamper mode and was walking headfirst towards the front. Kong Li immediately chased after her, trying to hold her left shoulder with his hand. But Gu Chensi angrily raised her hand and shook it, shaking off Kong Li's palm, and then walked in the other direction. Over the next 10 minutes, Kong Li finally understood what the online saying "an angry girlfriend is harder to catch than a pig" during the New Year's holidays meant. After a while, the clever Kong Li learned how to drive an angry girlfriend. If Kong Lu pressed Gu Chensi's left shoulder with just his hand, Gu Chensi would walk towards the right, and vice versa towards the left. If Kong Lu wanted her to speed up, he would tug her sleeve, and Gu Chensi would enter sprint mode, but could only run a short distance. If Kong Lu overtook Gu Chensi, she would immediately turn around. If he wanted her to stop, Kong Lu would yell the command, 1, 2, 1, 2. Gu Chensi will stop, then turn her head and glare at Kong Lu, the little beast screaming, "Get lost." Kong Lu bitterly laughed to himself, thinking, "It seems she's really angry. The problem is, I didn't provoke her either." After chasing and playing around with Gu Chensi for a while, the two returned to the starting point again. In order to prevent Gu Chensi from running around, Kong Lu directly embraced her. "Hey, little beauty, I caught you." Gu Chensi was still struggling in Kong Lu's arms, but the more she struggled, the stronger Kong Lu held her. Gu Chensi glared at him angrily and said with gritted teeth, "Liar. Let go of me, we've broken up, if you hug me again, I'll scream sexual harassment." In Kong Lu's opinion, Gu Chensi looked like a hamster that had been provoked when she was angry, and he didn't feel any threat. See, when you're weak enough, even anger is taken as cuteness. I really didn't want to hide it from you. When I confessed my love to you, I was going to tell you about it. Kong Lu looked at her with a wry smile. Gu Chensi stuttered, a little aggrieved, "So, then, why didn't you tell me earlier? At the time, you kissed me right away, so I didn't have a chance to speak. Then why did you suddenly tell me after such a long time? I was going to tell you a few days ago, but you were always busy and I didn't get the chance." Kong Lu paused and continued, "Besides, there has to be an entry point for something like this. If I just told you that I was a millionaire, you would definitely think that I was crazy, right?" Kong Lu's words left Gu Chensi speechless for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Kong Lu continued, I really didn't mean to hide it from you, baby, don't be angry." Gu Chensi, who was in Kong Lu's arms, pouted, held her head high, and asked with a proud look on her face, "What did I do wrong?" "Everything." Last time, at the hospital, Gu Chensi apologized to Kong Lu with a face full of grievances, and the two used this line. Now, the tables have turned, and Kong Lu is the one apologizing to Gu Chensi with a face full of grievances. Gu Chensi shook her head and said, "Your apology is really insincere." Kong Lu looked down at her and asked, "So, what does sincerity look like? A kiss? No way. I'm not letting the big liar kiss me. We've already broken up, Gur. You unilaterally declared that we had broken up, but I didn't agree." Oh. Kong Lu gave a small smile and quickly kissed Gu Chensi on the lips, giving her no chance to avoid it. At the same time, fluffy snowflakes began to fall from the rooftops of all the surrounding buildings. It was snowing in Shanghai. End of chapter. Chapter 103, A Serious Snowfall. Gu Chensi slowly opened her eyes. Kong Lu's face was very close to hers, so close that she could feel each breath and even hear the chaotic, irregular heartbeat of the other person. "Is it snowing?" A little white fluff floated past Gu Chensi's eyes and finally landed on Kong Lu's nose. She tilted her head and looked up at the sky, which was still so gray and gloomy. The snow was not falling from the sky, but from the rows of buildings. The towering skyscrapers were like a crowd of onlookers, gathered in a circle, and the center of the circle was where the two of them stood. Countless snowflakes drifted down from the tops of the buildings towards the two of them. Gu Chensi broke free from Kong Lu's embrace and reached out to catch the falling snowflakes. The snowflakes were crystal clear and had a slight chill to them. Gu Chensi tilted her head, looked at Kong Lu, and asked, "Did you arrange this too?" "Well," Kong Lu scratched his head and said, "I promised you that there would be snow today, and I kept my word." Yo. Gu Chensi pouted, with a hint of resentment. It's still Master Kong, so arrogant, it must have cost a lot to make so much snow? But this is a drop in the bucket for you, right? I was wrong to think you were poor at first. Gu Chensi clenched her fists and said angrily, do you think I'm stupid? Do you think it's fun to trick me? You must be laughing at me right now, laughing at me for being the stupidest and easiest person in the world to trick, right? After Gu Chensi finished speaking, she hammered a fist into Kong Lu's shoulder. The punch was really strong, and Kong Lu only felt his shoulder sink, and his body took a half step back. I really didn't mean to hide it from you. Kong Lu put his hands on Gu Chensi's face, looked her sincerely in the eyes, and said, and I don't think you're stupid either. I think you're the best girl in the world, without a doubt. Humph. Gu Chensi was happy inside, but in order not to show it, she deliberately looked away and said haughtily, I won't believe a word you say now. Ha! Kong Lu sighed with a wry smile and said, do you know why I deliberately hid it from everyone? Ha! Gu Chensi looked at Kong Lu, clearly captivated by his question. You've been asking me before how Suya and I met, so today I'll tell you. Kong Lu recounted the past of being kidnapped and the origin of the scar on his hand. After listening, Gu Chensi was full of disbelief, and the first thing she said was, so Suya's father is the kidnapper who once kidnapped the two of us? The two of us? Kong Lu frowned upon hearing this and asked, what do you mean? Gu Chensi stuttered, you don't still not know, I was the little girl you saved, right? You are. Kong Lu's brows were knitted together, his gaze fixed, as he carefully scrutinized Gu Chensi's face. It is said that a woman changes a lot when she grows up, and the way Gu Chensi looked as a child was really a world apart from the way she looked now. He didn't remember much about that year, and he had almost forgotten what Gu Chensi looked like, but since she had said so, it must be close. At that moment, Kong Lu suddenly understood many things. He said, no wonder you insisted that I sing the insect flies for you that day, and there's also this bracelet that happens to cover the scar. I thought it was just a coincidence, but so it is. You didn't know the whole time, did you? I thought. Gu Chensi was dumbfounded as she watched Kong Lu's reaction. If Kong Lu had never recognized her, then all the explanations she had come up with in her head when she first discovered Kong Lu's identity would be invalid. Gu Chensi thought to herself, so, from the beginning, I was the one who had been thinking too much? I actually helped Kong Lu trick himself? Ah! Gu Chensi never imagined that she could do such a stupid thing as betraying herself and even helping the buyer count the money. Thinking of this, an embarrassed red color appeared on Gu Chensi's face. Kong Lu looked at Gu Chensi, who was half finished with what she was saying, and asked, what do you think? It's nothing. Gu Chensi quickly waved her hands, and let this embarrassing thing rot in her own stomach. Ha! Looking at Gu Chensi's strange expression, Kong Lu raised an eyebrow and continued, but then again, I really didn't expect it. The drag-along that almost killed me back then turned out to be you. Kong Lu pinched half of Gu Chensi's face and said, tell me, how are you going to compensate me? This scar on my hand is because of you. I'm sorry. It's been so long. Kong Lu, who had been coaxing the angry Gu Chensi, changed the tone of the conversation in the blink of an eye, and it became Gu Chensi apologizing to Kong Lu. What are you talking about? Don't even think about not paying. Kong Lu pinched the other side of Gu Chensi's face with his other hand, and, like kneading a dough ball, ravaged Gu Chensi's fair and clean little face, while saying, tell me, how are you going to compensate me? How do you want to make amends? Gu Chensi did not resist as Kong Lu rubbed her little face. She whispered, you're already so rich, you won't care if you compensate me with money. Then, Kong Lu looked at Gu Chensi, narrowed his eyes, and grinned wickedly, whispering something in her ear. Gu Chensi's face flushed red at his words, and white smoke even appeared from the top of her head. Get out of here. 8 months pregnant? Do you take me for a pig? Ha 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 ha. Kong Lu laughed and said, it's fine to be pregnant with a daughter. I like girls. Gu Chensi shook her head and said, no, that's not good. What if we get married in the future and go on honeymoon every day, leaving our daughter alone? How pitiful. That's true. Kong Lu nodded in agreement, saying, then have twins, a brother to keep his sister company. Ha! Gu Chensi was about to nod in agreement when she suddenly realized something was wrong. She immediately reached out and gave Kong Lu's chest a little tap, pouting, we're not even married yet, and you already want me to give you children? And twins. You shameless. Gu Chensi pushed Kong Lu away, blushing and walking ahead with her head down. While the two were chatting, a layer of white snow had piled up on the ground, and every step left a footprint. In no time, 2 sets of footprints were left in the snow. One set was small and shallow, while the other was large and deep. Kong Lu suddenly remembered a song, a sentimental song he really liked. The snow falls so deep, so earnestly, reflecting the scars I bear lying in the snow. End of chapter. Chapter 104, Don't Need Me Anymore. The news that it was snowing in the new district quickly exploded across all major short video platforms. After the video was reposted several times, the headline became Snow in the China Sea. Many people were lying in bed watching videos, and after seeing the video of snow in the China Sea, they immediately ran to the window to look at the snow, but they didn't see anything, so they ran back to bed and cursed in the comment section of the marketing account. Du Hongyuan was one of those who was tricked into getting out of bed. He climbed back into bed cursing, saying, "Damn, it really was a hoax." Chen Jirui looked at the comments under the original video and said, "Brother Du, it doesn't seem to be a lie. Someone here said that the snow is artificial snowfall. I heard that it was specially made by some rich young master in the China Sea to please his girlfriend." Silly boy, why do you believe everything you hear on the internet? Du Hanyuan rolled his eyes and said, "What rich kid would have the time to spend money on creating a snow scene for his girlfriend to see? And artificial snowfall is not something you can just do if you have money." Right. Chen Jirui nodded in agreement, saying, "I almost believed it just now." Wang Qi also said, "There's so much false information on the internet, you have to be careful to distinguish it." Chen Jirui hesitated for a moment and said, "So, the girl I played games with, she said she wants to meet me, do you guys think I should meet her?" "You're still meeting her?" Du Hanyuan suddenly sat up in bed, pointing at Chen Jirui and saying, "If you dare to go, I'll disown you." Wang Qi looked at Du Hanyuan's agitated expression, rolled his eyes, and then said to Chen Jirui, "Chen, online dating is risky. Haven't you heard the recent rumors about the national server mirror?" Chen Jirui said, "Isn't that thing fake?" Du Hanyuan said, "What if, by any chance, the one you met comes true, then you're screwed." Wang Qi nodded and said with a scared expression, "The bio machine, it's terrifying." Seems like, that's right. Chen Jirui nodded, dismissing the idea of meeting netizens. Du Hanyuan once again lay down on the bed. He sent a message to Kong Lu, "You brat, why haven't you come back yet? Bring some food when you come back." Kong Lu quickly replied to him, "Still hanging out with your girlfriend shopping." Video? Holy shit. Du Hanyuan sat up in bed again after clicking on the video Kong Lu had posted. In the stunned gaze of Wang Qi and Chen Jirui, Du Hanyuan said, "That bastard Kong Lu really saw snow." Kong Lu was spending time with Gu Chensi building a snowman. The two had been working for a long time and had already made the base of the snowman. Gu Chensi was working very seriously and even took out her lipstick to draw an expression on the little snowman. "Look, isn't it nice?" Gu Chensi held up the snowman's head she had drawn in Kong Lu's face. Kong Lu gave her a thumbs up and said, "Very nice." "Che, you're just being polite again." Gu Chensi gave Kong Lu a dirty look and turned around to squat down and start attaching the snowman's head. Kong Lu always felt that there was something wrong with this girl tonight, so he squatted down and started building the snowman with Gu Chensi, while asking, "What, aren't you happy to see the snow? Did I do something to upset you again?" Gu Chensi didn't even look at Kong Lu, and she silently kept on building the snowman. She said, "Oh, how could I dare to be angry with you? You're Kong de Xiao." Ugh. Kong Lu heard this and gave a wry smile, leaning towards Gu Chensi. Gu Chensi, however, deliberately kept her distance, and also moved a little, not letting Kong Lu get close to her. What was wrong with Gu Chensi? In fact, she didn't know what was wrong with her. After learning that Kong Lu's family was very wealthy, even richer than her family, Gu Chensi's heart was in turmoil. Before tonight, she had always felt that she was the one in control of this relationship. She had always given Kong Lu money unconditionally and treated him well because she felt that as long as she gave enough, Kong Lu would love her more and even be unable to live without her. But now, suddenly, Kong Lu is richer than she is, and he doesn't need to rely on her at all, nor is he unable to live without her. On the contrary, she, Gu Chensi, is unable to live without Kong Lu. This conflicted state of mind has made her a little panicked, and she feels a sense of loss. Somehow, Gu Chensi suddenly burst into tears. The tears fell on the snowflakes, leaving small round dents. Kong Lu noticed this and immediately reached out and took Gu Chensi into his arms, saying, "What's wrong? Why is my baby suddenly crying? Wah. Gu Chensi looked at Kong Lu with tear-stained eyes, her voice a little choked, and she said, will you not want me in the future? Ha? Kong Lu listened to Gu Chensi's inexplicable words and was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. He said, how could I not want you? You're silly, why are you asking such a question? Your family is so rich, richer than my family, what if you don't like me in the future, what will I use to keep you? Gu Chensi was really afraid of losing Kong Lu because she loved Kong Lu so much. What nonsense! Are you stupid? Kong Lu gave Gu Chensi a tap on the forehead and said, my family didn't suddenly become rich. I've always been rich, and I didn't fall for you because your family is rich. Kong Lu understood Gu Chensi's worries. He smiled, wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and kissed her white cheek. I like you as a person, what does your family background have to do with it? Kong Lu put Gu Chensi's little hand, which was red from the cold, into his pocket and continued, besides, if you could like the poor me so firmly at the beginning, how could I abandon you because I've suddenly become rich? Really? Hearing Kong Lu's explanation, Gu Chensi, who had been crying like a pear blossom, suddenly stopped crying. She seemed to have realized this point as well. Love is mutual. When both parties love each other, there is no saying that one cannot live without the other. How could two people who truly love each other need to rely on material things to keep each other? When it really comes to the point where you need to rely on interests to maintain a relationship, then it should not be called love between the two people, right? One-sided giving is a clown, and two-way giving is the king of love. The love between Wang Qi and Yang Shuer has proven this. After Gu Chensi had figured this out, her originally gloomy mood suddenly brightened. Of course it's true. Kong Lu nodded seriously and said, idiot. Whether I have money or not doesn't affect the fact that I love you. Gu Chensi wiped away a tear at the corner of her eye with her hand and muttered, why did you have to tell me that you're so rich? It made me unable to stop thinking about it, and it's all your fault. It's my fault. Kong Lu coaxed Gu Chensi while saying, silly, I confess to you so that I can love you better, just like today. Gu Chensi heard this and looked up at the snow that was still falling. Isn't this the best expression of Kong Lu's love for her? Gu Chensi thought to herself, I'm so silly, I actually thought Kong Lu would stop loving me if he got rich. Kong Lu took a tissue out of his pocket and wiped away the tears on Gu Chensi's face. He thought to himself, this idiot, she's quite cute when she cries. It would definitely be fun to have a girl like this at home. While Kong Lu was thinking, Gu Chensi tiptoed over and gave him a kiss. Kong Lu thought to himself, her tongue is soft and quite fierce. End of chapter. Chapter 105, The Biggest Arrangement from Heaven. The snow has been seen, and a snowman has been built. Hugs have been shared, and little mouths have been kissed. The two of them walked aimlessly on the street, with the snow falling all around them. If they looked up into the distance, they would see that there was no snow on the other side of the street, just a single road separating the two. As they walked, Kong Lu suddenly spoke up, my identity. Gu Chensi preempted him, saying, you want me to help you hide your identity? Kong Lu nodded, yes. Gu Chensi raised an eyebrow slightly and said, you're asking for help, but you don't have any sincerity at all? As she spoke, she held out her white, slender palm. Kong Lu immediately understood, took her hand, interlocked their fingers, and held it tightly, please, baby. That's close enough. Gu Chensi was a little embarrassed and looked away, and she asked, your roommates seem like nice people, and even if they know your identity, they shouldn't be able to do anything about it, right? Precisely because they are so nice to me, I want to protect this ordinary friendship even more. Kong Lu sighed, looked up at the sky, and said, if they knew my identity, they would definitely have second thoughts about playing around with me in the future. Gu Chensi heard this and thought about it carefully. Kong Lu's words were not without reason. Among the three roommates in the dormitory, the reason she and Xinxia became good friends was not only Xinxia's personality, but also the fact that Xinxia's family background was not much different from hers, and their daily consumption levels were also at the same level. If she went out with Zhou Xiaonan or Lin Ji, she would consider the other person's economic level. Lin Ji and Zhou Xiaonan will also take into account Gu Chensi's status and will have reservations when they ask her to go out and have fun. Although these concerns are not usually obvious, they are always there in the back of their minds and are difficult to get rid of. Gu Chensi pretended to be reluctant and reluctantly nodded, saying, okay, I'll show mercy and help you keep this secret. Thank you, baby, my baby is the best. Then you have to show your appreciation. Gu Chensi said, her little face already close by. Looking at her like this, Kong Lu smiled, thinking, this evening, there really hasn't been a lack of kissing. Just as he was about to kiss Gu Chenxi's face, his driver, who had shouted, arrived at the scene very inopportunely, ruining the amorous atmosphere. The driver went back and changed into a Maybach. After receiving Kong Lu's message, he hurried back, wanting to seek Kong Lu's praise. When the car stopped in front of the two, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have interrupted the young master's important business. The chauffeur looked out the window at the two people, who were embarrassed by being caught kissing, and looked away in different directions. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. In theory, he should get out of the car and open the door for the two people. But he didn't dare go down. Kong Lu had already opened the car door and said to Gu Chenxi, "Shall we go back to school first?" "Okay." Gu Chenxi responded, and quickly got into the car. In the few seconds when the driver hesitated about whether to get out of the car to open the door, the two of them had already taken the initiative to get into the back seat. The driver looked back and saw the two people sitting in the back seat, and his heart felt like it had stopped. The driver thought to himself, "I'm finished, I didn't even open the door for the young master, I might get fired." Kong Lu didn't notice the driver's expression at the moment, and he said, "Back to school." "Yes, Mr. Kong." The driver hurriedly agreed, and nearly said the wrong thing again, but fortunately he changed his mouth in time. Perhaps because of the awkwardness of what just happened, the two sat in the back row for a long time without speaking. It wasn't until Gu Chenxi spoke that the awkward atmosphere was broken. Gu Chenxi said, "In school, apart from me, I think only Suya knows your real identity, right?" Kong Lu nodded. "Suya, what happened later?" Gu Chenxi felt a mix of emotions when she learned that Suya's father was the bandit who kidnapped her. If she were to ask if she hated Suya, the answer would definitely be no. Suya's father was the one who did the evil deed, and Suya was just an innocent child. Gu Chenxi could not feel the slightest bit of hatred towards her. In fact, thinking about Suya's unfortunate childhood because of her hateful father, Gu Chenxi even felt a trace of sympathy and pity for her. Of course, she didn't show any of these emotions. After her father went to prison, she lived with her grandmother. Kong Lu told Gu Chenxi everything he knew about Suya. After listening, Gu Chenxi suddenly burst into tears for no reason. Kong Lu originally wanted to tell Gu Chenxi to not target Suya in the future, but seeing Gu Chenxi's tear-stained face, he held back the words. There was no longer any need to say it. Kong Lu took out a handkerchief from his pocket again and wiped Gu Chenxi's tears. She looked up at Kong Lu with her head held high and said, "Suya is so pitiful, can we help her?" Kong Lu was silent for a long time before he said, "She won't accept it. Such an unfortunate childhood has not defeated this tough girl, so how would she easily accept other people's charity? If she really wanted to make money, with her good looks, she could make a lot of money just by fishing for rich second-generation students at school or just finding a platform to broadcast live. She didn't do that, and she didn't need to." Kong Lu gently put his arm around Gu Chenxi's shoulders and said, "Everyone has their own path to follow, and everyone has their own destiny. We should respect her, not give her charity." Gu Chenxi was a little dumbfounded. Yes, Kong Lu was right. There are so many poor people in the world, and there are even more unfortunate people than Suya. No one can save all the unfortunate people. Suya worked so hard to earn money. In fact, isn't it also a way to gain respect? Kong Lu sighed, the suffering in the world can only be overcome by oneself. Hearing Kong Lu's words, Gu Chenxi remembered the cotton-padded jacket she bought for Suya. She felt that she should give it to her in a different way. The car stopped on the street opposite the school. Kong Lu did not tell the driver to park in front of the school gate. Although it was nighttime, it was still a bit conspicuous. After getting out of the car, Kong Lu took the initiative to hold Gu Chenxi's hand and walked towards the school gate. Tonight, the two of them have a deeper understanding of each other, and their relationship has become even closer. The two of them held hands and chatted in an off-and-on manner. Perhaps their hearts were racing, because their steps seemed a little unsteady. In the cold wind, the two of them swayed back and forth, looking like two penguins who had just returned from the South Pole. Gu Chenxi asked, "Do you think that fate is really predetermined?" Kong Lu thought for a moment and said, "Maybe, yes." Gu Chenxi asked again, "Then, Kong Lu, was our meeting also destined?" "Definitely." This time, Kong Lu answered firmly. "Since it was arranged by heaven, can we always be together?" "You said it was arranged by heaven, so it must be the biggest arrangement heaven has made, and we will definitely always be together." Gu Chenxi seemed worried when she heard this, and her tone became nervous. She said, "What if heaven only arranged for us to meet, but not the ending?" Kong Lu gave a small smile and replied, "Heaven arranged the encounter, but we have to create the process and the ending ourselves. Don't ask for everything from the heavens, they're very busy too." "You're right." Kong Lu tapped her head and said, "Who cares so much? Heaven arranged the biggest thing." End of chapter. Chapter 106, A Special New Year's Eve Party. It had been cloudy on Christmas Day. The next morning, the sky was unexpectedly clear. The news of the New Year's Eve party at the business school quickly spread through the class group. The venue was still on the large lawn in front of the business school, the same place as the previous welcome party. The tutor appealed to the students in the group to actively participate in school activities and be sure to attend the performance. Of course, he could only appeal verbally, and whether they wanted to go was their own business. University activities are different from high school activities. In high school, if the school organized a party, speech, sports meet, or other activity, students would all rush to participate. In high school, apart from studying, everything else was new and interesting. In college, apart from sleeping, the only things that can arouse interest are games and meals, and there's also dating, provided you can find someone. Few people want to participate in university activities, everyone has their own things to do. Even if there's nothing to do, isn't it better to stay in the dorm bed and sleep? Why go out in the cold to watch a boring performance? It's not like there's a celebrity coming. Du Hong-yuan glanced at the group messages and then logged out. Lying on the bed, he suggested, "If you're free tonight, let's go out for dinner as a group of 4. Chen Jirue was the first to agree, saying, "Sure." Wang Qi also agreed, "No problem." Only Kong Lu refused, saying, "I'm not going." "Ha?" Du Hong-yuan gave a grunt, sat up, looked at Kong Lu, and said, "You're not running out of living expenses, are you?" Chen Jirue and Wang Qi also looked at Kong Lu. Chen Jirue said, "Kong Gu has been hanging out with his girlfriend every day recently, so he must have spent a lot of money, right?" Wang Qi waved his hand generously and said, "It's okay, La Lu, I'll pay for your share." Since Wang Qi went to work at the restaurant Kong Lu introduced him to, he has recently become quite well off, and he is very grateful to Kong Lu. "No, it's not about the money." Kong Lu waved his hand and said, "The main reason is that my girlfriend is performing on stage tonight, and I promised her." Get out." Before Kong Lu could finish speaking, Du Hong-yuan pointed at him and said angrily, "Who allowed you to have such an outstanding girlfriend? From this dormitory, get out. In the future, you will have a dormitory all to yourself. Don't get excited." Kong Lu waved his hand and said, "Shen Xia is also here tonight, and she is the host of the evening party. Are you sure you don't want to go? I was thinking about helping you get together." "Stop it." Du Hong-yuan jumped straight off the top bunk, without his pants, shook his hair, and said in a pretentious manner, "You can go to a dinner party anytime, but the New Year's Eve party only comes once a year. I must go to the show with you, buddy." Kong Lu rolled his eyes and said, "Can you change your face faster?" Du Hong-yuan ignored him and asked, "Tell me, is this matchmaking thing for real?" "MHM." Kong Lu raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "It depends on your performance." "Godfather." Du Hong-yuan directly embraced Kong Lu's arm and said with a sincere face, "Godfather, I just bought a pair of headphones yesterday, I haven't used them yet, I'll give them to you as a gift. I just charged 300 yuan into this meal card, feel free to use it. Can you stand firm for once?" Wang Qi gave Du Hong-yuan the middle finger, and the next second, he received a message from his girlfriend on his phone. "Shuer, are you coming to see the New Year's Eve party at the business school? I'm so bored here alone. I'll be right there." After sending the message, Wang Qi immediately picked up his clothes and was about to run to the bathroom. Chen Jirue watched Wang Qi's actions and asked, "Brother Wang, what are you doing?" Wang Qi said, "Packing up, going to the business school." Du Hong-yuan flipped him the bird and said, "What did you just say about me?" The two men began a battle for the bathroom. Kong Lu looked at Chen Jirue and asked, "Chen, are you going?" "Yes." Chen Jirue didn't hesitate, nodding and saying, "You guys are all going out to play, and it's no fun for me to stay in the dorm alone." "Hey," Kong Lu nodded, suddenly remembering something. He nudged Chen Jirue with his arm and asked in a very nosy manner, "How are things going with Zhou Xiaonan?" "Ha?" Chen Jirue was taken aback at first, and then said, I just play games with her, we don't talk about anything else." "You?" Kong Lu looked at him with a look of disappointment, tapped him on the forehead and said, "You have to seize this rare opportunity." Chen Jirue said in surprise, "Kong Gu, you don't mean you want me to chase after Zhou Xiaonan, do you?" "MHM," Kong Lu didn't answer, just hummed lightly. No, 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 Shinjirui hurriedly waved his hands, saying, the gap between us is too big, she is beautiful and a straight-A student. Alas, Chen, don't look down on yourself. Kong Lu put his arm around Shinjirui's neck and pulled him close to him, saying, you must have confidence in yourself. If you don't even have confidence in yourself, how can others respect you? Have confidence in myself? Shinjirui listened to Kong Lu's words and looked up at the full-length mirror in the dormitory, a legacy from the previous year's seniors. After a long pause, Shinjirui's gaze suddenly became determined. He said, thank you, Kong Gu. You're welcome. Kong Lu looked at Shinjirui, who had suddenly come to his senses, and nodded with great satisfaction. Although his road to love was smooth sailing, he still held fast to the belief that boys should just try boldly, not be afraid of failure, and if the worst comes to the worst, you can always start again. If you don't even have the courage to say you love someone, how can you expect to be rejected? However, Kong Lu seemed to have misunderstood. After being enlightened by him, Shinjirui was not determined to pursue Zhou Xiaonan, but to meet up with an internet friend. What are you two talking about? Du Hongyuan, who had finished washing his hair, walked out of the bathroom, shaking the water off his head as he said, Chen, let me borrow the hairdryer. Kong Lu pushed Du Hongyuan away with disgust and said, stop shaking it. Use a towel to wipe it off, you're getting all the water on me. The boys cleaned up and were a world faster than the girls. It only took 10 minutes before the four of them left the dorm together. There were quite a few students on the way to the business school. From the looks of them, they were all going to the party. Shinjirui curiously asked, why does this year's party feel busier than previous years? Du Hongyuan explained from the side, how could it not be lively? This year's business school's New Year's Eve party has the double school flowers sitting there, and many students from other colleges also came because of their fame. Wang Qi asked, besides Lao Lu's girlfriend, who else is the school flower at the business school? Du Hongyuan immediately said, the civilian school flower, Suya. As soon as Du Hongyuan's words fell, a voice suddenly came from the crowd, who was talking about your brother Kuen's girlfriend. The four of them looked in the direction the voice came from at the same time. Center parting, overalls. Du Hongyuan pointed at the person and said, oh, isn't this brother Kuen? Nice to see you again. The end of this chapter. Chapter 107, A Real Man Should Play Basketball. Su Kuen brushed his handsome hair and said, did I just hear you discussing Suya? What, are you still obsessed with Suya? Du Hongyuan looked at Su Kuen, who was playing with his hair, and said, everyone has said they don't like you. I think you should just give up. How dare you? Don't talk nonsense. Su Kuen waved his hand and said, you, my brother, are such a capable person, and Suya will be won over by my charm sooner or later. Du Hongyuan had an intriguing smile on the corner of his mouth as he said to Su Kuen, give up. Suya likes tough guys. Really? Su Kuen frowned and asked, how do you know Suya likes tough guys? He told me. Du Hongyuan pointed at Kong Lu and said to Su Kuen, you should know my roommate, he and Suya are friends, can there be any doubt about what he says? Kong Lu looked at Du Hongyuan blankly, not understanding why the kid had suddenly dragged him into this. Seeing this, Du Hongyuan immediately winked at Kong Lu. Su Kuen turned to Kong Lu and asked sincerely, brother, is it true that Suya likes tough guys? Yes. Although he didn't know what the kid Du Hongyuan was up to, Kong Lu still cooperated with him and played along with the scene. Am I right? Du Hongyuan patted his chest and said to Su Kuen, when has your brother ever lied to you? With the outfit you're wearing, it's inevitable that you won't be able to woo Suya. You need to go in the direction of a macho man. After being fooled by Du Hongyuan, Su Kuen really believed his nonsense. He eagerly asked, so, brother Du, how can I become a macho man and woo Suya? Du Hongyuan ran his hand along his chin, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, they say basketball is the best cosmetic surgery for men. How about this? I happen to be on our school basketball team, and I can be your personal basketball coach. Really? Su Kuen shook Du Hongyuan's hand, his face full of excitement, and said, that's great, brother Du, you're practically Cupid on my road to love. Alas, let's not talk about formalities. Du Hongyuan waved his hand and then took out the payment code, this private basketball coaching, I can't just, I understand. Su Kuen immediately transferred 500 yuan to Du Hongyuan for private basketball coaching, and the two added each other as friends. Wang Qi looked at Su Kuen's departing back and said, you brat, it's not good to take advantage of people like that, is it? Yeah, Shinjirui nodded, too, and said, brother Du, when did you become a member of our school basketball team? Nonsense, I didn't trick anyone. Du Hongyuan patted his chest with conviction and said, besides, I really am on the school basketball team. Ha? Kong Lu raised an eyebrow, looked up and down at Du Hongyuan, and said, with your three-legged cat's kung fu, do you think our school team would take you on? Du Hongyuan said without blushing, last week, the school basketball club recruited new members for the second time, and I joined. I am now a member of the school basketball club, which is the school basketball team. Wang Qi's mouth twitched, and he spat out, the gap between the basketball club and the school team is like night and day. Anyone can join the basketball club. The basketball club is a community in nature. No matter if you can play basketball or not, as long as you like it, you can join. They teach novices as well. But the school basketball team is organized by the school and is going to participate in competitions. Whenever there is a school-level competition or above, the school team will represent Jiaotong University and compete against other schools. Those who can make the school team are all very good at playing basketball. The worst ones are at least newcomers who have been practicing for 2.5 years. You're changing the subject. Kong Lu pointed his finger at Du Hongyuan and said, you dare to lie and charge people money, you better watch out, you'll get beaten up for misleading people. Damn, don't have to say it's so scary. Du Hongyuan heard this and shrank his neck in fear. Kong Lu looked at Su Koan, who had already disappeared into the crowd, and thought to himself, this rich second generation, being able to be deceived by Du Hongyuan, must be lacking a brainstem, and doesn't seem like a bad person. The four of them arrived at the business college, and there was the same large electronic screen as at the welcome party last time. The cover on it had been changed from welcoming the XXXXTH freshmen in gold letters on a red background to welcoming the new year, still with the same gold letters on a red background, but with a few words changed. It seemed that it was always like this every year, but in previous years no one had come to watch, but this year the venue was packed with people, and the area near the bleachers was completely surrounded. As expected, as long as there are beautiful women performing, no one will come even if the school doesn't make it mandatory. Du Hongyuan looked around and saw that the venue was full of people, and there were no good seats at all. He complained, I told you, you have to come early. Look, now you can't even get a good seat. Kong Lu listened to Du Hongyuan's complaints and said with a dark face, I remember, it seems that you were the one who first complained about not coming. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Hearing Kong Lu say this, Du Hongyuan coughed embarrassedly 3 times and said, the sound in the inner circle must be very loud, so it's good to sit in the outer circle. Kong Lu gave a middle finger in salute. Wang Qi said to the 3 of them, my girlfriend said that she took the seats, the front row, and told us to go over there. Du Hongyuan gave a thumbs up and said, your girlfriend is reliable. Hearing Du Hongyuan's words, Chen Jirue joked, brother Du, you'd better stay in the outer circle, the sound is very loud in the inner circle. Du Hongyuan blushed in embarrassment at this. The 4 of them finally managed to squeeze into the front row after a lot of effort. The front row seats were reserved for the leaders and teachers except for the middle part, and students could sit in the seats on both sides, but these seats were reserved by Xinxia and by Xuezhou. When they arrived at the front row, in addition to Yang Shuer, they also saw Zhou Xiaonan and Lin Ji. Zhou Xiaonan and Lin Ji were forcibly dragged here by Xinxia and Gu Chenxi early in the morning. If not, Lin Ji would have already appeared at the comic book convention by now, and Zhou Xiaonan would definitely be frantically studying for the CET4 and CET6 in the dormitory. Yang Shuer was able to sit in the front row because she arrived early and was Suya's friend, so Xinxia gave her a seat. As for the other seats, 4 of them were originally reserved by Xinxia for Kong Lu and the others, and a few were reserved by Xuezhou for his friends. After Wang Qi arrived in the front row, he sat directly next to Yang Shuer. Chen Jirue followed Kong Lu and sat in the farthest seat in the front row. The 2 of them tried to become the little invisible people in the corner. Unfortunately, they were sitting in the first row, so how could they not attract attention? Zhou Xiaonan tried to ask Chen Jirue to sit next to her. She had already watched the rehearsal in advance, so she didn't feel much excitement about the official performance tonight. Therefore, she wanted to ask Chen Jirue to sit next to her and play games with her. However, Chen Jirue refused. In crowded places, Chen Jirue just wants to be a small invisible person. Du Hongyuan, on the other hand, sat next to Lin Ji. In the past few days, in order to woo Xinxia, he and Lin Ji had become close friends, at least they had something to talk about when they met and it wasn't awkward. In this way, the 4 people in dormitory 215 split into 3 groups and sat in different places. Before long, the New Year's Eve party officially began, and Xinxia, wearing a fiery burgundy fishtail dress with glittering sequins, walked onto the stage. Wow, what a lively night! Thank you all for coming. End of chapter. Chapter 108, Gu Chenxi's Plan. The tight-fitting fishtail skirt outlined Shenxia's curvy figure even more perfectly, and the design of the deep V neckline was even more blood-pumping. Shenxia had beautiful big waves in her hair, wearing exquisite party makeup, and she had a full of majesty temperament. She spoke slowly the opening remarks that she had practiced countless times. After the opening remarks, it was time for the leader to speak. The leader also didn't waste any time, just a few words of New Year's wishes and it was over. The leaders of the business school never talk nonsense, which is pretty unique at Jiaotong University. Many students from other schools have openly expressed their envy of the business school for having such a good leader who is not procrastinating, doesn't talk nonsense and loves to organize activities. Shenxia spoke the first program and then went off stage. When she turned around, she left behind a beautiful pale back that was full of imagination. I have to say that this deep V dress really suits Shenxia. Shenxia's appearance directly made us, Du Hongyuan fans, look like fools. It wasn't until long after Shenxia left that Du Hongyuan put away his infatuated gaze. Lin Ji smiled and handed Du Hongyuan a tissue, saying, "Wipe your nosebleed." Ahem. After Lin Ji's reminder, Du Hongyuan reacted, realizing that he had a nosebleed again. He took the tissue and said, "Thank you." He blushed and wiped the blood from his nose. To ease the awkwardness, Du Hongyuan added, "The weather lately is quite dry." But Lin Ji covered her mouth and laughed, and said in a quiet voice, "In addition to having a lot of internal heat, there is another possibility for people who keep getting nosebleeds: they are weak." Damn it, who are you, Du Ge, to say I'm weak? Hearing this, Du Hongyuan felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and immediately jumped up, retorting loudly, "No way, absolutely not." Lin Ji looked at Du Hongyuan's reaction and laughed even more brightly. "I was just saying something off the cuff, why are you getting so worked up?" The first song on the stage was a rock song, which was placed first to warm up the atmosphere. Behind the stage, Gu Chenxi was arranging the order of the next dance performance, while Bai Shuizhou and Shenxia were also helping. Suya, as a member of the props team, was quietly moving the props that would be used later. Despite her small size, she had a lot of strength and worked very hard. Bai Shuizhou looked at Suya, who was busy working, and said to Gu Chenxi, "This little girl is not sloppy when she gets things done. Your entertainment department has really found a gem." Gu Chenxi was currently wrapped in a long black cotton coat. She had already changed into the evening dress she would wear for tonight's performance, but she hadn't put on any makeup yet, because her performance was the finale and would not be for at least an hour, so there was no rush. Moreover, with her naturally beautiful appearance, Gu Chenxi could easily outshine everyone even if she appeared without makeup. Gu Chenxi joked with an indifferent expression, "If the president likes it, I can be transferred to be your deputy." "Huh?" Bai Shuizhou laughed, "I wouldn't dare to steal someone from you, Gu Shuizhou." Gu Chenxi raised an eyebrow and continued, "You see this little girl, she works so hard, we have to give her an award at the end of the party, don't you think?" "Well, that's not really possible." Bai Shuizhou said with a troubled expression, "It's not that I don't want to give it, it's just that there are so many logistics people, and in previous years no awards were set up, so if I suddenly give her an award alone, the others will inevitably think more." Then, Gu Chenxi pursed her lips and pondered for a moment before asking again, "If she goes on stage, can she be given an award?" Bai Shuizhou thought for a moment before saying, "If she goes on stage, she will definitely get an award. At the very least, she will get a consolation prize. The problem is, she didn't sign up for a program during rehearsal." Gu Chenxi asked faintly in her cold voice, "Is it okay to add one at the last minute?" Her words were calm, and she had an unyielding attitude. Bai Shuizhou was also taken aback when he heard this. He shook his head quickly and said, No, it's not possible. Adding a program at the last minute is too risky, it's not allowed." "Not allowed." Gu Chenxi's eyes grew cold, and she seemed a little disappointed. In fact, Gu Chenxi's thoughts were very simple. The more awards Suya could get, and the more she appeared in public, the more money she could get in the future awards and competitions. Don't underestimate the scholarships at Jiaotong University. If you get all the scholarships you can get 50,000 to 60,000 yuan a year, which is not a small amount for an ordinary student. Last year, Gu Chenxi received 2 school-level scholarships, totaling 8,000 yuan. Because of this, Gu Chenxi hopes even more that Suya can get more awards. After thinking for a long time, Gu Chenxi said, "If it's not possible to add a separate program, then it should be fine for her to show her face when I perform, right?" "Well, that's not a problem." Bai Shuizhou nodded, but still hesitated a bit, "But you can't just push someone onto the stage. If it's too abrupt, the audience definitely won't buy it." After hearing Bai Shuizhou's words, Gu Chensi fell into deep thought. Suya came over and said, Gu Shuizhou, I'll be told to go get you to do your makeup. Okay. Gu Chensi nodded, stood up, and walked towards the dressing room. She had just taken 2 steps when she suddenly stopped. Gu Chensi seemed to have made an important decision inside, and she pointed at Suya and said, You, come in with me. Me? Suya was taken aback for a moment, and followed Gu Chensi's pace, asking, What's wrong, Shuizhe? Do you dare go on stage? Ha! After the first rock show, Bai Shuizhou walked onto the stage with a steady pace. His mouth always had that warm smile on it, and everyone who saw it could always feel a warm feeling in their hearts. This kind, handsome and talented senior student could always attract group after group of younger students. Unfortunately, he didn't like girls. Bai Shuizhou used his gentle voice to say the patter for the next program. A semester has passed in the blink of an eye. Have you studied hard this year? Have you fulfilled the New Year's resolutions you made last year? Have you become a better person this year? Are you with the girl you love? Let's enjoy the skit. That's fucked up. Du Hanyuan listened to Bai Shuizhou's gentle voice on stage, saying such heartbreaking words, and instantly lost interest in the skit that was to follow. He even couldn't help but curse. Not only Du Hanyuan, but most people at the scene were also poked in the heart by these heartbreaking interludes, especially when it came to the sentence, Have you been with your beloved girl? There was a sigh of relief from the crowd. This sentence hurts so much. Seeing the reaction of the audience, Bai Shuizhou's smile on his face became even more attractive. He was the one who wrote this scene. Also wearing a dark smile was Kong Lu, who was sitting in the first row. Kong Lu thought to himself, Who's the single dog? I won't say, but my girlfriend is clingy and cute anyway, he. End of chapter. Chapter 109, Black and White. Just as he was thinking about it, Gu Chensi suddenly sent a message, Kong Deshao, you have connections everywhere, so you should be able to get me a tuxedo in an hour, right? Kong Lu looked at the words Kong Deshao and even imagined Gu Chensi using a weird voice to deliberately tease him. Who says words are silent? Kong Lu smiled and replied, Don't you have a tuxedo? Soon, Gu Chensi replied, Suya doesn't. Suya? Kong Lu was stunned and asked, Suya is also going on stage? Isn't Suya not in the program? Gu Chensi replied, Don't ask so many questions, just get me a tuxedo. Kong Lu asked, What kind specifically? Gu Chensi, who was getting her makeup done, looked at herself in the mirror. She was wearing a cream-colored evening dress today, with a diamond-embellished neckline that sparkled brightly, and a lace trim around the hem. Gu Chensi then turned her head to take a look at Suya, who was sitting nearby looking a little awkward. She was still wearing the same earthy maroon cotton padded jacket, but even so, it still failed to hide her beauty. Gu Chensi sent Kong Lu a message saying, Colorful black. Kong Lu immediately replied to her. 5 question marks were enough to express Kong Lu's mood at the moment. Suya was going to perform on stage, which was already surprising to Kong Lu, and now Gu Chensi also wanted him to get Suya a evening dress, and the request was still colorful black, which really confused Kong Lu. Fortunately, Kong Lu has the ability to pay. He dialed a number, Get me a colorful black tuxedo. The dressing room is the small auditorium of the business school. There are 4 dressing tables in the backstage of the small auditorium, which are not usually used. Once there is an event, the room will be busy. The makeup artists are all girls in the student union with relatively good makeup skills, but Gu Chensi did not ask them to help with the makeup and got to work himself. The 2 makeup artists were all gathered around Suya at the moment, working on a major transformation of her pure and natural face. Suya, who had never been made up before, sat a little awkwardly on the chair, her hands tightly gripping the armrests on either side. Her sweaty handprints were all over the shiny armrests. Gu Chensi finished fixing her makeup, got up, and came over to check on Suya. Seeing Suya's face, which had been made bright red, she removed the 2 makeup artists with a frown. It wasn't that the makeup artists had painted her ugly, it was just that the makeup was fine for a dance program, but if she appeared on stage with her, it would look a bit strange. The makeup of the 2 of them was completely different, and it would look jarring. Suya opened her eyes, and there was still some unevenly applied blue-green eyeshadow in the corners of her eyes. What's wrong, senior? Gu Chensi said in a calm tone, Go to the bathroom and remove your makeup. Oh. Suya didn't ask any more questions, and as Gu Chensi had said, she went to the bathroom with the makeup remover. After she came out, she had a clean and flawless face again. Gu Chensi carefully examined Suya's face. A moment later, Gu Chensi picked up an eyebrow pencil and began to draw Suya's eyebrows. long, slender eyebrows, affectionate eyes. Ho Lu, who had come to get his clothes repaired, was led by Shueizhou to the dressing room. Seeing Gu Chenxi, who was applying makeup to Suya, Kong Lu froze in place. He thought to himself, when did these two become so close? Bai Shueizhou, who was standing nearby, was also stunned. He wondered, how come the usually aloof and cold-hearted Gu Shuehua would take the initiative to help someone with their makeup? I can't believe my eyes. Kong Lu walked over, placed the gift bag on the table, and said, here's the dress you wanted. Thank you, Bao, you. Gu Chenxi had just about to call Kong Lu baby, but then she thought that there were still other people around, so she immediately held back and changed her words in time. You're welcome. Kong Lu glanced at Suya, who had her eyes closed and was letting Gu Chenxi do whatever he wanted, and then looked at Gu Chenxi again, whispering in her ear, what are you up to now? None of your business, said Gu Chenxi, blocking Kong Lu's eyes with her hand as he looked around, saying, don't look. Okay, I won't look. Kong Lu turned around and left the dressing room. He felt like an NPC today, with the sole task of delivering the tuxedo. At Gu Chenxi's request, Kong Lu really had someone find a colorful black tuxedo and a pair of stiletto heels in the same color scheme. It was a long, black dress with a metallic sheen, covered in sequins. Because of the unique design of the dress, it could reflect ambient light, so the visual effect it presented depended entirely on the color of the stage lighting. Gu Chenxi looked at the dress, nodded with satisfaction, and then handed it to Suya, saying, go try it on and see how it looks. Suya nodded and walked into the dressing room. In order to match tonight's performance, Gu Chenxi gave Suya a very broken makeup. She used dark eyeshadow to deepen the color of Suya's eyes, and also used black eyebrow pencil to deepen her sleepy eyes, adding a little dark red outline. The pair of affectionate eyes seemed to contain tears, which made them even more touching. Her hair had also been curled, looking a little messy, and some long, fine hair was draped across her forehead. All of this was done deliberately to add to Suya's sense of broken-heartedness. Suya changed into her dress and stepped out, wearing stiletto heels. As she rarely wore this type of shoe, she walked unsteadily and had difficulty maintaining her balance. Gu Chenxi looked at Suya, who had changed into a black dress and looked completely different, and a flash of surprise crossed her eyes. She nodded with satisfaction and said, very good. After that, the two of them began an emergency rehearsal before going on stage in the dressing room. Shen Jirue, who was playing a game, glanced at Kong Lu, who had just returned, and asked, where did you just go? To be an NPC. Kong Lu said jokingly, sitting back down in his seat, why are you playing games again? Zhou Xiaonan insisted that I take her. Shen Jirue smiled helplessly, I didn't want to say no, and the show just now was so boring. You brat, you're being Versailles again, aren't you? Kong Lu pointed at Chen Jirue, a man pointing at someone laughing emoji, saying, your sister asked you to play games with her, and you still look so helpless? Cough cough, no, I really don't have a girlfriend. Chen Jirue stole a glance at Zhou Xiaonan sitting in the distance, and then whispered in Kong Lu's ear, she's really too weak, it's so hard to deal with. Kong Lu was speechless upon hearing this. He really wanted to give Chen Jirue a slap on the head and yell, you deserve to be single, kid. The end of this chapter. Chapter 110 Butterfly. Campus literary performances are generally things that start with the most people, and then slowly, as the novelty wears off, the number of people watching gradually decreases. Unless it is mandatory, basically more than half of the people have to leave during the halftime of a university performance. But tonight's performance seems to have broken the rule. The more the performance goes on, the more people come. Among them are also many students from other colleges. They didn't even watch the performance of their own college, but came to watch the performance of the business school. Is it because the business school's New Year's Eve party this year had an interesting program? Of course not. Many people were attracted by the two beautiful hosts, Xinxia and Bai Shueizhou, and some were attracted by the finale, Gu Chenxi's solo performance. Some also came to see Suyali, the new campus queen, but they found that she didn't appear in the show, so some left again. Therefore, the business school's party was able to gather so many people this year. Xinxia secretly observed the lively scene from the backstage and muttered to herself, this year, only the neighboring School of Art can compare. I heard that the students from the School of Art also came to the business school to watch the show. Bai Shueizhou narrowed his eyes and smiled kindly, saying, the president of the student union at the art college was just talking to me about this. He said I'm stealing their audience. Xinxia muttered, so many people came to watch. After the show, the next one will be Gu Chenxi's. Of course Xinxia initially disagreed with Gu Chenxi's last-minute addition of a scene, but she couldn't argue with the stubborn donkey that she was, so she had to compromise. Now that the audience was growing, Shinxia couldn't help but feel nervous for Guchensi. She sent a message to Guchensi, reminding her, "Good sister, there are quite a few people in the audience tonight. It's about the face of our business school, so you can't mess it up for me." After a while, Guchensi replied, "Set your mind at ease." After the dance of the penultimate program ended, it was time for the most anticipated part of the night, Guchensi's solo performance. The crowd had already begun to stir. Chen Jirui and Zhou Xiaonan tacitly ended the game in their hands, and Lingji and Du Hongyuan also stopped gossiping. Everyone looked up at the stage. Bai Shuizhou went on stage, still with his gentle smile and pleasant voice. "I know what you're waiting for, and I'm waiting too, waiting for a flower to bloom, waiting for a butterfly to fly. It's love, it's also salvation. So, please give a round of applause for the song Butterfly by Class 1, Industrial Management student Guchensi." You can watch the female version of the cover on video software for a more immersive experience. As the voice fell, all the lights in the venue were turned off, and only the faint light from everyone's phones remained. Compared to the scene, that little light was as weak as a firefly's. After about half a minute, a beam of light appeared in the center of the stage, and Guchensi suddenly appeared on the stage. No one knew when she had gone on stage, just as no one knew when Bai Shuizhou had left the stage. On the stage, she was wearing a long, cold white dress, standing under the spotlight, beautiful like a noble white swan. Just like more than 3 months ago, at the welcome party, she was also like this, but at that time, she was accompanied by Shinxia. Now she is beautiful alone. Guchensi looked at the many audience members below the stage, and she felt a little nervous inside. Fortunately, Kong Lu was sitting in the first row, and she saw Kong Lu at a glance. Afterwards, her gaze kept stopping on Kong Lu's face, without moving even a little. Everyone thought that Guchensi's expressionless face was aloof, but only Kong Lu knew that she was also nervous and needed encouragement. Who said that the aloof school beauty was aloof? In Kong Lu's eyes, she was just a cute and childish girl. Kong Lu gave her a thumbs up and said, "Go for it." The two were a little far apart, but it didn't matter, Guchensi could hear the encouragement. Before the prelude even started, Guchensi said into the microphone, "Some say this song is about love, but I think it's about redemption. I want to dedicate this song to all those souls in the depths of darkness. Don't be afraid, don't be lost." After these words, the music started and Guchensi began to sing in her unique, cold voice. "When the world is ready to abandon me. Like a wounded soldier left in the lonely wilderness." The audience was in uproar at these two lines, and everyone's emotions were directly aroused. "I'm beginning to doubt whether there is any meaning to my existence. In other people's eyes, I seem to have become invisible. Can I never recover from failure? Who will save a fallen soul?" Kong Lu's brow furrowed slightly as he listened to these lyrics. This word made Kong Lu think of someone. After the sentimental part ended, the lights went out again. The next second, the lights in the venue suddenly came on, and everyone's eyes were dazzled by the sudden light. Du Hongyuan directly cursed, "Damn, who designed this?" When everyone opened their eyes again, there was an extra person on the stage, a young girl in a black dress, the complete opposite of Guchensi's white long dress. She stood behind Guchensi, with the two of them standing back to back. This caused quite a commotion. "Hey, wasn't this a solo performance?" "Yes, why is there suddenly another person? Something's wrong, there's going to be a good show. What are you doing, filming?" The sounds on the scene did not disturb Guchensi, and she continued singing. "Every time I see you, my heart is at peace. Like a butterfly flying through the ruins." The girl in black slowly walked out from behind Guchensi. When everyone saw that cold and broken face, the scene completely fell into chaos. The combination of the aloof school beauty and the ordinary school beauty was simply too perfect. No one expected that the finale of the business school this year would bring together the two most popular goddesses of the school. Guchensi's aloofness and Suya's beauty and strength were contrasting. The two's distinct personalities and makeup made this unusual solo even more special. Suya didn't have a microphone because she wasn't singing, and Guchensi only gave her the task of interacting with her, but that was enough. After all, this wasn't a professional stage, and looks were everything. As the lyrics progressed, the two of them danced like two butterflies, black and white, sometimes holding hands, sometimes parting ways, the sound of the scene rising and falling. According to the rehearsal just backstage, at the end of the song, Suya was to crouch on the ground, while Guchensi was to pick her up, representing that she was rescuing her from the darkness. However, Suya, who was wearing high heels, didn't walk steadily and suddenly fell to the ground during the last movement. Bang! Suya's knees hit the stage board firmly, making a muffled sound. Are you okay? Guchensi quickly put down the microphone, reached out to take her hand, and pulled her up. Suya shook her head to indicate that she was fine. This unexpected appearance was even more brilliant than the one originally designed during rehearsal. The moment Suya got up, the colorful lights fell on her black long dress. In that instant, Suya really looked like a colorful black butterfly, radiating dazzling light. Perhaps, from this moment on, she will usher in a brand new life. End of chapter. Chapter 111, Two Girls Hugging. Looking at the two girls on stage, who were shining brightly, Kong Lu's mouth curled up into a smile. This smile was both for Suya's happiness, and for watching the timid and inferior girl from back then, now standing on the stage and shining brightly. Kong Lu was very gratified. It is said that happy people heal their whole lives with their childhood, while the unfortunate heal their childhood with their whole lives. Kong Lu also hopes that Suya can escape from the shadows of her childhood, as the lyrics sing, and then spread her wings and fly in this bustling city, creating a story of her own. In addition to being happy for Suya, Kong Lu was also happy for Guchensi's kindness and tolerance. She did not let the hatred she felt towards this innocent girl after being kidnapped by Suya's father in her childhood turn into anger when she grew up, but even tried to help her, change her, and help her stand on a bigger stage. During this time with Guchensi, Kong Lu is like a treasure hunter, and she is always in unexpected places, bringing unexpected surprises. Kong Lu is really grateful that she has met such a girl who is like a treasure. The performance of the two was so good that they had already left the stage before the audience could react. After a long time, the audience burst into thunderous applause, one wave of applause after another. Everyone was still in a daze, chanting for the two to come back up and perform another song. This kind of thing, naturally, it was impossible. After Guchensi stepped off the stage, she let out a long sigh of relief. Almost at the same time, Suya let out a long sigh of relief as well. Ha! Who? The two looked at each other, and Suya smiled. She asked, "Were you nervous too, senior?" Guchensi blushed a little, and she said with a forced calmness, "No." Suya immediately said, "Thank you, senior." Guchensi said with a cold face and a stubborn mouth, "You're welcome. I didn't want to help you." Suya didn't care about Guchensi's indifference. She still smiled and said, "Thank you, not just this time." Guchensi didn't say anything, but she gave Suya an unemotional glance. Suya actually started to cry. Her eyes were already a bit red from the makeup, and when the tears started to roll around in her eyes, she looked even more like a weeping willow. Anyone who saw her would feel sad for her. The song tonight really moved Suya deeply. On stage, she held back her tears several times, but now that she was off the stage, she couldn't hold back anymore, and tears flowed down her face. She wasn't a crybaby and rarely shed tears, but she was moved by Guchensi twice. In this world, apart from Kong Lu, this was the second time she had cried for someone else. "Senior. HM?" Suya said with a slightly choked voice, "Can I hug you?" Guchensi didn't say anything. She didn't know whether to say yes or no. Looking at Suya's beautiful face, wet with tears, Guchensi finally opened her arms. After the show, Kong Lu happily came backstage to pick up Guchensi. As soon as he walked over, he saw the two girls hugging each other. Kong Lu's head popped up with three big question marks, representing his mood at the moment. Kong Lu muttered, "Judging from the situation, my girlfriend wouldn't be getting a new girlfriend, would she? I'm going to be poached by a girl?" Bai Shuizhou also happened to arrive backstage at the same time. Looking at the two girls hugging together, he smiled and whispered in Kong Lu's ear, "Actually, you could consider getting a new boyfriend too." SSSHH. Hearing this, Kong Lu's face tightened, and he turned his head sharply, looking at Bai Shuizhou behind him. His kind smile made Kong Lu feel a little uneasy. Guchensi, who had comforted Suya, arrived in time and directly dragged Kong Lu to his side, saying coldly, "Dare to hit on my boyfriend, do you want to die?" Bai Shuizhou narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, saying, "Ha, I'm just joking." Guchensi was afraid that Bai Shuizhou really wanted to compete with her for her boyfriend, so she took Kong Lu's hand and quickly left the scene. Before leaving, Suya also said goodbye to the two. "Goodbye, Gu Shuijie and Kong Shuijia." Her eyes were full of relief. How could she not be relieved that Kong Lu could have such a perfect girl to love him? This time, she sincerely wished the two of them a long and happy life together. "Does my makeup look good today?" "Yes, my baby is the most beautiful in the world." "That's not good enough." "But it is, I really mean it." "Can't you use more adjectives when you tell me I'm beautiful?" My baby is like a beautiful fish in a pond, like the moon hiding behind the clouds, like a flower in full bloom, fresh and refined, like a country that's beautiful and enchanting, like a heavenly fragrance. Stop it. Is that a compliment? You're just making up words. What should I say then? You say that Gu Chensi is the most beautiful girl in the world. That's so corny, you're even more corny than me. You're angry. Wrong, wrong. Gu Chensi was still wearing the evening dress from the performance, and Kong Lu helped her carry her cotton-padded jacket. She was obviously wearing high heels, but she was still running really fast. Kong Lu could only use the tricks from How to Drive an Angry Girlfriend again to make Gu Chensi stop running. Kong Lu draped the coat over Gu Chensi and said, "Put it on, don't catch a cold." No. Gu Chensi shook herself and shook the coat off onto the ground. The reason she hadn't volunteered to wear the coat for so long was that she was waiting for Kong Lu to praise her for looking pretty in her dress today. However, Kong Lu not only didn't praise her, he said that she looked old-fashioned and couldn't stand it, not for a moment. Seeing Gu Chensi throwing a tantrum, Kong Lu was also rude. He picked up the coat that Gu Chensi had shaken off to the ground, patted the dust off it, and put it on her again. But this time, without giving Gu Chensi a chance to react, he directly zipped up the coat. Gu Chensi's hands were bound in the big cotton-padded jacket, and her whole body was wrapped up like a lump of cotton candy. Gu Chensi struggled a little and said, "Kong Lu, you're bullying me again." "I'm not," Kong Lu said, hugging Gu Chensi, whose hands were trapped in the quilted jacket. "I'm helping you put it on because I don't want you to get cold." Gu Chensi pouted, glaring at Kong Lu and saying, "Hurry up and pull the zipper down. If you say that Kong Lu is the handsomest boy in the world, I'll help you. It's fine if you bully me, but you're even copying my accent." "I'm not bullying you," Kong Lu said, pinching Gu Chensi's cheek. She was trapped, with her hands tied, and unable to resist, so she could only be bullied by Kong Lu. Gu Chensi gave in and said, you're the handsomest in the world, okay?" Kong Lu nodded with satisfaction and pulled down the zipper of the quilt. Then, Kong Lu suffered. That night, Kong Lu wrote 520 times. Gu Chensi is the most beautiful girl in the world. It was originally 5,000 times, but Gu Chensi was worried about him and erased the zero. The end of this chapter. Chapter 112. Everyone before New Year's Eve. Today is the end of the month and the end of the year. After today, this year will be over. A year really does go by quickly. Kong Lu still remembers that on this day last year, the four of them spent the whole day in their dorm room, lying around until it got dark. They didn't get up until the evening, and then they had a simple barbecue together at a food stall on the back street of the university before going out for the night. They called it New Year's Eve indulgence. In the middle of the night, the four of them got tired of playing, and they all gathered in an internet cafe, holding Coke bottles, chatting about the future. They have long since forgotten what they talked about, but they remember that the atmosphere was great and they were all full of passion. This year, the four of them probably won't be able to get together on New Year's Eve. Wang Qi will be spending it with Yang Shuer, Kong Lu will be going out with Gu Chensi, and even Chen Jirue will be meeting up with a female internet friend. At the moment, it looks like Du Hongyuan is the only one who will be staying in the dormitory tonight. Early that morning, Wang Qi got out of bed, showered, got dressed, fixed his hair, shaved, and finally looked at himself in the full-length mirror. Du Hongyuan gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, he's abandoning us." After that, he turned to Kong Lu and said, "You're not going to spend the night with your girlfriend, are you?" Kong Lu smiled and didn't answer Du Hongyuan's words. Kong Lu remembered last night when he was sending Gu Chensi back to the girls' dormitory. "Hey, beautiful girl." Kong Lu called out to Gu Chensi, who was about to enter the dormitory, "Are you free on the night of the 31st? It seemed that Kong Lu had already guessed what he was thinking, so Gu Chensi wasn't too surprised, but she was a little shy. "What do you want?" "I want to invite you to spend New Year's Eve at the Peace Hotel." Gu Chensi shyly covered her face with her hands and said, "I'm very busy on New Year's Eve." "That's okay, I'll wait for you." "Then you wait, I may not go." After Gu Chensi finished speaking, she turned around and walked into the dormitory. Thinking about this, Kong Lu gave a little smile. Seeing Kong Lu smile so happily, Du Hongyuan covered his chest and looked very distressed. He said, "You brat, you deserve to die too." Then, Du Hongyuan turned his head and looked at Chen Jirue, saying, "Luckily, I still have you, Chen, in the dormitory with me tonight." Chen Jirue sat up, rubbed his round face, and said, "Brother Du, I'm sorry, I may not be in the dormitory tonight." Du Hongyuan was shocked to hear this and sat up straight in his chair. He glared at Chen Jirue and asked, "You little brat, do you have a date too?" Air. Chen Jirue lowered his head a little embarrassed and said sheepishly, "I'm going to meet up with an internet friend tonight to welcome in the new year." "You'd better just go to the New Year's Eve to meet someone," Du Hongyuan said with a dark face, pointing at him and saying, "If you go to a motel for the New Year's Eve, I'll kill you." Cough cough. Chen Jirue hurriedly waved his hands and said, "How is that possible? We're just going to meet someone." "Ah, why do you have a date too?" Du Hongyuan lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling of the dormitory with a look of hopelessness. "Didn't you add Shinxia's friend?" Kong Lu said as he got off the dorm bed. "How have things been going with her lately?" Du Hongyuan said sadly, "We haven't really talked much, she doesn't seem to want to chat with me." In fact, it wasn't that Shinxia didn't want to chat with Du Hongyuan, it was just that Shinxia had been really busy a while ago, busy with the New Year's Eve party, and she didn't have time to chat with Du Hongyuan. If things aren't going well, then create an opportunity, and if you meet up, things will definitely progress. Kong Lu said while getting dressed, "You brat, take advantage of tonight's New Year's Eve and ask her out. When the clock strikes 12, you can just give her flowers and confess your love." While the mood is high, with this combination of moves, which little girl can refuse? Du Hongyuan really believed Kong Lu's words? He stretched his neck and looked at Kong Lu under the bed, asking, "Really, Godfather?" Kong Lu gave a meaningful, evil smile and didn't answer his question. "Brother Du, don't believe it." Chen Jirue said, "Confession is a triumphant song of victory, not a charge of the horns. If you suddenly confess, there is a high probability that you will be rejected." "Shit, you're right." Chen Jirue's cold shower of water directly woke Du Hongyuan up. He pointed at Kong Lu and said, "You little brat, you actually dared to tempt me. I see that you are already on your way to death." Kong Lu stuck out a middle finger and said to him, "If you want to chase someone, you have to make some kind of move. If you keep dragging your feet like this, and don't make any progress, after today, it will be the new year. Time waits for no one. If you don't start talking to her in your first year, your second year will be almost over. By the time you reach your third year, everyone will be too busy preparing for the real world, and there will be no chance for you to talk to her in your fourth year." As he listened to Kong Lu's words, Du Hongyuan slumped on the bed, looking as if he had accepted his fate. He said, "Do you think I don't want to? I'm just a funny guy with no special skills. Why would she like me? I'm just a mouse." Seeing that Du Hongyuan was about to start his mouse literature again, Kong Lu said with a dark face, "Shut the hell up." He interrupted the spell directly. Kong Lu went into the bathroom, took a shower, changed into a clean set of clothes, and, like Wang Ji, examined himself in the mirror before leaving the dormitory. Chen Jirue was the next one to take a shower. Seeing his roommates leave the dormitory one after the other, Du Hongyuan felt even more sad. He picked up his phone and wanted to send a message to Shinxia, but after thinking for a long time, he still didn't know what to say. In the end, he put the phone down again. Ding dong. The message alert suddenly sounded, and Du Hongyuan picked up the phone as quickly as he could. When he looked, he saw that it was from Lin Ji. 18-year-old innocent boy Gao, Xiaoxia is going to be the host of the New Year's Eve party at school tonight, and she'll be spending New Year's Eve alone. Lin Ji sent this message along with a, emoticon. Du Hongyuan, who had been looking half dead, looked at the message from Lin Ji and was so surprised that he sat up, shouting, "I'm TM resurrected." Du Hongyuan asked Lin Ji, as her roommate, "Aren't you with her at school?" "Lin Ji, I'm busy. I'm going to a comic convention, and besides, school performances are so boring." Xiaoxi and Kong Lu went out, and Xiaonan I dragged along to the comic convention. So Xiaoxia is spending the day alone. You know what I mean, right? A mischievous smile, emoji. Du Hongyuan looked at the message sent by Lin Ji, and was so excited that he couldn't hold the phone still. "Okay, adoptive mother, I will remember your great kindness." Lin Ji replied, "You're welcome." "Wait, who is your adoptive father?" Du Hongyuan, "No. I don't have an adoptive father." Embarrassed smile. The end of this chapter. Chapter 113, just in time. "Hello, do you have a reservation?" Kong. "Ah, Mr. Kong, welcome, please follow me." Kong Lu and Gu Chenxi arrived at the private terrace on the 9th floor of the hotel, Huama Pavilion. This is the only terrace protruding outward on the entire bund, a 270-degree riverview terrace with a panoramic view of all the landmark buildings in Zhonghai. Many well-known movies have been filmed here. At that time, China Sea caught up with the golden age of China's development. In that great era, it has received socialites from all over the world. The father of astronautics got married here. Sun Gu met with British jazz here, and the most outstanding comedy film master of the 20th century once lived here. This is the Far East's #1 building, the Peace Hotel. It actually has another name, the Sassoon Mansion. Gu Chensi rested her hands on the railing of the balcony and looked out over the entire bund. During the day, the rows of small Western-style buildings were already dazzling, and at night, when the bright lights came on, the buildings looked as if they were covered in a golden coat of light. 10 miles of foreign fields, a city of excess. This is the fictional city a gathering place for domineering CEOs, and this is the city of demons. Kong Lu walked over to Gu Chensi's side, put his hands on the railing, and looked at the bustle of the night with her. Gu Chensi said, "So many people." Kong Lu sighed, "A lot of people are rushing to Zhonghai to welcome the new year, so there must be a lot of people." Gu Chensi sighed and said, "Unfortunately, 10 years ago on New Year's Eve, something like that happened here, and there have been no more fireworks shows since then." Kong Lu was silent for a few seconds, then turned to Gu Chensi and said, "It's been 10 years already? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about it." "Yes." Gu Chensi also looked at Kong Lu and said, "Kong Sir really went to a lot of trouble to invite me to dinner. You must have booked the place tonight, right?" "Aha." Kong Lu shrugged and said, "If you need a backdrop, I can also invite a few people to sit here." "Che, no way." Gu Chensi rolled his eyes, but he was secretly delighted. Tonight, no one would disturb the two of them while they ate. Kong Lu said, "Actually, there is a penthouse suite upstairs." Gu Chensi asked in return, "Then why did you choose this place?" "There's no New Year's Eve atmosphere in the suite. You can see the lights outside the window changing color through the glass." Kong Lu pointed outside the balcony and said, "This is the best viewing spot." Gu Chensi tilted her head and said, "It's quite thoughtful." "Of course." Kong Lu leaned in her ear and whispered, "If you want to go, after we finish eating, you can go upstairs and sleep. I heard, the bed is quite big." Gu Chensi's face flushed red as soon as she heard this. She pounded Kong Lu's chest and said, "You pervert, who wants to sleep with you?" "Hey, don't slander me," Kong Lu said with a cunning smile. "I just told you to go to bed upstairs. I didn't say I wanted to go to bed with you. I have to go back to the dormitory later tonight." Kong Lu said, putting his hands on his chest and looking weak and helpless. "These days, there are a lot of female wolves. It's dangerous for a handsome young boy like me to be out here, as I could easily be targeted." Gu Chensi looked at Kong Lu's poor acting and blushed as she cursed, "Go to hell." If Xin Xia were here, she would probably complain again. "Cici, you've changed. You never used to swear so casually." However, at this moment, she was still suffering at school. Although it was a New Year's Eve party organized by Jiaotong University, the number of people who came to watch the performance was not much more than the number of people who came to the party at the business school a few days ago. Those who had a partner went out to celebrate the new year, and those who didn't also went out to find a partner, so who had the time to watch the performance? Xin Xia was originally not on the list of hosts for the school's New Year's Eve party. Just last night, the 4 hosts had dinner together and got a stomach bug, and they were taken to the hospital. The school urgently recruited hosts from all the colleges. Xin Xia did very well that night and was noticed by the student union, so they pulled her in. In addition to Xin Xia, Bai Xuezhou was also pulled in. Originally, the student union also wanted to call Gu Chensi, but Gu Chensi declined politely. A boyfriend is more important than a New Year's Eve party. They didn't get Gu Chensi, but fortunately they did get Suya. Suya didn't have much to do, just come on stage to present an award during the curtain call, basically just a window dressing role. She hadn't had time to return the black dress to Kong Lu that day, so after asking Kong Lu and Gu Chensi for permission, she continued to wear the dress that night and went on stage to present the award. The party was about to start, and Bai Xuezhou wanted to find Xin Xia to go over the lines. Seeing Xin Xia sitting in the corner, he gently walked up to her and asked, "What's wrong? Does your stomach hurt?" Xin Xia shook her head. Bai Xuezhou immediately responded, asking, "Is it that time of the month? Do you need anything? Tell me and I'll get it for you." Xin Xia shook her head and said, "It's nothing, it'll pass in a while." Bai Xuezhou immediately said, "Wait, I'll go out and get you 2 heating pads to put on your legs to warm them up. If you can't hold on, just let me know and I'll talk to the people above about it for you." Hearing Bai Xuezhou's warm words, Xin Xia just wanted to say thank you. But Bai Xuezhou's next sentence left Xin Xia speechless. Bai Xuezhou covered his mouth and smiled, saying, "We're all sisters, I can understand you. You understand my big head ghost." Shenxia hated to strangle him right now. Bai Shuizhou didn't bother Shenxia to rest, got up and walked out. Hey, man, how are you? Excuse me, do you know Shenxia? As soon as he walked out the door, Bai Shuizhou was blocked by a boy about his height. MMHM, Bai Shuizhou nodded, looked up and down at the young man, and said, What do you want with her? Du Hongyuan held up the bag in his hand and said, I heard that she didn't have dinner, so I brought her some red bean porridge and butter bread. Bai Shuizhou sensed something was wrong. He pointed at the bag and said, Open it for me to take a look. Although Du Hongyuan couldn't figure out what Bai Shuizhou meant, he thought that he could lead him to Shenxia, so he didn't say much and opened the bag to show him. Bai Shuizhou took out the loaf of bread from the bag and said, You can't eat the buttered bread, it will make you feel sick. Ha! Du Hongyuan didn't understand Bai Shuizhou's meaning at the moment, and just looked at him stupidly as he took out the buttered bread he had brought for Shenxia. Just drink some red bean porridge, Bai Shuizhou patted Du Hongyuan on the shoulder and said, You boys just aren't careful enough. Wait, I'll go get you a heating pad. After saying that, he left the scene with the bread, leaving Du Hongyuan standing there, dumbfounded. Du Hongyuan muttered to himself, Who is this guy? He took my bread and left, and said a bunch of inexplicable things. And what does it mean by you boys? Isn't he a boy? End of chapter. Chapter 114, Happy New Year. Before long, Bai Shuizhou came back again, holding some hand warmers in his hands, but the buttered bread was nowhere to be seen. Bai Shuizhou stuffed the hand warmers into Du Hongyuan's pocket and said, When you go in, don't say that I gave them to you, just say that you bought them yourself, and emphasize that you bought them on purpose. Got it? Oh. Du Hongyuan nodded in a daze. He saw Bai Shuizhou open the door and point to a place in the room, saying, Shenxia is behind that curtain. Go find her. Be gentle when you talk to her. Girls are in a bad mood these days, so you have to be patient. Although he didn't know what Bai Shuizhou was talking about, Du Hongyuan still nodded. Looking at the butter buns he had bought being replaced with warm babies, he always felt that Bai Shuizhou had cheated him. Du Hongyuan followed Bai Shuizhou's words and walked into the house. Shenxia was covering her stomach, her face pale, looking very bad. Everyone around was busy with their own affairs, and no one noticed Shenxia, but Du Hongyuan saw her at a glance in the crowd. He walked through the crowd and came to Shenxia. Looking at her pale face, Du Hongyuan thought to himself, Jia was right. She hasn't eaten dinner, and her lips are turning pale from hunger. She must be hypoglycemic. Du Hongyuan remembered what Bai Shuizhou had just said, and with a hoarse voice, he spoke for the first time in such a gentle tone, Are you okay? Shenxia looked up and glanced at Du Hongyuan standing in front of her, and whispered, Why are you here? I came to bring you some food. Du Hongyuan quickly crouched down and took out the porridge in the bag, and the few warm baby patches also fell out of the bag. Shenxia didn't look at the bowl of porridge, but picked up the warm baby and said, How did you know I needed this? Thank you. Ha! Du Hongyuan stupidly exclaimed. Shenxia looked at his reaction and asked, This wasn't bought for me? Du Hongyuan remembered what Bai Shuizhou said and quickly nodded, Yes, I bought it for you, especially. Thank you. Shenxia said, taking out her phone, How much is the kanji and the warm babies? I'll transfer it to you. Sigh, Du Hongyuan waved his hand and said, In our relationship, talking about money hurts feelings. Besides, how much is a bowl of kanji worth? No need. Thank you. Shenxia thought about it and finally put down her phone. She said thank you again, the third time. Du Hongyuan, however, was not at all happy. He felt that the other person was a bit distant from him, but then he thought, This is a good start. Shenxia lifted up the hem of her skirt and stuck 2 warm baby patches on her flesh-colored bare legs. When a girl is menstruating, she is most prone to cold hands and feet, and heavy coldness. At such times, she needs to find a masculine guy to absorb the coldness and relieve the pain. Du Hongyuan held the porridge and asked, You aren't going to eat some porridge? No, Shenxia shook her head and said, I don't have much of an appetite. I asked the chef to put sugar in it, it's very sweet, you should try some. Du Hongyuan said, undaunted, I was afraid it would get cold, so I wrapped it in my clothes and brought it here with me. Look, the porridge is steaming, it's delicious. Perhaps he was a little nervous, because Du Hongyuan also spoke in the local dialect. Shenxia looked at Du Hongyuan's sincere attitude, and after a few seconds of silence, she picked up the bowl of porridge. If you're not looking for Gigi, why are you here with me? Why would I be looking for her? Aren't you trying to woo her? Ha? No. Then why did you? Du Hongyuan looked at Shenxia and stuttered, I want to woo. Who is it that I want to woo? Isn't that obvious enough? In a corner, Bai Shuizhou and Suya were eating the buttered bread that Du Hongyuan had brought. President, how much is the bread? I'll transfer it to you. It's free. I traded your body warmers for it. Ha! Body warmers are only worth a few cents. Who would want to trade body warmers for bread? Had ha. Bai Shuizhou gave a meaningful smile and said, at the right time, find the right person, sell the right thing. This is called supply and demand. If someone needs it, a heating pad can be worth thousands of dollars. Suya bit into the buttered bread, her mouth full of butter, and listened to Bai Shuizhou's words blankly, not quite understanding. Kong Lu and Gu Chenxi had already eaten almost everything, and finally had an ice cream type dessert for dessert. Gu Chenxi glanced at her watch, the one Kong Lu had given her when he confessed his love. There's half an hour to go before the new year, she said. Kong Lu nodded. Gu Chenxi took the dessert in her hands and walked over to the railing, looking out at the lively scene in the street. It's a pity, I can't see the fireworks, she said. Kong Lu walked over to her and said with a smile, who says you can't? Gu Chenxi was slightly startled and said, could it be that you have also arranged for fireworks? I don't have that kind of power. Kong Lu laughed, not allowing fireworks to be set off during the New Year's Eve is also for the safety of everyone. I dare not be the culprit. Then why did you say there would be fireworks to watch? Gu Chenxi said, scooping up the first spoonful of ice cream and feeding it to Kong Lu. Kong Lu said in surprise, wow, the first bite is actually for me, thank you baby. Humph. Gu Chenxi said proudly, holding her head high, this is not just any ordinary ice cream, it's my love for you. If you're so good to me, I don't know how I can repay you. Kong Lu said, taking something out of his coat pocket that he had prepared long ago, a box of sparkler fireworks. Wow. Gu Chenxi placed the plate on the table, took the box of sparklers from Kong Lu's hand, and said, you actually bought sparklers. If I can't set off big fireworks, sparklers won't bother anyone. Kong Lu said, and took out a windproof lighter from his pocket. He said, a beautiful fireworks display is about to begin. Are you ready, Miss Gu? Gu Chenxi nodded and said with a smile, ready. Pop. The lighter ignited the fairy stick, and the firelight radiated like stars, twinkling and emitting a beautiful golden glow. Gu Chenxi happily played with the fairy stick while Kong Lu helped him light it. Seeing that the ice cream on the table was melting, Kong Lu picked it up. While she played with the fireworks, Kong Lu fed her dessert. The countdown to 12 started promptly, and the clock struck midnight, echoing across the bund. The golden light of the fireworks illuminated the two faces, and as they locked eyes, their love grew. Kong Lu lifted Gu Chenxi's chin and tenderly kissed her soft lips. The clock struck 3 times before the two of them parted. Gu Chenxi said, Happy New Year. Kong Lu replied, Happy every year. The end of this chapter. Chapter 115, Du Hongyuan's Spring. On the terrace, the two of them wished each other a Happy New Year. Gu Chenxi tilted her head to the side and looked at Kong Lu next to her, while Kong Lu looked at the lively street below. Everyone on the street was immersed in the joy of the countdown. The 10-second countdown was simply too fast, so fast that it made people a little unable to react. When the phone was turned on again, the date had already changed to the new year. Wang Qi, standing by the railing of the Bund pedestrian street, carefully put his arm around Yang Shui's shoulders and said, I just won $10 by scratching a lottery ticket, but I'm not really happy about it. Do you know why? Yang Shui said, you secretly bought a lottery ticket behind my back again. The point is not the lottery. Wang Qi looked at Yang Shui and said, what I mean is that I am happier to meet you than to make any amount of money. Hey, who did you learn from? How come you've become so smooth talking now? Yang Shui blushed, she covered her face with her hands, a little embarrassed. Although she scolded Wang Qi for being smooth talking, which girl wouldn't like sweet nothings? Even if it's a corny love speech, if you say it to a girl who really likes you, it's sincerely corny. Wang Qi was at a loss for words, and he grabbed the back of his head with his hands, looking a little awkward and saying, if you don't like it, I won't say it next time. Yang Shui covered her burning face and said, if you don't tell me, do you mean you're going to tell other girls? No. I'll only tell you. Tell me what? Love words. What kind of love words? This year, next year, and every year after that, I will only say this to you, I love you. Why haven't you left yet? Xinxia, who had been busy all night, looked tired as she watched Du Hongyuan crouching at the exit of the playground. Du Hongyuan stood up with a whoosh, looked at Xinxia, and stuttered, I'm alone in the dorm tonight, and it's pretty boring. Xinxia gave a small smile and said, You've been abandoned by your roommate too, huh? Ah, yes. Du Hongyuan gave a bitter smile and said, These three bastards, I don't know if they'll be back tonight. So, that leaves you a poor soul. Xinxia thought for a moment and said, It seems like there are two poor souls now. You're not. Du Hongyuan waved his hand and asked in a low voice, Just now, didn't a junior ask you for your contact information? That's right. Xinxia pursed her lips and snorted lightly. She stared at Du Hongyuan's face, as if she wanted to see his reaction. Backstage tonight, Du Hongyuan's words made Xinxia suddenly realize it seems that he likes her. However, even though she knows this, it doesn't mean that Xinxia also likes Du Hongyuan. The two rarely intersect. He gave her a warm-up baby and kanji tonight, which did make Xinxia feel very warm, but if she were to be impressed by these things alone, it is unlikely that she would have remained single for so many years. Although she tells Gu Chenxi every day that she wants to fall in love, when someone actually pursues her, Xinxia will remain level-headed and make a cautious choice. Falling in love is not something that can start with just a feeling of liking. Xinxia at most doesn't dislike Du Hongyuan's feelings for her, but to suddenly fall in love with Du Hongyuan is obviously unrealistic. Hearing Xinxia's response, despite Du Hongyuan's efforts to control his emotions, the feeling of loss still appeared on his face. He said, It's quite good, there are still so many people who like you. That's not like. Xinxia shook her head and said calmly, They like the glamorous hostess on stage, not Xinxia. If Xiaoxi, Xiaonan, or Lingji were standing on stage today, they would still like them. I don't need such cheap affection. Du Hongyuan seemed to be clenching his fists, as if he had made up his mind about something. He said, and. Before Du Hongyuan could finish his sentence, Xinxia interrupted him, Don't say things like you're different from them, I've heard it all before. Du Hongyuan was dumbfounded. The usual eloquent Du Hongyuan was at a loss for words and couldn't even stifle a single sound. After a long while, Xinxia spoke first, It's quite cold, go home early and go to bed. You go home early and rest too. As he watched Xinxia's departing back, Du Hongyuan seemed to want to say something else, and he shouted after Xinxia, Wait a minute. That. Xinxia, can I chase after you? After saying this, Du Hongyuan deflated like a deflated balloon. Xinxia stood still, turned around, and said, I'm not easy to chase after. It's okay. I will prove it with my actions. I am really different from them. I'll wait for you to prove it to me. After Xinxia finished speaking, she did not turn back, but walked towards the girls' dormitory. The words fell into Du Hongyuan's ears, and he felt a sense of giddiness, as if his soul was about to fly out of his body and follow Xinxia into the girls' dormitory. Du Hongyuan muttered to himself, She told me to prove it, meaning she agrees to let me chase after her, right? Ha 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 ha. Du Hongyuan squatted by the edge of the playground and burst out laughing, his laughter a little deranged. So, the next day, a rumor spread around the school that on New Year's Eve, the school was haunted, right on the playground, with a terrifying laugh. Some people were happy, some sad. While the three of them were steadily developing their love, one person was secretly crying. Chen Jirue, since returning from the party last night, has looked like he has nothing to live for. At the moment, he is lying in bed, motionless, looking like a corpse. Du Hongyuan was so depressed last night when he was lying in bed, and today Chen Jirue is hundreds of times more depressed than Du Hongyuan was yesterday. What's wrong with this kid? Wang Qi asked, biting into the freshly bought steamed bun, while looking at Du Hongyuan, who was standing at the bottom of Chen Jirue's bed. How would I know? Du Hongyuan took a steamed bun out of Wang Qi's bag, ate it while saying, He came back last night looking like he was going to die. Wang Qi glanced at Du Hongyuan and said, The steamed buns are 2.5 yuan, how are you going to pay? Du Hongyuan said with a sneer, Damn it, do I have to pay for a bun? Wang Qi placed the payment code in front of Du Hongyuan, We're brothers, let's be clear about this. Du Hongyuan gave him the middle finger and said, I thought people from the north were generous, but you've changed. Wang Qi said, That's a stereotype, and I've never been stingy when I should be generous. Okay, here you go. Du Hongyuan swept 2 5-yuan bills to Wang Qi. Why are you two still trading money? Kong Lu walked in through the door and said, Are you doing something shameful behind my back? Kong Lu said, and also took a bun out of Wang Chi's bag and stuffed it in his mouth. Du Hongyuan pointed at Kong Lu and asked Wang Chi, why didn't you charge him? Wang Chi said with a carefree face, Lao Lu introduced me to a job, so what's wrong with eating a bun? Damn it, you're treating him differently. End of chapter. Chapter 116, Xiao Chen's failed face saving. That's enough, you two, stop arguing. Kong Lu interrupted Du Hongyuan and Wang Chi's conversation and said, what are you doing standing under Xiao Chen's bed so early in the morning, disturbing his sleep? Du Hongyuan wiped the oil off his mouth and said, I just looked, and he's not sleeping at all, and he hasn't slept all night. Ha? Kong Lu turned his head and looked at Wang Chi, asking, what's wrong with him? Wang Chi shook his head and said, I don't know either. I fell asleep as soon as I got back last night, and I don't even know when Chen came back. Don't worry about it, Du Hongyuan said, pointing at Kong Lu, you were out all night with Miss Gu, didn't you go do something you shouldn't have? No. Kong Lu shook his head, I asked her out to dinner yesterday, and it got late, so I stayed at her place. Last night, Kong Lu and Gu Chenxi finished celebrating the New Year at the Peace Hotel and went out, just in time to bump into Gu Tianhan, who had finished his business. After some explanation, Kong Lu was confusedly dragged back to the house and spent the night there in the same guest room as last time and couldn't sleep early in the morning, so he got up. History is always surprisingly similar. This time, Kong Lu didn't even have breakfast at the Gu family's house, and he hurriedly asked Gu Chenxi to take him back to school. As soon as they entered the dormitory, they saw Wang Chi and Du Hongyuan standing under Chen Jirui's bed, talking about something, and they could hear the sound of money being collected. It was hard not to suspect that the two of them were doing something improper. Du Hongyuan gave a lewd smile and said, I thought you hadn't come back all night and you'd already succeeded in getting to second base. Get lost. Kong Lu rolled his eyes and said, you have such a dirty mind, be careful Shen Xia finds out and hates you. Then I'll have to disappoint you, Du Hongyuan said with a proud face, his chest puffed out, his hands on his hips, I've officially started pursuing Shen Xia. Put. Kong Lu snorted in disgust and said, I saw how cocky you were, and I thought you had already won her over, but it turns out you've only just started. How dare you belittle? Sigh. Du Hongyuan's words were not finished when Chen Jirui, who had been motionless on the bed, suddenly let out a sigh. Wang Chi said, Emma, little Chen actually spoke up. Chen, what happened? Did someone bully you? Du Hongyuan didn't argue with Kong Lu anymore. He leaned over the edge of the bed and said, if you've been bullied, just tell me and I'll help you get revenge. No. It's nothing. Chen Jirui said, and the tears that had finally stopped welling up in his eyes began to well up again. Du Hongyuan climbed up Chen Jirui's bed on the stairs. Chen Jirui's pillow was completely soaked, which meant that he must have cried all night. Seeing that something was wrong, Du Hongyuan stopped joking and asked seriously, what really happened last night? Wang Chi frowned and said with a terrified expression, you kid, you didn't really meet the biological mother, did you? Holy shit, are you serious? Du Hongyuan jumped out of bed in shock and said, Chen, did you meet an infected internet friend? You two stop talking. The two of them were arguing so loudly that they directly covered Chen Jirui's voice. Kong Lu interrupted them and said, let Chen tell his own story. Sigh. Chen Jirui sighed again and recounted the entire process of meeting Ji last night. On New Year's Eve last night, Chen Jirui was called out by a female online friend who played games with him to meet up. The agreed time was 11 p.m., and Chen Jirui waited there 2 hours in advance. The long wait was met with the other person's disdain. The girl who played games with Chen Jirui was a tall girl with a few looks, and when she met Chen Jirui, the look of embarrassment and loss on her face was unconcealed. Chen Jirui also sensed that the other person was not satisfied with him, but thinking that it would be nice to make a casual friend, Chen Jirui mustered up the courage to initiate a conversation with her. The other person responded to Chen Jirui's words in an absent-minded manner, looking a little impatient. After a few minutes of awkward conversation, the girl took a phone call and left. Chen Jirui was deeply disappointed and ran into the bathroom to cry. When he came out, he actually ran into the girl again. The girl walked out of the bathroom with a friend, and she muttered, fat as hell, like a pig, and I put on full makeup. I'll have to check her out on video next time. Chen Jirui hid in the corner and listened to the girl badmouth him. He was so angry that he rushed out and had a fight with the girl. After hearing this, Wang Chi said, so she took the initiative to ask you out, but because you're too fat, she ran away and even badmouthed you behind your back? Du Hongyuan clenched his fists and said angrily, give me the girl's contact information and I'll teach her a lesson. No, brother, do. Chen Jirue gave a bitter smile and said, she was right. I'm fat and ugly, who would like me? She and I have already unfriended each other. We only met once, so there's no need for any more entanglements. Brother Du, don't worry about me. When Chen Jirue tried to persuade Du Hongyuan, he sounded very convincing. If he had really been able to let go, why would he have cried all night? That morning, the atmosphere in dormitory 215 became a little less than perfect due to Chen Jirue's failed attempt at making friends. Kong Lu had previously advised Chen Jirue to lose weight, but that was for his health. This time, he didn't say a word. Because he knew that there were some things that no amount of talking by outsiders could help. Only after experiencing and suffering the pain would one make a change, something that would be engraved in one's memory forever. Kong Lu felt that this blow was not a bad thing for Chen Jirue. If he doesn't suffer a blow now, how will he be able to withstand the storms and tempests when he enters society? At noon, Kong Lu, Du Hongyuan, and Wang Qi went to the cafeteria for lunch, and the three of them discussed Chen Jirue's situation. Du Hongyuan said, Chen is just a nice guy, and he just exchanged a few words with the girl. What do you mean? Kong Lu glared at him and said, do you want to fight with the girl in the street? Wang Qi sighed and said, Chen has changed a lot. He dared to scold her back after being scolded. I remember that when the semester started, he was beaten up and hid in the toilet crying, afraid to tell us. Kong Lu pointed at Du Hongyuan and said, don't meddle in this matter again. Let him calm down by himself. Du Hongyuan said with a sneer, in that state of his, can he really recover? Kong Lu was too lazy to answer his nonsense, and Wang Qi said, I believe Chen will be able to recover from this minor setback. Kong Lu glanced at the message on his phone and said, you guys eat first, my girlfriend is calling me, I'm going to the third cafeteria. After finishing eating in 2 mouthfuls, Kong Lu quickly left the first cafeteria. End of chapter. Chapter 117, Fried Rice with Egg. Wait for me. Du Hongyuan saw Kong Lu finish eating in a flash and run off, and immediately gave chase. Kong Lu glanced back at Du Hongyuan, who had caught up with him, and asked, I'm going to find my girlfriend, why are you following me? Du Hongyuan swallowed the rice in his mouth, pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket to wipe his mouth, and said, Shenxia must be with your girlfriend, I'm going to find her. Wow, you're actually so proactive today. Kong Lu's pace slowed down. He looked up and down at Du Hongyuan and said, you and Shenxia have made progress? Well, sort of. Du Hongyuan, who had always been brazen, was now bashful. He scratched his head and continued, yesterday, she agreed to let me chase after her. Kong Lu raised his hand and patted Du Hongyuan on the shoulder, saying, the mission has not yet succeeded, comrade. Keep trying. In the cafeteria, Wang Qi took a sip of soup and within the blink of an eye, he was left alone at his seat. Wang Qi thought to himself, did they just disappear into thin air? Have I been abandoned? Damn it. After finishing his meal, Wang Qi went to the fried rice window and bought Chen Jirue a large portion of fried rice with 4 extra eggs. Chen Jirue loved to add 4 eggs to his fried rice. Wang Qi often brings them lunch, so he knows the 3 of them's tastes like the back of his hand. How else could he be the dorm leader? He is practically the oldest brother in the dorm. Apart from bringing lunch, he usually takes care of cleaning and shopping, a well-deserved dorm godfather. After Wang Qi bought the food, he returned to the dormitory. Chen Jirue was still lying on the bed, looking like he had given up on life. Wang Qi put the food on Chen Jirue's desk and said, Xiao Chen, don't be emo, come down and eat first. Chen Jirue said with a touch of sadness, I can't eat. What a pity. Wang Qi sighed and said to him, you just failed in your crush, it's not like you got dumped or broke up, so there's no need to be sad. Chen Jirue listened to Wang Qi's words and didn't know how to argue with him for a while. Guliolu. The atmosphere was awkward, and Chen Jirue's stomach unhelpfully started rumbling, which made Chen Jirue feel even more embarrassed. If you don't want to get out of bed to eat, I'll put the food on the bed for you. Later, if you want to eat, you can set up a bed table and just sit on the bed to eat. Wang Qi didn't think it was a big deal. He picked up the fried rice from the table, put it on his bed, and handed Chen Jirue the bed table together. Chen Jirue, who had not eaten a bite since last night, was already famished. His mind was clouded with hunger. At the moment, he smelled the pot of steaming, oil-scented fried rice, and could not care less. He sat up in bed and lifted the lid, devouring the rice with big mouthfuls. While eating, he cried, crying out that he still wanted to talk to Wang Qi. Brother Wang, thank you. How much is the fried rice? I'll send it to you later. No need, Wang Qi waved his hand and said nonchalantly, it's just fried rice, I'll treat you. Kong Lu, where's Chubby? I asked him to play games with me today, but he ignored me. Zhou Xiaonan swung her legs, ate her rice, and asked Kong Lu, what's wrong with him? Him. Kong Lu thought for a moment and said, he's probably secretly wiping away tears in his dorm room right now. Zhou Xiaonan paid no attention to Gu Chenxi, who was sitting next to Kong Lu, and leaned over to ask, what's wrong? Has he failed at flirting? Ha? Kong Lu snorted, frowned slightly, and asked, how do you know that Chen went flirting? He told me while playing games. Zhou Xiaonan looked like he knew everything, and said, we play games together every day, and he tells me everything. Kong Lu didn't find it strange when he heard this. Chen Jirue was not the calculating type. He would answer everything people asked him. If it was a girl asking, he would be even more tongue-tied and would definitely tell her everything when she asked. Such a simple child could argue with a girl on the street last night, which shows how angry he was at that time. Kong Lu nodded and said, well, as you said, he failed at flirting. That's too bad, Zhou Xiaonan said with a smile, I told him not to flirt, but he wouldn't believe me. Kong Lu asked in return, how do you know he'll fail at flirting? Of course he'll fail. Zhou Xiaonan leaned closer to Kong Lu again and whispered, you don't even know that when that girl played games with us, her voice was so annoying that it made me sick. Just by listening to her voice, I knew she was no good. Only a fool like Chen Jirue would be lost to her brother nonsense. Kong Lu listened to Zhou Xiaonan's analysis and asked in return, if you knew all this, why didn't you stop him? I did, but I couldn't stop him. Zhou Xiaonan shrugged and said, and you are largely responsible for him going to the noodle shop. What do you mean, I'm responsible? Kong Lu pointed at his own face and asked, why is this about me? Of course it's about you. Zhou Xiaonan put her hands on her hips and said, Chen Xiaopang said that you encouraged him to have confidence, and that's what gave him the courage to go to the noodle shop. This, I clearly did, What do you mean you did? Did you tell him to have confidence in himself? Kong Lu felt like crying but had no tears as he listened to Zhou Xiaonan. His purpose in telling Chen Jirue to have confidence was clearly to encourage him to be more confident in Wu Zhou Xiaonan, but how did it turn into encouraging him to go online and meet someone? Kong Lu cried out in his heart, I'm being wronged. Knowing that Chen Jirue went to meet Zhou Xiaonan because of his encouragement, Kong Lu felt both wronged and somewhat guilty. Gu Chenxi watched as Kong Lu and Zhou Xiaonan got more and more excited about their conversation, their faces almost touching together. Her heart was sour, and she couldn't bear it, so she directly snapped Kong Lu's head back and said, if you want to chat, just chat, why get so close to Xiaonan? Zhou Xiaonan looked at Gu Chenxi's appearance and thought to herself, hey, Sister Chenxi is actually jealous. She must really like Kong Lu a lot to be jealous just because he and I got close and had a few words. What Zhou Xiaonan didn't know was that Gu Chenxi was not only jealous of her, Zhou Xiaonan, but also of her own younger sister. It's just that, we got carried away in the conversation. Kong Lu also sensed the strong smell of jealousy in the air and immediately reacted, realizing that she had been neglecting Gu Chenxi a bit. The best solution at a time like this is to let Gu Chenxi join in and gossip together. Gu Chenxi was also full of surprise after hearing what the two had said. Really? Chen Jirue is that miserable? Yes. Looking at the three people chatting about gossip, Lin Ji, who had accompanied Du Hongyuan to buy things, immediately joined in as well. When Du Hongyuan and Kong Lu arrived at the third canteen, they found that Shen Xia was not having lunch with her roommate. Upon asking, they learned that Shen Xia was not feeling well and had not come to the canteen. So, Du Hongyuan begged Lin Ji to take him to buy some of Shen Xia's favorite foods, which he would bring back to the dormitory for her later. Well, the two of them have just returned. End of chapter. Chapter 118, Fried Dough Cake. Lin Ji sat down next to Zhou Xiaonan and asked, what are you guys talking about? Zhou Xiaonan immediately greeted Lin Ji, come on, let's chat together. Poor Chen Jirue, failing to impress her was sad enough, but now they were gossiping about him, it was even worse. Kong Lu looked at the pile of food that Du Hongyuan was carrying and said, why did you buy so much? This is more than one person's portion, isn't it? Lin Ji listened to the gossip while talking to Kong Lu. He bought all the food that Xiaoxia likes to eat, and I couldn't stop him. Du Hongyuan smiled embarrassedly and said, isn't this just a way to make it easier for her to choose by buying more? Zhou Xiaonan, who was chatting about gossip, looked at the food in Du Hongyuan's hands and seemed to have thought of something. She turned to Kong Lu and said, does Chen Xiaopang like anything in the third canteen in particular? Kong Lu thought for a moment and said, he likes the puff pastry with beef filling on the second floor of the third canteen. After saying that, Kong Lu looked at Zhou Xiaonan and asked, "Why are you asking this?" "Nothing." Zhou Xiaonan said, stood up and said, "Wait for me a moment." Then she ran off without a trace. After a while, Zhou Xiaonan came back with 2 butter cakes in her hands. She gave the cakes to Kong Lu and said, "You take them to Qin Xiaopeng for me." "Wow!" Du Hongyuan, who was standing nearby, screamed, "You're actually being so nice to Chen, you're not falling for him, are you? Is there nothing in your walnut-sized brain except love and romance?" Zhou Xiaonan is small and short, with a short temper, and she can scold people in a very articulate way. Her words silenced Du Hongyuan. Zhou Xiaonan explained, "Chen Xiaopeng is my gaming partner. We call this friendship. What's wrong with me caring about my friend?" Okay, caring about friends is of course a good thing." Kong Lu laughed and acted as a peacemaker. He took the 2 beef-filled puff pastries and said, "Then I'll thank you for Chen here." Zhou Xiaonan waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. Tell him, big man, don't cry and whine every day, be a man, and hurry up and go online to play games with me." "Okay." Kong Lu pursed his lips and gave a meaningful smile. Lin Ji also gave a meaningful smile. Kong Lu was going for a walk with Gu Chenxi after dinner, so the difficult task of bringing the butter cakes to Chen Jirui fell to Du Hongyuan. The food that Du Hongyuan had bought for Xinxia was carried back to the dormitory by Lin Ji and Zhou Xiaonan. Lin Ji gently patted the edge of Xinxia's bed and said, "Xiaxia, get up for lunch." Xinxia lay on the bed, weakly saying, "My stomach hurts, I have no appetite." Lin Ji smiled and said, "Look at the delicious food for lunch today, you must have an appetite." "Ha?" Xinxia heard this and looked up. Seeing the 2 of them carrying lunchboxes in their hands, Xinxia asked in surprise, "You haven't eaten either?" Lin Ji shook her head and said, "We've already eaten, we bought all this for you." "Ha?" Xinxia opened her mouth wide in surprise and asked, "I'm having my period, not a pig craving, why did you buy me so much food?" "We didn't buy it," Zhou Xiaonan said bluntly, "it was your suitor who bought it for you." Xinxia asked, "Du Hongyuan?" "MHM," the 2 nodded in response. Xinxia was seen putting on her jacket and slowly climbing out of bed. "Why did you get up?" "To eat." "Didn't you say you had no appetite?" "I have to eat something, don't think about it too much. I'm afraid of wasting it." In the men's dormitory, Du Hongyuan brought Chen Jirui the pastry that Zhou Xiaonan had bought him. Du Hongyuan said, "Chen, don't cry, do you want to eat the pastry?" "I don't want to eat, I have no appetite." Wang Qi, who was talking to his girlfriend on the phone, took off his headphones and asked, "Why are you scolding Chen?" "No, it's really a fried pastry with beef filling." Du Hongyuan held up the fried pastry in his hand and said, "Zhou Xiaonan gave it to Chen." "Who?" Wang Qi wasn't there the last time they went out, so he didn't know Zhou Xiaonan and was also confused when he heard the name. Du Hongyuan explained, "Zhou Xiaonan, the roommate of the beautiful girl Gu, from the 3rd class of international trade next door." "Who?" Chen Jirui, who had been lying on the bed, suddenly sat up in surprise, as if he didn't believe his ears, and said, "You mean, this was given to me by Zhou Xiaonan?" "Yes," Du Hongyuan nodded. Chen Jirui, who had not even gotten out of bed for the fried rice, suddenly got dressed and climbed out of bed. Du Hongyuan looked at him in this posture and teased, "Didn't you say you didn't have an appetite?" "Well, I have to eat something." Wang Qi added, "Didn't you just eat fried rice?" "But I bought it. I can't waste it." After leaving the cafeteria, Kong Lu and Gu Chenxi strolled slowly around the university. It was winter, but the midday sun was still warm. The sun shone on Gu Chenxi, and Kong Lu felt that she was radiant with gold. In Gu Chenxi's eyes, Kong Lu was also shining. Since Kong Lu and Gu Chenxi have been together, he has also begun to pay attention to his appearance. Although his clothes are still cheap, his style has improved and he is naturally more attractive. If only Kong Lu had paid attention to his appearance earlier, he would have had a seat among the top students at Jiaoda University. Handsome men and beautiful women walking hand in hand on campus looked like they had stepped out of an idol drama. Many people passing by couldn't help but stop and turn around, and eventually watched the 2 of them grow further and further apart. Since Gu Chenxi started dating, her popularity at school not only didn't decrease, but she became even more of a focus of attention. Many people commented under the school wall, "Before Gu Chenxi started dating, all the men in the world were her enemies, but now I only have one rival, Kong Lu." Naturally, Kong Lu has also become a focus of attention. Whenever they go out together, they are secretly photographed, just like a celebrity couple in the entertainment industry. Kong Lu looks behind him at all the stairs and says to Gu Chenxi, it's quite stressful hanging out on campus with you. Gu Chensi holds her head high and says confidently, there's nothing I can do about it, it's just that I'm so charismatic. Puff, Kong Lu can't help but laugh. Gu Chensi squeezed Kong Lu's hand and said, what are you laughing at? Kong Lu whispered in her ear, I used to think you were quite aloof, but I didn't expect you to be so funny. Gu Chensi shook her head and said, aloofness is for people you don't like, why would you be aloof towards someone you like? Kong Lu smiled and said, in that case, I'm quite honored. Gu Chensi crossed her arms, held her head high, and said proudly, you are blessed to be liked by me. Hiss. Kong Lu sucked in a cold breath. He vaguely remembered that the last time Gu Chensi said the words you are blessed, he almost froze. Kong Lu patted Gu Chensi's head and said, good, let's never say the words you are blessed again. Why? I'm scared to death. Gu Chensi suddenly remembered that she had also said this when she had previously delivered chicken soup to Kong Lu, and her little face instantly turned red. Seeing Kong Lu make the school flower blush and look coy with just a few words, everyone around them who had stopped to watch was dumbfounded. The cold and aloof school flower has blushed. So cute. The end of this chapter. Chapter 119, Afternoon Snuggles. It's almost 1 o'clock, aren't you going back to the dormitory to take a nap? I have classes in the afternoon, so I'm not going back to sleep. It's winter, and if I take off my clothes and lie on the bed, I won't want to get up once I cover up with the warm quilt. Are you going back to the dormitory? Kong Lu looked at Gu Chensi and said, no, I'll stay with you. Gu Chensi responded lightly, her expression calm, but her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. The two sat down in a small pavilion by the lake. It was the warmest time of the day, and the winter sun, when it shone on the body, always carried a lazy energy that made people drowsy. Ha! Gu Chensi yawned, and a drop of crystal clear water immediately appeared in the corner of her eye. Gu Chensi has the habit of taking naps, something Kong Lu knew when they were online dating. She narrowed her eyes, took a look at Kong Lu, then gave him a finger-wagging look and said, sit over here. Ha! The two were already sitting very close together, with only the space of an arm in between, and they were about to stick together if they moved any closer, but Gu Chensi still wanted him to come closer. Hurry up. Okay. Kong Lu shifted her buttocks and leaned against Gu Chensi. Gu Chensi grabbed Kong Lu's arm and placed it on her shoulder, then she rested her head on Kong Lu's chest and closed her eyes. Kong Lu was slightly startled, looking at Gu Chensi leaning on his chest, and couldn't help but feel his heart racing. Gu Chensi's ear was pressed against Kong Lu's chest, and she could hear the teenager's rapid heartbeat. She didn't open her eyes, but the image of Kong Lu blushing already appeared in her head. The two's thighs were pressed together, and although it was winter and they were wearing thick clothes, Gu Chensi could still feel his body temperature rising. Thinking of his shy appearance and those pretty lips, she suddenly raised a sly smile. Gu Chensi said lazily, I'll sleep for a while, remember to wake me up. Okay, Kong Lu softly responded. The low-frequency sound from his chest felt a little different from his usual speaking voice, and Gu Chensi felt extra at ease listening to it. Counting Kong Lu's heartbeat, Gu Chensi fell asleep soundly. Kong Lu didn't know what expression Gu Chensi was wearing when she said this to him, because from his perspective, he could only see the back of her head, not her face. But the more he thought about it, the faster his heart beat. This sense of the unknown and mystery made him daydream. His palm rested lightly on Gu Chensi's shoulder, and he closed his eyes too. Before long, his head drooped too, and he leaned against Gu Chensi and fell asleep. It was a peaceful afternoon, and the campus was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. The temperature was just right, and the sun outlined the golden edges of this beautiful scene, like a landscape painting by a great artist. Everything was fixed in this moment of beauty. I don't know how long it was, but the bustling footsteps woke up Gu Chensi. She slowly opened her eyes, and the sunlight was a little blinding. She felt something pressing on her head, and the moment she raised her head lost its fulcrum and hung down directly, and the tip of her nose touched the tip of Gu Chensi's nose. The two faces were pressed very, very close together, and Gu Chensi's eyes widened, and her breathing became careful, as if she was afraid that if she breathed too loudly, she would wake Kong Lu up. Although the two of them usually held hands, kissed, and hugged a lot, Gu Chensi had never really observed Kong Lu up close like this before. Most of the time when they kissed, they kept their eyes closed. Gu Chensi reached up and lifted Kong Lu's chin, then sat up straight and looked at Kong Lu, who was still asleep. She pinched Kong Lu's cheeks with her hands, and Kong Lu's mouth pouted from the pinch. When she let go of his cheeks, his mouth fell flat. Gu Chensi thought it was funny and pinched him again, causing Kong Lu's mouth to pout up. At the moment, Gu Chensi no longer looked like a cold goddess, but rather like a mischievous little sister from next door, teasing the young man next door, her childhood friend. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were wide open, taking a close look at Kong Lu's face, and the love in her eyes was simply undeniable. She planned to take a photo of Kong Lu's sleeping face, because she remembered that Kong Lu had secretly taken a photo of her in the library before. She reached for her phone when she suddenly heard a voice say, "Had enough fun?" Ah! Kong Lu, with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke, which scared Gu Chenxi. She stood up, took a half step back, and almost fell to the ground. It was only because Kong Lu grabbed her arm that she didn't fall on her butt. Gu Chenxi, who had been dragged back into Kong Lu's arms, looked like a panicked little rabbit. She hung her ears down and nervously asked, "When did you wake up?" "Guess." Kong Lu smiled and tapped Gu Chenxi's forehead. "You pinched my mouth so hard, how could I not wake up?" Kong Lu pushed Gu Chenxi onto the bench, then stood up, shaking his arm, which had gone numb from being pressed by Gu Chenxi's head, and rubbing his sore neck. The sleeping position just now made him feel like he had a crick in his neck, but fortunately it wasn't for long and wasn't very serious. Gu Chenxi leaned over and asked, "Did I pinch you?" "Yes," Kong Lu said, rubbing his neck. "So how are you going to compensate me?" Gu Chenxi asked stupidly, "How do you want me to compensate you?" "Come here." Kong Lu imitated the action of Gu Chenxi's pinky promise half an hour ago. "Ha!" Gu Chenxi had just moved closer when Kong Lu embraced him, and he lightly kissed Gu Chenxi's red lips. Although he had already guessed that Kong Lu was going to kiss him, when he actually did, Gu Chenxi's heart skipped a beat. Click, click. It was just about time for afternoon classes, and there were a lot of people on the road. The scene of the two of them kissing in the small pavilion by the lake was seen by many classmates, and some even took out their phones to take pictures. Kong Lu also realized something was wrong after he was done kissing. Looking at the pairs of wide-eyed people outside the pavilion, the two blushed like a monkey's bottom and fled from the scene. Du Hongyuan looked at Kong Lu and Gu Chenxi, who had run into the classroom, and said, "Wow, you and Gu Shanghuo went stealing in broad daylight? Why are you blushing like that?" Kong Lu pretended to be calm, glared at him, and said, "Shut up. How dare you scold me?" Du Hongyuan held up the textbook he had brought for Kong Lu and said, "Fine, fine, fine. As your father, I even helped you bring your books, and you actually scolded me. You are such an unfilial son, you can forget about the book." Kong Lu reached out and said, "Stop it, give it to me." Humph. Du Hongyuan was still in a bad mood. He snorted and clutched Kong Lu's book tightly, saying, "I won't." Kong Lu said with a dark face in his ear, "Believe it or not, I will tell everyone about the fact that you used Xinxia's selfie as your phone wallpaper." Du Hongyuan immediately deflated upon hearing this, and stuffed the book into Kong Lu's hands, saying with a sincere face, "I was wrong, Godfather, you are my godfather." Kong Lu gave a crooked smile, showing his true colors. The end of this chapter. Chapter 120, The Agile Fat Guy. The afternoon professional class was boring and dull. Du Hongyuan's gaze was fixed entirely on Xinxia. Xinxia was dressed warmly today, and her lips were a little pale from feeling unwell. Whenever Xinxia frowned because of her stomachache, Du Hongyuan would frown along with her. It was quite the same as the sight of an idle drama, where the line "the pain is in your body, but in my heart" is used. Kong Lu asked, "Are you in pain?" Du Hongyuan looked at him and, hiding his feelings, nodded and said, "Yes." Kong Lu looked at his affectionate expression and decided to tease him, so he whispered in his ear, "I heard that giving birth can relieve dysmenorrhea. My suggestion is that you let her get pregnant too, so that your relationship can deepen. Get lost." At first, Du Hongyuan thought that Kong Lu was really imparting his experience, but after hearing the second half of the sentence, he gave him the middle finger directly. Ha ha. Kong Lu laughed a little, and he didn't bother to disturb this stone looking at his wife. He turned his head and looked at Wang Qi, who was drowsy. This kid looked like he had been on the phone with his girlfriend all afternoon and hadn't taken a nap. In a short while, Wang Qi closed his eyes, lowered his head, and fell asleep completely. Kong Lu sighed, "College students are good, they just fall asleep." After Wang Qi fell over, Kong Lu saw Chen Jirue sitting next to him. Chen Jirue hadn't fallen asleep, but at the moment, it was as if he was sitting here as a shell, with his soul nowhere to be found. Looking at his current state, Kong Lu thought that it would take at least another week for him to recover. Seeing that all three roommates had become strange because of love, Kong Lu sighed in his heart, "Love, what a strange spell." Just as he was thinking this, Gu Chenxi suddenly sent him a message. "Gu Chenxi, baby, let's go to a concert." Kitten sticker. Kong Lu, a concert? When? Gu Chenxi, at the end of January, there's a concert by Jia Jia in Licheng. Let's go together. Question, who is the star CSCA? Kong Lu, you're a fan of hers. Gu Chenxi, yes, but the tickets are a bit hard to get. The kitten feels aggrieved. Kong Lu, when do you want to grab the tickets? Gu Chenxi, tomorrow at noon. Kong Lu, I'll grab them with you, we'll definitely get them. Gu Chenxi, yes. Kiss. Kong Lu looked at the message on his phone, gave a small smile, and when he looked up, his gaze happened to meet Gu Chenxi's. She gave Kong Lu a cute wink. Kong Lu pressed the thumbs and forefingers of both hands together to make a gesture. Lin Ji, who was sitting next to Gu Chenxi, silently watched the two interact. She pushed her glasses up her nose, narrowed her eyes, and wore a satisfied smile on her face. It's much more interesting to be in a CP than to be in a relationship yourself. Recently, she has become obsessed with writing novels. In particular, after reading the recent hit male-oriented novel Are You Crazy? The cold and elegant school beauty is a clingy person. She became interested and decided to write a female-oriented romance novel. She has already decided on a title. The thing is, I like him. Her setting is as follows. The male and female protagonists were classmates in high school. The female protagonist is outwardly a cold and aloof academic, but in reality she is a stupid beauty with no common sense. The male protagonist is a bad student, sinister and domineering, with a strong sense of possessiveness. The two have a mutual crush on each other, but neither knows it. Later, they go their separate ways. After graduating from university, the two meet in a new city and become roommates. In the days of a long and steady relationship, they understand each other's intentions and finally get married and have children. This is her first novel, so she has put a lot of thought into it, and she has been cramming writing techniques recently. Whenever she sees the intimate interactions between Gu Chenxi and Kong Lu, and Du Hongyuan's careful pursuit of Xinxia, she gets a lot of inspiration. Lin Ji secretly took a small notebook to write down the ideas for her novel. In the evening, when she returned to the dormitory, she saw Chen Jirue looking listless. Kong Lu directly pulled him up from the bed and said, "Jirue, let's go out." Chen Jirue asked with a sad face, "Where are we going?" "Where are we going?" Kong Lu turned to Wang Qi and handed him this difficult question. Wang Qi turned to Du Hongyuan and asked, "Where are we going?" This difficult task was ultimately thrown onto Du Hongyuan's shoulders. Du Hongyuan was also at a loss. He didn't know where to go at this hour either. Coincidentally, Su Koan sent him a message asking if he was free to play basketball today. Recently, Du Hongyuan has been teaching Su Koan to play basketball. Although he is also a novice, he has to teach him with a stiff upper lip since he has been paid. Du Hongyuan looked at the message sent by Su Koan and immediately said to the three of them, "Let's go play basketball?" Kong Lu didn't care what the activity was, as long as the goal was to get Chen Jirue out for some fresh air, so he immediately said, "Okay, let's play basketball." The four of them went to the basketball court together. With 5 people, they couldn't play 3-on-3, so Chen Jirue quit directly, saying that they should play 2-on-2. Kong Lu couldn't agree to that, so he directly kicked Du Hongyuan out. Du Hongyuan? Su Koan asked Kong Lu, "You can play basketball too?" Kong Lu waved his hand and said modestly, "A little." Su Koan and Wang Qi, Kong Lu and Chen Jirue, the 4-person 2-on-2 basketball match officially began. Although Su Koan was a novice, he had Wang Qi as a partner, and the two worked well together. On Kong Lu's side, Chen Jirue's passes were lifeless, and Kong Lu was about to be exasperated by the kid, but it was not good to scold him. After all, he came out just to keep the kid company. After scoring several goals in a row, Su Koan was bursting with self-confidence and said arrogantly to Kong Lu, "Isn't that awesome, Koan?" Kong Lu stuck out his middle finger and said, "Bullshit." Du Hongyuan was watching the score on the side and was also worried for Kong Lu and the others. Just then, a voice came from behind him, "I didn't think Shen Xiaopeng could play basketball." Du Hongyuan heard the sound and looked back. Outside the basketball court, no one? Zhou Xiaonan yelled angrily, "Look down, you little potato." Du Hongyuan looked down and saw the little potato. Du Hongyuan asked, "Why are you here?" Zhou Xiaonan held a book in one hand and crossed her arms with the other, saying, "I just came from the library and happened to pass by." "Do you have a problem with that?" Du Hongyuan glanced at Chen Jirue on the court and then at Zhou Xiaonan. His eyes twinkled as he said, No, why would I have a problem with it? Hurry up, come in and watch." Zhou Xiaonan accepted Du Hongyuan's invitation and walked onto the basketball court. At that moment, the second half of the game also began. Seeing Chen Jirui's half-alive appearance, Zhou Xiaonan, who was known for his hot temper, directly cursed from the sidelines. Chen Jirui, what kind of crap are you playing? Can you play properly? If you can't, I'll do it for you. Chen Jirui listened to Zhou Xiaonan's scolding, as if his soul had returned to his body, and he suddenly turned his head and looked outside the field. The petite figure of the girl appeared, unbeknownst to Wen. Kong Lu sensed the boy's great emotional swings and added, "You don't want to lose face in front of the girl, do you?" Stimulated, Chen Jirui showed Su Kuan in the second half what it meant to be a nimble fat guy. End of chapter. Chapter 121, Let's go, Chen. After getting Chen Jirui's cooperation, Kong Liuyi was like a godsend. The score was quickly tied in the second half, and they were about to take the lead. On the other hand, Wang Qi's Su Kuan could no longer keep up with the pace in the second half and began to slow things down. No more, you're bullying the new guy. Su Kuan shook his hair and walked directly off the court. In the end, the game ended in a tie. Off the field, Zhou Xiaonan had left at some point, leaving Du Hongyuan alone in his chair. Chen Jirui, who had noticed Zhou Xiaonan's departure, looked deflated, and sat down beside Du Hongyuan with his head hung low. Are you? Du Hongyuan looked at Chen Jirui's dispirited appearance and asked with a smile, in love with Zhou Xiaonan? Ha? Chen Jirui was just thinking about something else and didn't seem to hear Du Hongyuan's words. What did you say? I said, do you like Zhou Xiaonan? Du Hongyuan's voice was loud this time, and Kong Lu and the other two could hear it clearly. Me? Chen Jirui wiped the sweat beads hanging at the corners of his eyes and looked down at his bulging stomach. He smiled bitterly, I'm not worthy. Chen Jirui remembered the words he had been mocked for last night, and tears began to well up uncontrollably in his eyes. They eventually mixed with the sweat and ran down his face together. Only he himself knew whether the tears or sweat were on his face. Kong Lu sat down next to him and patted his back gently. Fat people sweat more easily than thin people, and the double-layered sweater he was wearing had already been soaked through from the football match. Chen Jirui looked up at Kong Lu, and the two of them locked eyes for a moment. Kong Lu said, You said you were going to study at the library, but you gave up after 2 days. You said you wanted to study hard and not fail any more courses, but you only opened your books before the exams. If you can't bear the hardship of self-discipline, you have to suffer the crime of mediocrity. Don't cry, wipe away your tears. Chen Jirui wiped away a tear at these words, but after a few seconds, the tears flowed again. Wang Qi sighed and said, Chen, cheer up. There are far more hardships in life than this. Su Kuan didn't know what was going on, but he said kindly, Yes, you have to be a real man like me. Why aren't you fighting anymore? Outside the court, Zhou Xiaonan walked back carrying a few bottles of mineral water and asked, I went to buy some water, and you were already done. Zhou Xiaonan walked in and looked at Chen Jirui, who was sitting with his head down in the middle of the bench, and at Kong Lu and Du Hongyuan, who were sitting on either side of the bench, as well as Wang Qi and Su Kuan, who were standing. She asked, What's wrong with you guys? Why are you all so down in the dumps? Which team won? Du Hongyuan answered, It's a tie. Okay, Zhou Xiaonan threw the bag of mineral water on the side of the chair and said, I bought water for the 5 of you. She took one out and handed it to Chen Jirui, saying, Remember to go online to play games tonight. Chen Jirui wiped away the tears on his face, looked up with red eyes, took the bottle of mineral water, and nodded, Okay. Then I won't play with you guys anymore, I'm going back to the dormitory. Zhou Xiaonan finished speaking, waved at the group, and left. After Zhou Xiaonan left, Du Hongyuan carried the bag of mineral water and handed out a bottle to each person, saying, This hot-tempered little potato is actually quite nice. Wang Qi unscrewed the cap of his bottle and said, You called her a little potato behind her back, be careful she finds out or you'll get a beating. Du Hongyuan shrugged, with an indifferent attitude, saying, I'll just die denying it. Chen Jirui looked at the bottle of mineral water that Zhou Xiaonan had personally delivered, and instead of opening it, he fell into deep thought. Kong Lu took a sip of his bottle of mineral water and said, After playing sports, mineral water is always sweet. After saying that, he looked at Chen Jirui with a smile on the corner of his mouth and said, Let me point you in 2 directions. Ha? Chen Jirui put down the mineral water in his hand and looked at Kong Lu. Kong Lu held up 2 fingers and said, Either you discipline yourself so that no one has a reason to laugh at you again, or you get used to being laughed at and continue as you were before. Kong Lu grabbed his bottle of mineral water, waved it in front of his eyes, and continued, Just a reminder, choose carefully, make a mistake, and you won't get to drink mineral water. Kong Lu finished speaking, put down the bottle of mineral water, stood up, put his arm around Wang Qi's shoulders, and walked out of the basketball court. Du Hongyuan and Su Kuan followed them out. The lights in the basketball court went out, and Chen Jirui remained sitting where he was. Wang Qi asked, Lao Lu, did your trick work? I don't know. Kong Lu shook his head. The light from his phone was on, and the screen was still stuck in the chat interface. Kong Lu, thanks, sis. Zhou Xiaonan, you're welcome. I wanted to help Chen Xiaopeng too. Yes, Zhou Xiaonan was called by Kong Lu. Originally, everyone thought that Chen Jirui would take at least a week to recover. But with Kong Lu's operation, Chen Jirui turned his grief into strength and made his choice in just one night. New Year's wish, never be called fat again. Early the next morning, Chen Jirui wrote this note and pasted it on the bottle of mineral water that Zhou Xiaonan had given him. Chen Jirui did not open the mineral water bottle. As the saying goes, bitter before sweet, he hoped to taste how sweet it is when he succeeds in losing weight, just as Kong Lu said. Chen Jirui put on his sportswear. He had bought it a long time ago, but had never worn it before. After so long, it was a bit small and a bit tight when he wore it for the first time. Going for a run? Chen Jirui heard the sound and looked back. He didn't know when Kong Lu had sat up in bed. He rubbed his eyes and said, Wait a minute, I'll go with you. In a short while, Kong Lu also changed into a loose-fitting outfit and put on some sports shoes. Chen Jirui said, Kong Gu, how did you know I would go running this morning? Kong Lu gave a small smile and said, Because you, Kong Gu, are a genius of the times, able to predict the future like a god. Before the two of them had even left the dormitory, Du Hongyuan suddenly sat up and said, Good grief, you two are sneaking off, aren't you? Wang Qi also poked his head out of the covers and said, You three are awake, so I won't pretend to be asleep anymore. Du Hongyuan climbed out of bed and said, Today is Chen's first day of dieting, and it's such a memorable morning, so of course I'm going to run with you. Exactly, Wang Qi said as he got dressed. Chen Jirui looked at the two men and then at Kong Lu, and tears flowed down his face once again. He choked as he said, Thank you all, thank you all. Who are you looking down on? Du Hongyuan pointed at Chen Jirui and said, We're all buddies, what's there to be thankful for? Wang Qi added, Exactly. Kong Lu patted Chen Jirui on the shoulder and said, Let's go, Chen. The end of this chapter. Chapter 122, Running Together. Because of Kong Lu, Gu Chenxi recently gave up her habit of night running and switched to morning running. People are lazy creatures, especially in the winter morning. Getting up is a difficult thing, and even fewer people get up and run. No, the large campus is empty, and there are even fewer people on the playground. Those who can insist on morning running naturally have perseverance. Gu Chenxi was wearing a black tracksuit and headphones, running silently on the first track. She didn't know how long she had been running alone when suddenly a boy ran up next to her and kept the same running speed as her. Gu Chenxi didn't seem to want to run side by side with the boy, so she quickened her pace. It seemed intentional. When Gu Chenxi sped up, the boy also sped up and caught up again. This time, the boy even spoke. But Gu Chenxi was wearing headphones and didn't hear clearly what the boy said, only vaguely hearing the word beauty. Gu Chenxi thought that the boy must have seen that she was pretty and running alone on the playground, so he came to chat her up. Without saying a word, she continued to quicken her pace and run forward, trying to overpower the other person with her physical strength. However, the other person was not to be outdone, and also quickened his pace. The two of them chased each other around the track for a lap. Gu Chenxi was finally annoyed. Her face dropped to freezing point, and she took off her headphones. Turning her head slightly in anger, she looked at the annoying guy next to her and said, The playground is so big, and you had to run next to me. Halfway through her sentence, she felt something was wrong. When she saw the boy's face clearly, the anger in her eyes instantly disappeared without a trace, turning into surprise, followed by surprise. The originally cold voice also instantly gained warmth. Why are you here? Kong Lu let out a puff of hot air and said, No wonder she is the cold and aloof school flower, she is really hard to chase. Kong Lu accompanied Chen Jirui to the big playground, and at a glance saw Gu Chenxi, who was running alone and with a downcast expression. He wanted to go over and run with her, but the little girl suddenly quickened her pace. Kong Lu had no choice but to quicken his pace as well. After catching up to Gu Chenxi, he spoke to her for a few words, only to discover that she was wearing headphones and hadn't heard him. So there was a scene of the two of them chasing each other. Kong Lu thought to himself, This little thing, she runs pretty fast. If we keep going like this, it won't work. What if we have a fight in the future and I can't catch up with her? How was I supposed to know it was you? Gu Chenxi wiped the glistening beads of sweat from her cheeks with her handkerchief, saying, If I had known, I wouldn't have run so fast. Why are you running? I'm here to keep Chen company. Kong Lu said, pointing behind him. Gu Chenxi looked back and saw that all of Kong Lu's 3 roommates were on the playground. Wang Qi was not far from the 2 of them. He had good physical fitness and endurance, so he had no problem running. The 2 of them, Du Hongyuan and Chen Jirue, were not doing well. They didn't exercise at all normally, and today they suddenly ran for a while, and half of their lives were about to go out. However, in order to achieve the goal set at the beginning, they still gritted their teeth and persevered. After a glance, Gu Chenxi continued running, but at a much slower pace. She was just tired, and definitely not afraid that Kong Lu couldn't keep up. As she ran, she asked, Chen Jirue, have you come out of the shadow of your failed relationship? Kong Lu jogged at the same pace as her, and replied, well, I've sort of picked myself up. I have to thank Zhou Xiaonan. Gu Chenxi turned his head and looked at Kong Lu, asking, so, you asked me for Xiaonan's WeChat last night just so that she could help you persuade Chen Jirue? Of course. Kong Lu said without hesitation, otherwise, why would I suddenly add Zhou Xiaonan if I had nothing to do? Gu Chenxi said half-jokingly, I thought you wanted to change girlfriends. Tut, tut. Kong Lu said with a smirk, it's really hard to find a girlfriend like you in this world. Gu Chenxi listened to his words and thought he was praising her. Her face turned red and she asked, what about me? Kong Lu, however, replied in a teasing tone, a silly and naive girlfriend like you, I've only found one in my 20 years of life, it's really hard to find. Kong Lu, you want to die? Gu Chenxi said with a hint of coquetry, if you keep calling me stupid, I'm really going to get angry. I was wrong. Kong Lu looked at her, worried, and immediately said, you're mostly witty. What do you mean mostly? Gu Chenxi's nose wrinkled slightly, and she snorted, I'm always witty. The 2 jogged along, chatting and laughing, and before they knew it, they had run 3 laps. Last time, after she finished jogging, she was overjoyed to see Kong Lu waiting for her, thinking to herself that it would be nice if Kong Lu could jog with her. Unexpectedly, her wish came true so soon. Gu Chenxi, accompanied by Kong Lu, always wore a smile while running. Of course, she would prefer to jog with someone than to be alone, and that someone had to be the one she liked, not anyone else. After their run, the 2 stretched by the fence. Gu Chenxi wanted to ask Kong Lu, can you accompany me on my morning run every day from now on? But then she thought, that might be a bit much to ask. After all, not everyone likes running, and not everyone can get up early in the morning to go running in the winter. She only had one boyfriend, and they were still in the honeymoon period, so she didn't want to scare Kong Lu away. After thinking about it, in the end, Gu Chenxi still didn't say it. Kong Lu slapped his sore calf muscles and asked, do you get up early every morning to run? Gu Chenxi said, resting her long legs on the railing and stretching, I used to run at night, but now I don't have time at night, so I run in the morning. I've been running from 6:20 to 6:50 lately. After listening to Kong Lu, he thought for a while and said, in the future, I'll run with you. Ah! This remark hit the nail on the head of Gu Chenxi's little calculation. She asked in surprise and delight, every day? What silly talk! Kong Lu lightly patted Gu Chenxi's forehead and said, of course it's every day. Gu Chenxi raised her hands high in the air and cheered, yes. I love you the most. Kong Lu's 3 roommates ran back after their run and saw the scene, and they were also dumbfounded. The 3 of them knew that Gu Chenxi was famously aloof and cold, and although after talking to their best friend, they realized that the aloof goddess wasn't that cold anymore, this was the first time they had seen her in such a womanly manner. How did the legendary aloof goddess turn into a spoiled little girl? It's hard to not have a girlfriend, but it's even more heartbreaking when your buddy talks about a beautiful woman with 2 faces. End of chapter. Chapter 123, Love in the Details. Du Hanyuan was holding onto the railing, breathing heavily and looking utterly disheveled. He was in the same sorry state as Chen Jirue, who had started panting after just 3 laps, but had still managed to complete the whole thing. Although his pace was more or less the same as walking, he should be encouraged for persevering to the end. Du Hanyuan panted and said in between breaths, how can you 2 run so fast? Wang Qi adjusted his breathing while stretching, saying, it's not that they run fast, it's that we're so lame. Kong Lu walked over to Du Hanyuan and whispered in his ear, if you have such poor physical fitness, your future partner won't be happy. Go to hell. Du Hanyuan retorted with a red face, young master, I have incredible stamina. Back then, when I was fighting 3 opponents at once in the alleys of Xinsuan, you were nowhere to be seen. Little Du, Kong Lu patted his shoulder and said, a hero doesn't talk about his past exploits. You still need to practice. Stimulated by Kong Lu's words, Du Hanyuan looked up and said, who are you looking down on? I'll come running every morning from now on, and I'll crush you in less than 2 days. Kong Lu smiled and said, "Okay, I'll be waiting." Du Hanyuan turned to Chen Jiruwei and said, "Xiao Chen, I'll accompany you on your morning runs from now on." Chen Jiruwei's flushed face said, "Okay, we'll supervise each other." The two men immediately gave each other a high five and made a few strange hand gestures, as if they had signed some kind of binding contract. Gu Chenxi couldn't understand this strange and childish behavior between boys, but seeing Chen Jiruwei's out-of-breath appearance, she kindly reminded him, "Chen Jiruwei, your weight base is too high, you can't run for a long time, it will hurt your waist and knees." "Ha?" Chen Jiruwei was stunned by Gu Chenxi's cold words. Then what should I do? I can't not lose weight, can I?" Perhaps it was because Gu Chenxi's aura was so strong, or perhaps Chen Jiruwei was not very good at communicating with girls like Gu Chenxi, so when he spoke, he stuttered a bit. Kong Lu looked at Chen Jiruwei stammering and then at Gu Chenxi, thinking, is my girlfriend's aura really that strong? I don't feel it. Due to Gu Chenxi's discriminatory treatment, Kong Lu had almost forgotten what it felt like to be deadly stared at by Gu Chenxi with her cold, dead eyes. Gu Chenxi replied to Chen Jiruwei, "Losing weight for a fat person depends on 3 parts, practice, and 7 parts, keeping your mouth shut." For diet, you can find videos of fat loss meals online. For exercise, I suggest you do aerobic running twice a week for half an hour each time, do anaerobic exercise for the remaining 4 days, and rest for 1 day. If you have the means, you can go to the school gym and get a quarterly card. Chen Jiruwei nodded repeatedly, saying, Okay, thank you, Miss Gu." "Don't be so formal," Kong Lu said with a laugh, patting Chen Jiruwei on the head and adding, "Call me sister-in-law." Chen Jiruwei immediately corrected himself, saying, "Thank you, sister-in-law." "You're welcome." Gu Chenxi responded with a normal expression on her face, secretly delighted. She whispered in Kong Lu's ear, "I'm not even your wife yet, how can they let them call me sister-in-law?" Kong Lu took Gu Chenxi's hand and said with a smile, "It's just a matter of time." "Shay." Gu Chenxi snorted, expressionless, and lowered her head. In fact, her heart had been pounding wildly for a few beats before calming down. "I'm going to have breakfast with my girlfriend, so I won't be able to keep you company." Kong Lu left his sentence and took Gu Chenxi away from the scene. There were 4 of them when they arrived, but only 3 of them were left when they returned. Faced with Kong Lu, a traitor who forgot his friends for the sake of a pretty face, the 3 of them raised their middle fingers. On the way to the 3rd cafeteria, Kong Lu asked Gu Chenxi, "How come you know so much about dieting?" Gu Chenxi shook his head and said, "I don't know much about dieting. I mainly exercise a lot. After a long time, I naturally know some common sense." "Okay," Kong Lu nodded. Gu Chenxi narrowed his eyes and glanced at Kong Lu and said, "Kong Daxiao also has a pretty good figure. He must have been secretly exercising a lot, right?" "Me?" Kong Lu pointed at his face and said with a wry smile, "No, when I lived at home before, I would exercise at the gym at home, but after I went to college and lived in the dorms, I rarely exercised." Gu Chenxi heard this and put her arms around Kong Lu's neck, saying, "It's okay, in the future you can exercise with your sister and get a good body." Okay, Kong Lu agreed, "I'll hang out with you in the future." Because of the height difference, Gu Chenxi needs to tiptoe slightly to put her arms around Kong Lu's neck, and Kong Lu will deliberately bend over at these times. Although this makes walking a bit difficult, it means that Gu Chenxi doesn't have to stand on tiptoe when she wraps her arms around Kong Lu's neck. He also gently supports her waist with his hand to prevent her from falling over if she loses her balance. This scene happens to be seen by Bai Shuizhou, who is rushing to the office early in the morning. He smiles and says to himself, "The love hidden in the details is always so enviable." Before 7:30, the canteen is always quiet, and even the quiet breakfast vendor is starting to yawn. When he sees Kong Lu and Gu Chenxi walking in, the vendor's tired gaze suddenly brightens, and he greets them enthusiastically, "What would you like to eat, my students? Come and have a look." Kong Lu buys some buns and 2 sticks of fried dough, and then takes Gu Chenxi to the next window to buy 2 bowls of ravioli. The 2 of them find a corner seat by the window. Gu Chenxi looked out the window at the greenery and breathed in the slightly humid morning air. Her mouth curved up slightly. It was obvious that she was enjoying the tranquility of the morning, because in half an hour, the canteen would be abuzz with noise. The noise will continue until 10:30 p.m., which is when the 3rd canteen closes. The 1st canteen closes even earlier, at 7:30 p.m., because it doesn't sell late-night snacks. Before long, Kong Lu arrived at the table with 2 small wonton dishes. "Thanks," Gu Chenxi said, taking out a paper towel to wipe the 2 sets of dishes, before handing one to Kong Lu. Usually, when she wakes up early to have breakfast, Gu Chenxi comes to the canteen alone. She carried the tray, ate breakfast alone, left after finishing, and it was as if she had always been alone, never changing. Even the taste of the little ravioli had never changed. But today, suddenly, she was accompanied by Kong Lu, who bought her breakfast and carried her bowl for her. This feeling was very special. She felt wonderful, and suddenly the little ravioli in her bowl tasted even better. Kong Lu also felt very good as he looked at Gu Chenxi's pleasing face as she ate. It had been a long time since he had gone to university, and he could count on one hand the number of times he had eaten breakfast. Today's breakfast was especially delicious. With a beautiful woman by his side, breakfast looked even more appetizing. Kong Lu used a spoon to scoop up a steaming wonton and shoved it into his mouth. Ah, ha! The next second, he screamed in pain from the heat. Gu Chenxi looked at his comical appearance, as if she were looking at a cute little animal, her eyes full of affection. Puff! She covered her mouth and laughed lightly, scolding, "Stupid, eat slowly." The breakfast vendor looked at the two of them in the distance through the small food pickup hole and couldn't help but sigh, "It's really nice to be young." End of chapter. Chapter 124, Grabbing the Tickets. Today is an early class at 8 o'clock. The three brothers from dormitory 215, who usually enter the classroom at the same time, arrived at the classroom first today. They chose a seat in the back corner. Du Hongyuan lay in the corner and said to Wang Qi next to him, "It's good to come early, you can pick any seat." Wang Qi agreed, "Yes, and after the morning run, I feel fresh now." "I feel the same." Chen Jirue nodded and said to the two of them, "I feel better after sweating." After accompanying Gu Chenxi to finish breakfast, Kong Lu went back to the dormitory to change clothes. Du Hongyuan and the others went to occupy the seats first, so Kong Lu was in no hurry. After changing his clothes, he walked slowly towards the teaching building. By the time he arrived at the classroom, quite a few people had already arrived. He went to the last row and sat next to Chen Jirue. Gu Chenxi and Xin Xia were sitting 2 rows in front of the 4 of them, and Lin Ji was sitting in the middle, chatting with another girl with glasses. The morning classes were a torture. Wang Qi, who had said he was refreshed the previous second, didn't stay up for long. The second one to fall over was Du Hongyuan. The kid was sleeping soundly, and judging by the smile at the corner of his mouth, he must have been having a sweet dream. Chen Jirue was the only one who managed to stay awake. He really wanted to make a change, and not be like before, when he would lose interest after just a short while. Losing weight was a change, and so was studying hard. When he really couldn't stand it anymore, Chen Jirue would pinch his thigh with his hand, but he didn't dare to pinch it hard, so he asked Kong Lu to pinch him instead. Kong Lu looked at him with a determined gaze, nodded firmly, and then pinched him more than 10 times during the class, so that he couldn't sleep from the pain. He was dazed in the first class, gradually improved in the second class, and in the last 2 classes, Chen Jirue was fully focused. Kong Lu looked at his current state and gave a relieved smile, thinking to himself, "Jirue, you really have changed." The class ended at 11:30 a.m. Du Hongyuan and Wang Qi finally woke up. They looked like starving ghosts reborn, got up and ran straight to the canteen. Chen Jirue packed his things and thanked Kong Lu, saying, "Kong, thank you for supervising me this morning. I feel that I've had a very fulfilling morning. It's not a big deal to persevere for an entire morning. It's only a victory if you keep going." Kong Lu patted him on the shoulder and said, "I'm going to go eat with my girlfriend. Bye." "Okay." Gu Chenxi was waiting for him at the classroom door, and Xin Xia was standing next to him. Xin Xia was in a much better mood today, chatting with Gu Chenxi and laughing. They didn't know what they were talking about, and the two of them stopped chatting after Kong Lu walked out. Kong Lu took the initiative to reach out and picked up the bag in Gu Chenxi's hand, and then stuffed his textbooks into her bag as well. After starting a relationship with Gu Chenxi, he had gradually become accustomed to carrying her bag when they went out. Xin Xia glanced at Kong Lu, nodded, and gave him a look, as if to say, "The young man is quite perceptive." Gu Chenxi glanced at the starry sky watch and looked up at Kong Lu and said, "Don't forget about the concert ticket thing later." "Don't worry, I remember." Kong Lu shook his phone. He downloaded the ticket grabbing app last night, and the two people's identity information was also recorded, just waiting for the ticket grab to officially start. Xin Xia said to Gu Chenxi with some envy, "That's great, you even have a boyfriend to help you grab concert tickets." Kong Lu laughed and teased, "You can also ask Xiao Du to help you grab tickets." Xin Xia hurriedly said, "Don't be ridiculous, there's nothing between us, our relationship is pure." Kong Lu nodded and repeated, "Pure. What's that strange look in your eyes?" Kong Lu waved his hand, "No, nothing." Shenxia rolled her eyes and said, "Don't think too much about it. I'm not a fan of Xia, and I don't want to go to the concert. I just simply envy you two a little." The three of them went to the canteen to buy lunch together. Kong Lu had beef brisket in a clay pot with rice, and Gu Chenxi had the same as Kong Lu. Shenxia had a lighter meal and bought a serving of ravioli and 2 meat pies. After buying their food, the three of them found an empty seat and sat down, but instead of eating, they all looked down at their phones. Kong Lu and Gu Chenxi were trying to get tickets for a concert, while Shenxia was trying to help Gu Chenxi get tickets. The more people there were, the better the chances. The three of them watched the final half-minute countdown, and their hearts began to race along with it. Not just the three of them, but it seemed that many people in the cafeteria were waiting to grab the tickets. Kong Lu watched the final 10-second countdown, and his fingers kept refreshing the ticket-grabbing interface. 3, 2, 1. Gu Chenxi was the first to click into the ticket-buying system, but the network got stuck and it stopped at the payment interface and couldn't move. Shenxia couldn't get in directly. Kong Lu got stuck for a moment too, but he wasn't very panicked. He thought about it. If he couldn't get the ticket, he would find another way to get it. It didn't matter if he couldn't get the ticket, it wasn't a big deal. If the other party had the idea of coming to Shanghai to hold a concert in the future, his company would get the right to host it, and they could choose the location. Kong Lu was thinking about what to do if he couldn't get the ticket, when suddenly a payment interface popped up on his phone, and he tried to make a payment. Ding! The next second, the payment successful tone sounded. Did I get it? Kong Lu held up his phone in shock. Shenxia widened her eyes, looked at Kong Lu's phone screen, and said, "I haven't even entered yet, and you already got it? Really? You got it?" Gu Chenxi looked up and looked at Kong Lu's phone. "Congratulations on getting the ticket. Inside field ticket 2. Amount, 3. Ah." Gu Chenxi screamed, then cheered, "I really got it." She hugged Kong Lu and kissed him on the cheek, saying, "I love you, baby." Shenxia was caught off guard by this unexpected display of affection, and she looked down at her phone, which had been stuck in the process of grabbing the tickets, and thought to herself, "Damn it. I shouldn't have helped this woman grab the tickets." Kong Lu, the person being kissed, was also aghast. He didn't expect Gu Chenxi to suddenly kiss him in public without warning. However, most of the people in the third canteen were girls, and many of them were scrambling for tickets, so no one paid much attention to them. If this had happened in the first canteen, the boys would have been heartbroken and crying. Not only did Kong Lu get a ticket, but 3 or 4 other people in the third canteen also got tickets and were cheering as well. Those who didn't get a ticket, hearing the cheers, ran directly to ask if they would sell their tickets, but no one found Gu Chenxi. Gu Chenxi asked Kong Lu to send her a screenshot of the ticket grab, and then posted a beautiful circle of friends. "Who got the ticket? It turned out to be my boyfriend. Picture." The first comment was by Shenxia, "Wow, happy again, sis." Then Linji, okay, I know, I'm a little jealous of you too." Zhou Xiaonan, "Show off again and I'll tear up your ticket." Gnashing of teeth. End of chapter. Chapter 125, The Studious Trio. It's almost the end of the semester, and in other classes, the class schedule gets lighter and lighter as we approach exam week, but in Kong Lu's class, it's the exact opposite. Usually, there are only a few classes a week, but as we approach exam week, the classes get more and more, to the point where your scalp goes numb. After the morning classes were over, when he looked at the afternoon schedule, he saw that it was full of classes again. Du Hongyuan slumped on the bed after looking at the schedule, his face full of despair, and said, "It's full of classes again, what a miserable life. I don't want to go to class, can someone save me?" Kong Lu was sending emoticons to Gu Chenxi while saying to Du Hongyuan, "You fall asleep as soon as you enter the classroom, and I don't see you studying. You complain about how miserable you are every day, but what are you miserable about?" "Brother Kong, you don't understand," Chen Jirue explained, "if you don't study, sitting in the classroom is a kind of suffering." Yes, Wang Qi agreed, sitting in the classroom playing with your phone is a kind of suffering. Then you should at least study a little. Kong Lu listened to the three complain, and lectured, "It's almost exam week, if you don't study a little more, you'll fail your exams and just wait to get beaten up when you go home." "You think I don't want to study?" Du Hanyuan looked up at Kong Lu and said, "The general course sounds like a book from heaven, and linear algebra and calculus are even more life-threatening. I haven't even handed in my assignment for brand management, and I'm supposed to present the results tomorrow." "Stop it, master, stop it, I have a headache," Wang Qi said with a painful expression as he hugged his head. Whenever you talk about this, my head almost explodes. Chen Jirue sighed and said, it was hard to make up my mind to study hard, but after hearing what you guys said, I don't even want to study anymore. Kong Lu sat up in bed. There aren't many classes this semester, and the way you three are acting, it seems like you haven't studied at all. Wang Qi said, back when I was in high school, I could memorize half a book a day, but after I went to university, I stopped reading and my memory got worse and worse. Don't say it, don't you dare say it. Du Hanyuan also sat up in bed and said, when I started university in the first year, I brought 3 pens to school. More than a year has passed, and I haven't used any of them, I've lost them all. I feel that my memory has also gotten a lot worse. Chen Jirue said with tears in his eyes, stop it, I spent the whole first year playing games, and I've long forgotten everything I learned in high school. After the 3 of them had exchanged information about their conditions, they turned to Kong Lu. Kong Lu has always been very self-disciplined. Since the beginning of his freshman year, he has never missed a class, and he is also the only one of the 4 who listens carefully in class. The 3 of them basically rely on Kong Lu to barely pass their usual assignments, and their exams are even more of a mess. If it weren't for Kong Lu, they would all fail 3 subjects. What's more important is that this kid has also talked to a goddess-level school flower girlfriend this semester. She's also a rich woman. Apart from envy, the 3 of them are left with nothing but jealousy. As Chen Jirue said, Kong Lu's perfect campus life is just missing a godly system, and he is directly the template for the male protagonist of a cool novel. Kong Lu gave a crooked smile and said, system? Do I need it? No. What are you looking at? Kong Lu looked at the strange looks on the 3 guys' faces and subconsciously wrapped himself up in the quilt. The 3 guys looked at each other, looked at each other, looked at each other, and then quickly got up from the bed and scrambled to get under Kong Lu's bed. Wang Qi spoke first, Lao Lu, help me review, I don't want to fail the final. Du Hanyuan pushed Wang Qi away and said, I was here first, don't fight with me, Lao Lu, you teach me first. Chen Jirue climbed directly onto Kong Lu's bed and said, Konggu, I really want to study, you teach me first. Get out of the way, I was here first. You kid, get down, don't fight with me. Is there anything wrong with me wanting to study? Kong Lu also didn't expect that these 3 guys would one day fight over wanting to study hard. Okay, stop fighting. Kong Lu stopped the noisy trio and said, want to study hard? The 3 of them nodded like little chickens pecking at rice, all looking at Kong Lu with anticipation. Kong Lu said, if you want to study hard, you must first get your attitude right. Attend class properly this afternoon, don't fall asleep again. If you can persevere through this afternoon's maths class, I'll help you with your revision. Yes, the 3 of them answered in unison. In fact, people are like this, they will change according to the environment, and the environment will affect them. Chen Jirue's change was like a special fuse that ignited the determination of the other 2 people in the dormitory to change. In the afternoon, the 3 of them deliberately chose a seat near the front of the classroom. Kong Lu deliberately did not sit with them, but sat next to Shen Xia and Gu Chenxi. Gu Chenxi sat in the back left corner of the classroom in a group of 3, with Shen Xia and Kong Lu sitting between them. Ignoring Gu Chenxi, Shen Xia and Kong Lu started chatting, what's up with your 3 roommates? Kong Lu seemed to have not understood Shen Xia's words, so she asked in return, what's up with what? Shen Xia said bluntly, didn't Du Hanyuan and Wang Qi sit in the back row and sleep like dead pigs this morning? Why did they suddenly grab the front row seats this afternoon and listen attentively? Maybe, they suddenly got it. Kong Lu looked at Shen Xia with a smile, and asked, weren't you sitting in front of us this morning? How do you know they slept like dead pigs? Shen Xia didn't expect Kong Lu to catch her words, and after thinking for a few seconds, she immediately argued, I saw it when I got up to go to the bathroom, okay? They slept through 3 or 4 classes, it's hard not to notice. This explanation was even worse than the original. As soon as she explained, Kong Lu immediately caught another word in her sentence. Many people feel sleepy in class at 8 a.m., so why did Shen Xia happen to notice these 4 people in the back row? Moreover, she also knew that Du Hanyuan and Wang Qi had slept together for 4 classes. From these 2 flawed sentences, the clever Kong Lu directly deduced one thing: Shen Xia definitely secretly paid attention to Du Hanyuan during class. Thinking about this, a faint, unnoticeable gleam flashed in Kong Lu's eyes, and then he stuck up his middle finger and pushed his glasses. Okay, he's not Conan and he doesn't wear glasses. Although he knew that Shen Xia was secretly paying attention to Du Hanyuan, Kong Lu didn't say anything. He answered Shen Xia expressionlessly, maybe they want to make a change, too, after seeing Chen trying so hard. Oh. Xinxia glanced at the three of them, her gaze lingering slightly longer on Du Hongyuan before she said lightly, "That's good." Gu Chenxi clenched her fists and said with full of jealousy, "You two were chatting so enthusiastically, treating me like air, right?" "No, no, no, how could that be?" Xinxia hugged Gu Chenxi's arm and said, "It's not like that, just chatting a bit." Gu Chenxi said expressionlessly, "I feel that sitting in the middle may have affected your chat. I'll sit further away in the next class, so you two can chat well." "Oh, what did you do?" Xinxia said with a smile, "You're jealous because I want to chat with your boyfriend for a bit?" "Jealous? Are you kidding? I'm not jealous." Gu Chenxi looked as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, pointed at his own face, and turned to Kong Lu and asked, "Do I look jealous?" "No." Puff. Kong Lu didn't want to laugh, but looking at Gu Chenxi's jealous expression, he really couldn't hold back and let out a laugh. End of chapter. Chapter 126, Stupid Beauty. The three of them were in a daze listening to the afternoon's advanced mathematics. Du Hongyuan was the first to be unable to bear it anymore. He turned his head to Chen Jirue beside him and asked, "Chen, are you sleepy?" Chen Jirue sat up straight, staring intently at the screen, and said, "I'm so sleepy, I feel like I can fall asleep with my eyes open. If it's really impossible, let's just give up." Du Hongyuan sounded like he was backing down, saying, "It's the end of the semester, and it's useless to cram for the exam. How about we wait until next semester and study hard then?" Before Chen Jirue could say anything, Wang Qi spoke up, saying, "I think you're absolutely right. It's the end of the semester, and we won't be able to learn it even if we try really hard. I think we should just forget about it." Wang Qi had also been suffering greatly, and now that Du Hongyuan had provoked him, he immediately started backing down as well. Chen Jirue listened to the two of them blabbering in his ear, and his originally firm heart began to waver. But when he thought about the oath he had made and the unopened bottle of mineral water sitting in the most conspicuous place on the dormitory table, Chen Jirue firmly shook his head. "No, I want to study, I love to study." If the morning was because Kong Lu supervised Chen Jirue that he listened carefully to the end, then the afternoon was because Chen Jirue was not swayed by Du Hongyuan's words that he was truly self-disciplined. Kong Lu was doing the calculations while occasionally glancing at the three guys to see if they were studying hard. When he saw Wang Qi and Du Hongyuan in a position to fall over, Kong Lu immediately picked up his phone and sent a message to Du Hongyuan. Du Hongyuan was about to sleep on his stomach when he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Kong Lu. "Xinxia is looking at you. You don't want to sleep like a dead pig in front of the girl you like, and then talk in your sleep and call out her name in class, do you?" Du Hongyuan looked at the message, and his originally drowsy brain instantly cleared up. It was already embarrassing to be seen sleeping in class by someone you like, and to be mouthing the name of the person you like, that was simply a scene of mass social death. He looked back and glanced in the direction of Kong Lu, and coincidentally, Xinxia was looking up at the blackboard and glanced at Du Hongyuan unintentionally, and the two locked eyes. Just a glance. Du Hongyuan couldn't sleep at all. He thought to himself, "Shit, Xinxia is really looking at me. Shit, I absolutely can't sleep." After 3 shits in his heart, Du Hongyuan straightened his posture and looked at the blackboard without looking away. The golden light in his eyes was a posture crossed out, a thirst for knowledge. Xinxia looked at Du Hongyuan's serious attitude and thought, he has actually been listening for so long? That's really strange. Wait a minute, why am I paying attention to him? Xinxia was taken aback by the sudden thought that popped into her mind. Perhaps, if Kong Lu hadn't deliberately reminded her, she herself wouldn't have noticed that, ever since the night of New Year's Day, she had been paying more and more attention to Du Hongyuan. Coincidentally, Du Hongyuan began to make changes again when she was paying attention to him. Every positive performance was a special highlight. Everything was such a coincidence, and yet it was also so natural. Wang Qi, who had been convinced by Du Hongyuan, was already lying on the table, ready to go to sleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the kid had actually sat up straight and was listening to the lecture with more energy than before. He instantly felt like he had been stabbed in the back. Fine, you little brat, stabbing your buddy in the back, right?" Wang Qi sat up straight and said, "We said we'd lie down together, and you're curling up?" "Ahem," Du Hongyuan coughed awkwardly twice and said, "I suddenly don't want to sleep anymore. The meaning of life is to study, let's study together." Wang Qi was confused by the huge contrast between the boy's actions before and after. He scratched his head innocently, revealing the same expression as the big yellow teddy bear. Du Hongyuan and Chen Jirue were both studying hard. Although Wang Qi didn't want to study, he wasn't in the mood to sleep either, so he could only continue to force himself to pay attention in class. Kong Lu was sitting in the back row, watching the state of the three, as if he were looking at his three sons, and he gave a relieved smile and nodded. He looked down and saw that Gu Chenxi had already slumped over the table, his eyes slightly narrowed, looking half asleep and confused, looking a little dazed. Kong Lu sighed helplessly when he saw this, thinking to himself, I kept an eye on the three who were far away, but I didn't watch this one who was sitting right in front of me. He raised his hand and gave Gu Chenxi a tap on the back of the head. The force was just right, not too strong and not too weak, and it didn't hurt. Gu Chenxi, who had been slapped, immediately sat up straight. She looked around, then looked at Kong Lu with a pout and said, Baby, I just dreamed that someone hit me, ooh. Kong Lu immediately hugged her and comforted her, Don't cry, it was just a dream. Gu Chenxi touched the back of her head and said, But my head really hurts a bit. It's an illusion, it must be an illusion. Kong Lu touched the back of Gu Chenxi's head and said, It doesn't hurt, I'll rub it for you. Gu Chenxi stared at Kong Lu's face and said, You didn't just slap me, did you? How could that be? Kong Lu said with a look of innocence, How could I bear to hit you, you are my big treasure, you must have had a nightmare just now. Really? Well, it must be. Xinxia, who was watching the young couple flirting, had a little high blood pressure. She clenched her fists and said, Okay, stop pretending, it was you who hit me. Ha? Gu Chenxi heard this and immediately pushed Kong Lu away and asked, Why did you hit me? Kong Lu gave a small smile and didn't pretend to be stupid, saying directly, I wasn't looking at you falling asleep and trying to wake you up. Gu Chenxi pouted, saying with a face full of grievances, I don't care, you just hit me. We've only been together for a few days and you already dare to hit me, in the future you'll definitely want to abuse me. Yes, Xinxia, who enjoys a good gossip, smirked and fanned the flames. At times like these, if you go along with what the other person is saying and continue, you will only get entangled. Kong Lu pointed at the three roommates and said to Gu Chenxi, It's almost the end of the semester, and those three bottom feeders aren't sleeping, and you're sleeping? Do you want to fail? Gu Chenxi was ashamed and lowered her head. She said with a grievance, I just don't understand very well, so I'm a bit sleepy. If you fall asleep, you won't understand even more. Kong Lu poked her forehead and said, Pay attention in class. If you don't understand something, just ask me. Oh. Gu Chenxi reluctantly agreed. Mathematics is Gu Chenxi's weak point. Her mathematics grades are even worse than Kong Lu's, and what the teacher was talking about today was really difficult. There were not many people in the class who could understand it. Gu Chenxi looked up and glanced at the topic the teacher was talking about. She turned her head and whispered in Kong Lu's ear, It seems that none of us are very good at it. Kong Lu smiled wryly and covered her face with her hands. Kong Lu thought to himself, Damn it, I married a fool. The end of this chapter. Chapter 127, I ran into. Why do you feel like you're tired today, brother Kong? I am indeed quite tired. Kong Lu propped his chin in one hand and looked at Gu Chenxian with a little tiredness in his eyes. Gu Chenxi is a bit bad at math. This afternoon in class, Kong Lu spent a long time trying to teach this idiot just one topic. It's fine to teach one idiot, but there are still 3 idiots in the dorm waiting for him to help them with their homework. Although Du Hongyuan and the other 2 had been listening to the lecture all afternoon, they really didn't understand anything. After Kong Lu returned to the dorm, he spent another hour giving them a lesson. However, these 3 were even worse at understanding than Gu Chenxi. Kong Lu didn't teach them anything in an hour. Seeing that the tutoring time was up and Kong Lu was too busy to teach them anymore, she let them watch the course videos on Shueshi Tong by themselves to learn on their own. Kong Lu, who had been tortured all afternoon, was in a happy mood when teaching Gu Chenxian. Most of the time, it was Gu Chenxian doing the exercises by herself. The little girl understood everything at once and was much better than those 4 idiots. Of course, another reason is that middle school math is simple. After correcting Gu Chenxian's exercise book, Kong Lu smiled with satisfaction and said, Chenxian is awesome. Gu Chenxian crossed her arms and said proudly, Of course, I'm much smarter than my sister. After that, she covered her mouth and glanced at the closed room door, afraid that her sister would suddenly rush in through the door and give her a lesson in love. Fortunately, today her sister was not hiding by the door eavesdropping, and Gu Chenxian escaped. Kong Lu looked at the little girl's thief-like reaction, smiled, and asked, You've all started to review for the exams, and it's almost winter vacation, right? Gu Chenxian nodded, saying, Our classes are over, and we have the final exams in 20 days, and then winter vacation. Okay, do well on the final exams and try to get good grades to go home for the new year. Kan Lu helped Gu Qinshan organize her books and said to her, I don't have much more to teach you. I'll discuss it with your auntie later, and that will be the end of this semester's tutoring. Ah! Gu Qinshan screamed at this, immediately grabbed Kan Lu's arm and said, No, Kan Gu, if you stop tutoring me, then no one will play with me. I'm not here to play with you. Kan Lu bent his index finger and gave Gu Qinshan's little nose a gentle scratch, saying, I'm paid to teach you to study. In the days to come, there's nothing more to teach you. Do you want me to charge your mother's money to come and play with you? Gu Qinshan's cute big eyes rolled around, and she said, It's not impossible. I'll ask my mom to pay you more, and you can come play with me. Kan Lu heard this and laughed, tapping her on the head. If your mother finds out what you said, she'll give you a good beating. Kan Lu finished helping Gu Qinshan organize her textbooks on the table and turned to leave. Coincidentally, she met Gu's mother at the door, who was about to go downstairs. Kan Lu immediately called out, Auntie Lu Yun. Ha! Gu's mother stopped in her tracks, turned around and looked at Kan Lu, who had just come out of Gu Qinshan's room, and asked with a smile, What is it, Xiao Kong? I just want to discuss the tutoring with you. Kan Lu also walked over with a smile and said, Xiao Xian has mastered all the knowledge this semester, so I may not bother you often from now on. Oh, that's right, Gu's mother nodded as if she had suddenly understood, and then asked, Speaking of which, you are also approaching the end of the semester, right? You should be pretty busy. Well, we're also in exam week next week. Kan Lu paused and continued, As for whether I'll be busy, I'm not really sure. Whether Kan Lu would be busy or not depended entirely on Gu Qinshan and his 3 roommates. If they studied quickly, Kan Lu wouldn't be very busy either. After all, he no longer had to study, and he had already cleared all his coursework. Okay. Gu's mother nodded and said, Thank you so much for the past few months. Even Xiaoshuan's homeroom teacher said that Xiao Xian has made great progress thanks to you. You come every night to help her with her studies. In theory, our family should invite you to dinner to thank you, but Xiaoshuan's father is busy and I don't know how to cook. How about this, just give me a second. She said, turning and walking towards the master bedroom. As soon as Gu's mother left, Gu Qinshan arrived on the 2nd floor. Looking at Kan Lu standing at the end of the corridor, Gu Qinshan asked, Are you done yet? We should go back to school. As she spoke, she habitually took Kan Lu's arm. Kan Lu immediately pulled his wrist away from Gu Qinshan's grasp and said, Stop it, this is your home. The only person in the Gu family who knew about Kan Lu and Gu Qinshan's relationship was Gu Qinshan. She was so brazen as to hold her hand in her own home, and Kan Lu was panicking inside. Not to mention the fact that Gu's mother could come out of her room at any time, and if they were caught, there would really be no way to explain. What's wrong with my family? Seeing that Kan Lu wouldn't let her hold his arm, Gu Qinshan didn't care anymore and pouted, saying, There's no one else here, so what's wrong with letting me hold your arm? Gu Qinshan said, and grabbed Kan Lu's wrist, this time pulling it tighter than just now, and Kan Lu couldn't pull it out at all. Kan Lu patted her wrist lightly and said, Don't mess around, your mom will be here in a while. She should be downstairs watching TV right now, she won't come up. Gu Qinshan said, winking at Kan Lu. For some reason, secretly holding hands with Kan Lu at home gave Gu Qinshan a heart-pounding thrill, especially when she saw Kan Lu's panicked expression, which Gu Qinshan found even more interesting. Kan Lu's heart was racing too. The thrill of sneaking around and doing bad things at her girlfriend's house was no less than going into a haunted house, except that the latter was more mentally stimulating. She looked at Kan Lu's nervous expression and teased, You're so afraid of being discovered by my parents, aren't you? It's not a matter of being afraid or not. It's... Kan Lu stared at the main bedroom door and said to Gu Qinshan, It's embarrassing if we get caught, and your mom isn't downstairs watching TV. If you don't let go, we'll... What will we? Look at me. Gu Qinshan, in order to keep his eyes from wandering, looked only at herself, and directly reached out and pushed his head down, saying, Tell me, who is the person you like the most? Kan Lu looked at Gu Qinshan and said with tears in his eyes, Stop messing around, your mother is going to come out of the room soon. Trying to scare me? Gu Qinshan raised her eyebrows lightly, looking at Kan Lu's panicked appearance, and couldn't help but want to tease, I'm not an idiot, I'm not falling for it. Gu Qinshan was shaking her head, smug with herself, when her mother's voice came from behind her coldly. Shishi, what are you doing? End of chapter. Chapter 128, I hate you. This voice almost scared Gu Qinshan's soul away. Her legs gave way and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, she held onto Kong Lu's waist with both hands, so she didn't really fall. But her actions were seen by her mother, who had just walked out of the master bedroom. From Gu's mother's perspective, she saw Gu Chenxi hugging Kong Lu, but Kong Lu's expression seemed to indicate that he didn't really want it. Gu Chenxi hugged Kong Lu for 2 seconds, quickly stood up, let go of her hands, and turned to look at her mother, who had already walked up to her. Kong Lu was already embarrassed and blushing, and he was too embarrassed to look at her mother, so he lowered his head. "Mom, why are you here?" Gu Chenxi's hands swung in the air for a moment, unsure of what to do, before she put them behind her back. Gu Chenxian hid in the room the whole time, opened a small crack, and secretly watched the fun. Gu Chenxian said, "It's really tiring to hold your mouth shut and hold back your laughter." "Ha? If I'm not at home, where else would I be?" Gu's mother was obviously confused by Gu Chenxuan's words. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the two of them suspiciously. Looking at the faces of the two, which were flushed with embarrassment and shyness, Gu's mother had already started to fill in the blanks in her mind. Could it be that my little Shishi has fallen for Xiao Kong? Judging from the way Kong looks, it seems like he's a bit reluctant. It can't be unrequited love, can it? But that's not right either. Just now they were hugging each other. Could it be that Cici is chasing after Kong? As it turned out, the ability to fill in the blanks was something that Gu Chenxi had inherited from her mother in the womb, because in just a matter of 10 seconds, Gu's mother had already filled in the blanks of a book called The Overbearing Female CEO Chasing Her Husband. Gu Chenxi's face turned red up to her neck as she looked at her mother's increasingly strange gaze. She knew that she could no longer hide it today, so she simply decided to confess directly, "Mom, Lu and I." "That's enough, don't say any more," her mother said, not giving her daughter the chance to explain. "You go downstairs first, I want to have a few words with Lu alone." "Ha? Okay." Gu Chenxi gave Lu a look that said, "Good luck," and walked downstairs. This look was misunderstood by Gu's mother as a warning to Kong Lu not to say anything. Gu's mother said with a heavy heart, "Little Kong, my eldest daughter is spoiled by me and has a bad temper. Please bear with her. If anything happens, don't take it to heart. I will educate her properly later." No, Kong Lu thought that Gu's mother had found out that the two were in a relationship, so he quickly waved his hands and said, "Cici is very nice, she hasn't done anything wrong, so why should I educate her?" Gu's mother thought that Kong Lu was being forced, so she said, She bullied you and you still protect her so much." Kong Lu shook his head and said, "Well, she hasn't been bullied either. The two of us usually get along very well, she is very nice to me, I am also very nice to her, auntie, don't worry." Looking at Kong Lu's submissive appearance, Gu's mother thought to herself, "This child, it seems that she has been bullied by Shishi a lot at school." "Oh, never mind that." Lu Yun waved her hand and handed Kong Lu a shopping card, saying, "The shopping card was given to your Uncle Gu by the supermarket owner. There should be about 1,000 yuan in it. Take it as a reward for your hard work as a tutor." Kong Lu quickly waved his hand and said, No. I have already received the tutoring fee, so how can I accept your shopping card?" No. At first, the tutoring fee was calculated by the hour and paid daily, but later, since Kong Lu came frequently, it was changed to a daily rate and paid monthly. The Gu family has never defaulted on Kong Lu's salary, and they usually give Kong Lu food, and now they are giving him a shopping card, which makes Kong Lu really embarrassed to accept it. Especially when he thinks that he has also pursued the other person's daughter, Kong Lu suddenly feels a sense of guilt for eating and drinking for free at the landlord's house and also deceiving the landlord's daughter into running away. "Alas, just take it, it's been so long, and I haven't formally invited you to dinner. This is just a little something from your aunt." After some arguing, the shopping card went into Kong Lu's pocket. Gu Mu went downstairs to talk to her eldest daughter, and Kong Lu didn't want to go down directly. He turned around and went back to Gu Chenxuan's room to hide. As soon as he walked in, he saw Gu Chenxian lying on the bed, grinning from ear to ear. She was laughing so hard that her stomach hurt, so she covered it up and continued laughing. Kong Lu stared at her and said, "Did you just peek through the door?" "Brother Kong, I never thought that the way you usually get along with my sister was so interesting, ha. And your flirting was actually discovered by my mother, ha." Kong Lu's face, which had finally calmed down, turned red again in the laughter of Gu Chenxian. He sighed helplessly and laughed a little. Tired of laughing, Gu Chenxian sat down by the bed, dangling her little feet, and asked Kong Lu, "Brother Kong, you're not going to be a tutor anymore, so are you not going to come to my house anymore? What are you thinking?" Kong Lu tapped her head and said, "Your sister and I are still talking, and there will be plenty of opportunities for me to come to your house in the future." That's right, you're my brother-in-law. Gu Qianxian said with a smile, I almost forgot about that, hee hee. Kong Lu joked, you're just as silly as your sister. No way. Gu Qianxian retorted, then asked, so will you come to my house to find my sister this New Year? New Year's Eve. Kong Lu thought about it for a while and said, I'm not sure. Come on. Gu Qianxian grabbed Kong Lu's arm and shook it, saying, at that time, you can take me and my sister to set off fireworks together. We'll talk about it then, there's still so long to go. Kong Lu sat in Gu Qianxuan's room for a while, and it wasn't until Gu Qianxi sent a message that he went downstairs. He didn't know what Gu's mother and Gu Qianxi had talked about, and Gu Qianxi's expressionless face made Kong Lu a little puzzled. Ha ha ha. Are you crazy? The two got into the car together, and Gu Qianxi suddenly burst out laughing. Kong Lu was startled and thought she was possessed. Gu Qianxi hooked her finger and said, I'll tell you something funny. What? Kong Lu leaned over to listen. Gu Qianxi whispered in Kong Lu's ear, my mom mistakenly thinks I'm after you. Ha! Kong Lu's eyes widened upon hearing this, and he looked at Gu Qianxi with a strange expression on his face, asking in return, your mom really thinks that? Gu Qianxi said with a suppressed smile, she also said that if you don't want to, then let me stop pestering you. She also said that I bully you and scare you silly, and that I should let you go, ta. Gu Qianxi laughed, patting Kong Lu's thigh with her hand. The little girl had quite a strong grip, and Kong Lu felt a sharp pain in his thigh. Looking at Gu Qianxi's smile, Kong Lu thought of how Gu Qianxian had also smiled like that. Now it seemed that there was no doubt that they were sisters. Kong Lu asked in return, so, what did you say in reply? I just went along with what she said. You don't even know how tired I was holding back my laughter. You didn't confess to your mother about our relationship? What's the rush? No rush. Let's tease her first. I've discovered something. You're quite devious yourself. You taught me that, Miss Kong. Gu Qianxi said, turning her head to look at Kong Lu and blinking her pretty eyes. The look was silky smooth like silk, and yet also hooked people's hearts like a hook, causing Kong Lu to catch her breath. My mom said you're not going to be my tutor tomorrow. Yes. Why? Because Teacher Kong has customized a final exam review plan for you. What? Gu Qianxi wilted at the mention of studying mathematics. Don't pretend to be dead. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to supervise your studies. Gu Qianxi pouted, hummed, and said to Kong Lu, I hate you. Poof. Stop hating, hurry up and drive, the dormitory will close later. You're still rushing me, I hate you even more. Poof. End of chapter. Chapter 129, Returning Clothes. Cluck cluck cluck. Suya knocked on Gu Qianxi's dormitory door, then cautiously poked her head out and asked, Excuse me, has senior sister Gu returned? Xinxia and the other two looked at Suya standing outside the door and shook their heads. Xinxia said, Not yet, what is there to find her for? Before Xinxia could finish speaking, Gu Qianxi's voice came from behind Suya, What do you want with me? Suya immediately turned her head, and Gu Qianxi had already walked up from downstairs. She was carrying a black delivery bag in her hand. Senior Gu, I'm here to return something. Suya said, and handed over the bag in her hand. The bag contained the dress and high heels that Kong Lu had gotten for her the other day at the New Year's Eve party. If Suya hadn't come today to return the clothes on her own initiative, Gu Qianxi would have almost forgotten about it. She glanced at the contents of the bag. The dress was neatly folded, just as it had been when it was first delivered, and the high heels had been returned to their box. Wait a minute. Gu Qianxi didn't take the bag, but instead took out her phone and sent a message to Kong Lu. Gu Qianxi, Kong De Xiao, what should I do with the clothes you got Suya? Kong Lu, did she return the clothes? Gu Qianxi, yes. Kong Lu, I already paid for the clothes and shoes, so you can dispose of them as you see fit, no need to give them back to me. Gu Qianxi, you're so generous, Kong De Xiao. Flirtatiously. Kong Lu looked at the text and emoticons Gu Qianxi had sent, and shook his head, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. Suya saw that Gu Qianxi was taking too long to collect it, and immediately emphasized, I sent the clothes to the dry cleaners to be washed separately, they're very clean, don't worry. Gu Qianxi looked at her expressionlessly and said indifferently, You can't return washed clothes. Ah. Suya was shocked, looked at Gu Qianxi, and nervously asked, So, what should I do? Gu Qianxi said as usual, You pay for the clothes and buy them. Ah, this dress, is it very expensive? The last three words came out as if they were being forced through her teeth, so quietly that they were almost inaudible. Suya looked at the dress in the bag and fell into deep thought. The fabric of this dress is very special, so I don't think it will be cheap. It must cost at least a few thousand yuan. She earned less than 1,500 yuan last month working part-time, so where can she afford to pay for this dress? Gu Chenxi asked, how much money do you have on you right now? I have some change in my pocket, and the rest, I'll pay you in installments, okay? Suya said, and quickly fished out a handful of folded bills from her pocket and handed them over. These days, not many people use cash, and Gu Chenxi rarely sees any small change. Gu Chenxi glanced at the bills, and there were probably about 100 yuan in small change. Gu Chenxi held out her hand and said, that's it. Ha! Suya exclaimed again, looking at Gu Chenxi in disbelief and asking in return, Senior, you're joking, aren't you? Gu Chenxi said with a cold face, do I look like the kind of person who likes to joke? Suya shook her head and gave Gu Chenxi the entire stack of money. Gu Chenxi didn't even look at it, and stuffed the banknotes into her bag. Gu Chenxi pointed at the dress in the bag and said, okay, I've taken the money, and the clothes in this bag are yours. Ah, really? Suya's head was spinning, she didn't believe it at all, that her change could really buy this dress, plus a pair of patent leather high heels. Gu Chenxi nodded and added, there will be plenty of big school events in the future, and it's always good to have a dress. Take your things and go back. Gu Chenxi finished speaking and walked towards the dormitory. That. Senior Gu. Suya called out to Gu Chenxi, who had already put one foot through the door of the dormitory. Gu Chenxi turned around and looked at her, asking, is there anything else? Good night, Senior. Good night. The girl returned to her dormitory with a gift bag in her hands and a brisk pace. What are you three looking at? Gu Chenxi put down her handbag and turned her head to see Shenxia and the other two looking at her with strange expressions. Shenxia spoke first, why have your relationship with Suya suddenly become so good? Linji said teasingly, Senior, why don't you talk to Suya? I quite like the two of you. Zhou Xiaonan narrowed her eyes and said, Sister Gu is going to have a new boyfriend? Gu Chenxi pointed at the three of them with a black line on her head and said, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll rip your mouths off. The three of them said in unison, that's fierce. Gu Chenxi opened the delivery, and inside was a women's black down jacket with a very good fit. After a brief inspection, Gu Chenxi folded the jacket and stuffed it back into the bag. She put the clothes on Shenxia's desk and said, this, you give to Bai Shuizhou tomorrow. Ah. Shenxia, who had just put on her mask, didn't care about expression management anymore. She opened her mouth wide and asked, why is it for Bai Shuizhou? Isn't Bai Shuizhou going to hand out awards for the New Year's Eve party tomorrow? When he gives Suya the award, give her the coat together. You're not really falling for Suya, are you? Get lost. There were so many people there, and Suya was the only one who received a coat. Isn't that a bit bad? What's so bad about it? Gu Chenxi said confidently, just from the first place we won that night, no one will dare say anything. Okay, so you're not coming tomorrow to hand out the awards? No. What are you going to do tomorrow? Tomorrow I'm going to the library with Kong Lu to review math. Shenxia pursed her lips and muttered, just go out on a date, what's with the math review? I know you. What did you just say? Shenxia's mutter was heard by Gu Chenxi, and naturally she was bullied by Gu Chenxi. I'll pinch you until you burst. Ouch, it hurts, go easy. Zhou Xiaonan narrowed her eyes and grinned, saying, I want a pinch too, let me pinch. Only Lin Ji, with a wicked smile on her face, watched the three of them without joining the fight. In the boys' dormitory, Kong Lu was teaching Du Hongyuan and the other two to do the questions. Kong Lu didn't know if they had learned them or not, but he had reviewed them several times, and the knowledge points had been consolidated very well. He glanced at his phone, which only had a message alert for the first subject exam. Gu Chenxi hadn't sent him a message, so he figured he must be busy. If Kong Lu knew that Gu Chenxi had resold the tuxedo he had spent tens of thousands of dollars on for $100 to Suya, he wondered what expression he would have made. However, even if Kong Lu knew, he probably wouldn't care. After all, the clothes were bought for Gu Chenxi, so she could do whatever she wanted with them. In this world, if a problem can be solved with money, then it's not a problem. His grandfather told him this. Speaking of Kong Lu's grandfather, he was also a figure of the times. His history of getting rich is also considered a legendary myth in Zhanghai. We'll talk about it in detail in the future if we have the chance. End of chapter. Chapter 130, The Bad Guy. Early the next morning, Kong Lu got up early. Today was the day of his first exam, so he got up early, washed up, and left the house. But he seemed to have forgotten one thing, something very important. He had only agreed to accompany Gu Chenxi on her morning run every morning yesterday, and now he had broken his promise on the first day. Gu Chenxi had run 7 or 8 laps on the playground, but Kong Lu had not come. It was only when she was about to finish running that she saw Kong Lu's 3 roommates come running on the playground. Du Hongyuan, Chen Jirue, and Wang Qi were all there, but there was no sign of Kong Lu. Gu Chenxi couldn't help but become suspicious. She stopped Wang Qi, who was running at the front of the group, and asked, "Where's Kong Lu?" Wang Qi scratched his head and said honestly, "I don't know. He got up earlier than all of us, and we thought he came early to run with you." "He's not with you?" Gu Chenxi frowned and said, "I came a long time ago, and I didn't see him either." Wang Qi looked at Gu Chenxi innocently and said, "That's strange. If he didn't come to find you, where could he have gone?" After some questioning, Gu Chenxi called Kong Lu. Kong Lu was sitting in the car on his way to the exam. Looking at the phone call from Gu Chenxi, he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, what does this little girl want to call me so early in the morning for? When he answered the phone, Gu Chenxi said straight away, "Where is the person who said they would accompany me on my morning run?" Ah! Hearing the voice on the phone, Kong Lu suddenly remembered the morning run. He slapped his head and exclaimed inwardly, "Oh no!" It was definitely not possible to go back now, but he didn't want to tell Gu Chenxi that he was going to take his driving test on his own. If he did, how would he be able to surprise her? "Sorry, baby, I'm on my way home right now." "Home? What are you doing home so early in the morning?" "There's something at home that I need to go home and take care of." "Okay, I'll forgive you this time." Kong Lu finally found an excuse to get away with it, but then Du Hongyuan suddenly ran over, panting, "Sister-in-law, Lao Lu went to take his driving test. He didn't mean to let you down, so don't be angry." Well, now both ends of the phone have been silenced by Du Hongyuan's words. Kong Lu just wants to say, 6. Now the surprise is gone, and Gu Chenxi still feels that Kong Lu is deliberately hiding it from her. Kong Lu looked at the disconnected phone and gave a wry smile. The next second, Du Hongyuan's message came through, "Brother, I was wrong. I really didn't know you hadn't told Gu Chenxi about the driver's license test." Kong Lu replied, "Thank you. Now she knows, and I'm going to get scolded when I go back." Du Hongyuan, on his knees begging for mercy. After about half an hour, Kong Lu had just arrived at the exam venue when Gu Chenxi's message came through, "Where are you taking the exam?" Kong Lu directly sent his location. "Gu Chenxi, do well on the exam." Smiling. Although it was encouraging himself, Kong Lu still felt a little panicked when he saw the death smile emoji. "Looks like I'll have to coddle him for a long time when I get back," Kong Lu muttered to himself as he walked into the waiting area of the exam room. He had scheduled the earliest exam time of 8 to 8:30. It was now 7:30, which meant he had almost half an hour to spare. Kong Lu took advantage of this time to brush up on the questions for a while. There are 2 chances to take the Subject 1 exam, each lasting 45 minutes. A score of 90 is considered a pass. The questions were much easier than those in the practice exam, and Kong Lu finished in just 10 to 20 minutes. He scored 100% on Subject 1 and left the exam room with style. As soon as he walked out of the exam room, Kong Lu saw a pink Porsche parked in the parking lot outside. Gu Chenxi's flamboyant pink car was really hard to miss. Gu Chenxi asked him where the exam was being held, and he guessed that the other person might come looking for him. He didn't expect that he really did come. Kong Lu walked over with a smile, pulled on the car door a little, and it was locked. Gu Chenxi was sitting in the driver's seat, tilting her head and not looking at him. Kong Lu went around to the driver's seat, leaned down, and looked in through the window with the sunshade film. He could vaguely see Gu Chenxi's cold and pretty little face. Kong Lu knocked on the glass, but the other person didn't make any response. Kong Lu then stuck his finger up his nose and pretended to be Pigsy to tease her. This time, Gu Chenxi really couldn't hold back. She was amused and even took a photo of Kong Lu's ugly face with her phone. There was a click, and the car door lock was opened. Kong Lu got into the car and looked at Gu Chenxi, who was admiring his ugly photo. He said unhappily, "Wow, you're so bad. I teased you, and you took a photo of me? No way." Gu Chenxi said mischievously, sticking out her tongue. "Who told you to lie to me on purpose?" "I didn't lie to you on purpose. You hid the fact that you were taking a driving test from me, and you lied to me about having family problems." Gu Chenxi said, hammering a fist into Kong Lu's shoulder. I was worried about you. If Du Hongyuan hadn't told the truth, I would still be in the dark. I called it a white lie, Kong Lu said, immediately grasping her wrist. I just wanted to surprise you when I got my license. No surprise, just shock. Gu Chenxi pouted, unhappy, and said, if you hide things from me again next time, or lie to me, I'll ignore you for a week. Gu Chenxi had wanted to say break up, but she didn't want to break up with Kong Lu, so after thinking for a long time, she only managed to say such a harmless threat. Okay. Kong Lu dragged Gu Chenxi over to him, hugged her, and said, my fault, I'm sorry baby, it's all my fault. Gu Chenxi didn't feel aggrieved at first, but after Kong Lu coaxed her like that, somehow her tears started to well up in her eyes. She cried and said, it's your fault. You're the bad guy. If Xinxia could see Gu Chenxi crying over such a trivial matter, she would probably drop her jaw in shock. In her eyes, Gu Chenxi was a womanly woman like an eagle. She had not seen her shed a single tear in the 2 years they had known each other. But now this eagle woman was crying every day in front of Kong Lu, unable to bear the slightest injustice. Is this the magic of love? Okay, don't cry. Kong Lu held Gu Chenxi's tear-stained but still beautiful face in his hands, gently wiped away the tears with his fingers, and asked softly, have you had breakfast? No. Shall I take you to have breakfast? Yes, Gu Chenxi nodded. Kong Lu immediately called to book a private room at a well-known morning tea restaurant in Shanghai, and took Gu Chenxi there for a big meal. After eating, her mood improved. Kong Lu pinched her little face and asked, am I still a bad person? Not a bad person anymore. Then what am I? You're a big idiot. Gu Chenxi gave a mischievous tongue thrust, with a little crystal red broth still on her lips. End of chapter. Chapter 131, Hallucinations. After breakfast, the two of them returned to school together. Kong Lu and Gu Chenxi agreed to meet in the school library half an hour later, and then each went back to their dormitory. There were no classes today, so after the 3 dormitory mates had finished their run, they came back to sleep. The curtains in the room were drawn, the lights were off, and it was pitch black, so quiet that it was a little scary. Only the occasional snoring could be heard, proving that someone was in the room. These 3 guys, we agreed to study, but they're all sleeping soundly. Kong Lu muttered to himself, then knocked on their beds one after the other and said, fire. Wake up. What? The 3 people in their sleep were immediately woken up by Kong Lu and sat up in bed. Fire? Really? Hurry, run. Kong Lu opened the curtains, and the blinding sunlight shone into the room. The 3 of them couldn't open their eyes from the glare, and it took a while for them to adjust. Looking down, they saw that the dormitory was safe and sound, and there was no fire at all. Du Hongyuan said with a hint of anger, damn it, Lao Lu, you scared your dad. How dare you speak to your father like that? Kong Lu raised an eyebrow and looked at Du Hongyuan and said, so arrogant, have you learned math? Have you finished your final homework? At the thought of Kong Lu teaching him advanced math and lending him homework to copy, Du Hongyuan immediately didn't dare to call himself his father. Get up quickly, wash your faces and go to the library. Kong Lu held up his phone and said to the 3 of them, look, it's already 10 o'clock, and you're still sleeping. The exam is in 2 weeks, how can you sleep? Chen Jirue propped his hands on the railing, stuck out half of his head, and said to Kong Lu, brother Kong, look, it's already 10 o'clock, and there's not much time left in the morning. Why don't we finish eating and go to the library to study in the afternoon? You brat. Kong Lu raised his hand and tapped Chen Jirue on the head, saying, you were self-disciplined for 1 day, but now your laziness is back, isn't it? Chen Jirue covered the place where he was hit and said with a face full of grievances, no, I clearly went running this morning. Wang Qi stretched and climbed out of bed, saying, okay, get up and study. At Kong Lu's urging, the 3 quickly washed up and left the dormitory with their school bags. The 2:15 study battle officially begins. There are 2 campuses at Jiaotong University. The campus of the business school is in the urban area of Shanghai. There are several libraries on this campus alone, including one in the business school that is managed by the School of Economics and Management. In addition, there is the Father of Missiles Library, the main library, and an old library that stopped being open to the public 2 years ago. The history of the old library can be traced back to 1918, when such a library was established during the turbulent era of China. Now the old library has been converted into the school's archives, museum of school history and alumni activity room. Usually on weekends, there are also many people from outside the school who come to the school and take pictures in this old building that has witnessed the vicissitudes of history. It is also very convenient for people outside the school to come in for a visit. Just make an appointment on your phone and you can enter the school. It wasn't. On the way to the SME library, Kong Lu and his friends saw many tourists taking pictures and touring the old building. When they passed by the campus snack street, Kong Lu even bought a cup of milk tea at the milk tea shop. Wang Qi came up to him and asked, "Didn't you used to not drink milk tea?" "I'm not the one drinking it," Kong Lu shrugged, "I'm buying it for my girlfriend." Du Honyuan scoffed, "Ouch, buying it for your girlfriend, geez. What do you know?" Kong Lu looked at him and rolled his eyes, saying, "I'm just calling it keeping her quiet with food, so she doesn't make a fuss." "Shay." Du Honyuan snorted, "I don't believe you." Kong Lu asked, "Do you guys want some?" Wang Qi and Shen Jirue both spoke at the same time, "No." Wang Qi didn't like milk tea, and Shen Jirue wanted to lose weight. Du Honyuan pinched his voice and said, "I dare not ask you to buy me milk tea. Your girlfriend will be angry, and I'm scared." Kong Lu looked at his despicable appearance and suddenly felt that he really deserved a beating. He clenched his fists, but then thought better of it. Although the son is unfilial, after all, they are father and son. Kong Lu said to the clerk, "Taro ball with less sugar, room temperature." He only bought 1 cup of milk tea because he wasn't a big fan of sweet food either. Du Honyuan leaned over and said in a condescending manner, "You kid, you really understand your girlfriend's preferences, don't you?" Kong Lu looked at his condescending face and gave him the finger, saying, "Get lost." Wang Qi dragged Du Honyuan over and said, "You'll become attentive too if you date one." Du Honyuan was speechless at Wang Qi's words. Wang Qi was right. He understood very well, even though he hadn't yet won Shenxia's heart. After buying the milk tea, Kong Lu went to the next door convenience store and bought a few bottles of mineral water, one for each of the 4 of them. Usually, Kong Lu went to the main library of the university because it was the quietest and had the most books. But today he has to teach a few students mathematics, so he came to the business library of the business school. The study room of the library has been occupied by the army of postgraduate entrance examination candidates. This group of postgraduate entrance examination candidates come every morning at the opening time of the library and leave at the last minute of the closing time in the evening. The road to postgraduate entrance examination is boring and long. It is already admirable to be able to persevere, not to mention those who have succeeded, who are even more envied. Kong Lu actually had plans to take the postgraduate entrance exam, but his grandfather wanted him to study abroad to study economics, to get some experience, and when he returned to China, he would directly groom him to be the heir. He also repeatedly told him not to find a girlfriend too early. With his father as a cautionary tale, his grandfather was afraid that Kong Lu would also become infatuated with love. Unfortunately, what his grandfather feared still happened. "Baby, guess what I brought you?" Gu Chenxi arrived early at the Jingguan library. Since all the study rooms were occupied, she went to the discussion area, where there was an unoccupied large round table for 8. She put down her bag. Seeing the message Kong Lu had sent, Gu Chenxi replied without hesitation, "Milk tea." Correct. As soon as she had sent the message, she heard Kong Lu's voice behind her, and then a cup of taro milk appeared in front of her. Gu Chenxi turned her head with a smile and said, "Thank you, baby." Before the words had finished falling from her lips, Gu Chenxi's face changed first, because she saw that Kong Lu was followed by 3 people. Gu Chenxi instantly became embarrassed, and her originally smiling expression immediately turned cold. She shouted inwardly, "So embarrassing, why are there other people here? I thought it was just baby alone." The 3 people looked at the cold-faced Gu Chenxi and even agreed that they had just heard her voice in their heads. Definitely a hallucination. How could the cold and aloof school flower possibly act cute? No way, did I hear something? Was that baby just now real? Did I hear it wrong? It feels like school flower Gu has 2 faces. Kong Lu couldn't hear the thoughts of these 4 people, but looking at the complicated expressions on both sides, he still couldn't help but laugh. End of chapter. Chapter 132 Lipstick Marks. There was no problem with 5 people sitting around the large round table for 8 people. A few of them took out books and calculation sheets to start studying. The 3 roommates had fallen too far behind and were not on the same channel as Gu Chenxi, so Kong Lu divided them into 2 groups to teach. He taught the 3 roommates first, and after they finished, he let them do the questions themselves, and then he taught Gu Chenxi the questions individually. It's really tiring to talk about the topic and explain it. After teaching both sides, his throat was all dry. Kong Lu unscrewed the mineral water bottle and took a gulp, but a third of it was gone. Gu Chensi saw that he was so thirsty, so he held a milk tea in his hand and whispered in his ear, "Do you want some of mine?" Kong Lu smiled and shook his head, saying, "No, you drink it yourself." "Drink it, I can't finish it all," Gu Chensi said, and handed the milk tea to Kong Lu. Kong Lu didn't refuse again, took the milk tea, and was about to take a sip, but when he saw a faint lipstick mark on it, he took a tissue out of his pocket and wiped it off. At this, Gu Chensi exploded. She had an expressionless face, but her tone was full of grievance. "You don't like me?" "Ha?" Kong Lu had just wiped the lipstick off the straw and hadn't had a chance to drink it yet. He froze upon hearing Gu Chensi's words. "What about me? What were you doing just now?" "Wiping the lipstick." "You wiped my lipstick, do you dislike me?" This. Kong Lu was amused by Gu Chensi's words and asked, holding up the milk tea, "How did I wipe my lipstick on it and become disgusted with you?" Gu Chensi narrowed her eyes and asked with a hint of reproach, "You even wiped the lipstick off the milk tea I drank before drinking it. Don't you think that's being disgusted with me?" This. Kong Lu realized that he couldn't continue to delve into this matter, so he immediately apologized. "I wiped it off subconsciously, I didn't do it on purpose, baby." "So you subconsciously dislike me?" I don't dislike you." The little lovers' quiet quarrel attracted the attention of the three people who were doing their homework. Doing homework is no fun watching a spectacle, so Du, Chen, and Wang immediately put down their pens and secretly watched the fun. Gu Chensi's expressionless face seemed to the three of them to be aloof and domineering. They were all silently worried for Kong Lu. "If you don't mind me, then why aren't you eating my lipstick?" Kong Lu no longer wanted to dwell on the lipstick incident. The best thing to do now was to simply pinch Gu Chensi's chin and plant a kiss on her mouth, which, in fact, is exactly what he did. When they parted after the kiss, there was a not too loud puff sound. The three of them were watching the play the second before, and the next second they saw Kong Lu hug Gu Chensi and start nibbling. They were dumbfounded. Gu Chensi's mind went blank after this kiss, and she was directly stunned. She was thinking, this, kissing in the library, this is also too inappropriate, right? And his roommate is still there. So shy. After this kiss, Kong Lu's lips also got some lipstick from Gu Chensi's mouth, not to mention that Kong Lu's red lips are quite good looking. Kong Lu pointed at his lips and said, "Now that I've eaten it, and I've eaten quite a lot, does that prove that I love you?" Kong Lu didn't say "I don't mind you," but directly said "I love you." It seems that "I don't mind you" and "I love you" are similar, but the feeling they give is completely different. This is another small detail with high emotional intelligence. Okay. Two blushing spots appeared on Gu Chensi's expressionless face as she whispered her agreement and lowered her head. Kong Lu smiled contentedly and took a sip of milk tea, drinking a quarter of it in one go. Gu Chensi watched him drink so much in one go and thought to herself, he has such a big mouth. "Why are you looking at me?" Kong Lu looked up and saw that his three roommates were staring at him, their gazes full of shock, surprise, envy, and jealousy. Not only had they missed the fun, they had also been mercilessly dumped on, and what was more, they had just been worried that Kong Lu wouldn't be able to woo Gu Chensi. As it turned out, their worries were unnecessary, and even their presence seemed a bit superfluous. The study trio, because the two were so close, had directly turned into three glowing light bulbs, illuminating the entire library. Kong Lu looked at the time and said, "Lunchtime is almost here, let's go eat first." Du Hongyuan said while doing his homework, "No, we're not hungry." "Ha?" Kong Lu asked in return, "Really? Usually you're the most eager to eat." Chen Jirui said, "Kong and his wife go ahead and eat, we'll eat by ourselves in a bit." "Okay, I won't care about you guys then." Kong Lu said, took Gu Chensi by the hand, and left the library. As soon as he left, Du Hongyuan put down his pen and cried out, hugging Wang Qi, "Wang, look at him, after only a few days of dating, he already has the nerve to kiss the school beauty in front of us. I can't even imagine what he'll dare to do in the future." "Okay, if you're jealous, you go find someone too." Wang Qi patted Du Hongyuan on the back and continued, "Let go of me, I'm going to go have dinner with my girlfriend." "Shit, I almost forgot you have a girlfriend too." Du Hongyuan pushed Wang Qi away, gave him the middle finger, then turned to Chen Jirui and continued complaining, "Chen, we're both unlucky bachelors, no one wants us, life is so hard." "Shoo." Chen Jirui made a quiet gesture and said, "Brother Du, don't speak for a moment, I'm almost done with the problem." You. Du Hongyuan closed his mouth and felt secretly sad. He suddenly felt abandoned by the world. Kong Lu didn't go to the cafeteria to eat with Gu Chensi today because there were several new shops that had recently opened in the school's snack street. They all looked pretty good, so they wanted to give them a try. Gu Chensi took Kong Lu's hand and walked along the road. Although her face was expressionless, her aloof temperament was much less, and she looked more like a little girl. Outsiders could only see Gu Chensi's cold face, but they couldn't hear her shy voice. Gu Chensi whispered to Kong Lu, "Next time, don't suddenly kiss me in front of your friends." Kong Lu asked puzzledly, "What's wrong?" Gu Chensi lowered her head and said, "Kissing in front of acquaintances, it's embarrassing." "What's embarrassing about it?" Kong Lu took Gu Chensi's hand and held it tighter, saying to her, "You're my girlfriend, and they all know it." "Isn't it normal for me to kiss my girlfriend?" "Oh, it's always a little embarrassing. Next time, give me a little time to get ready mentally." Ha ha ha. Hearing Gu Chensi's words, Kong Lu laughed and squeezed her hand. While chatting, the two had arrived at the snack street on campus. It was called a snack street, but it was actually a row of shops next to the school supermarket. There were quite a few things, including milk tea shops, breakfast shops, fruit shops, and coffee shops. Several new shops had also opened. Kong Lu hadn't eaten here much. The two walked into a newly opened guoqiao mixian restaurant and ordered a super large family portrait guoqiao mixian. The two shared it, each with a small bowl, and it was delicious. A passerby said, "What poor people. Two people only order one bowl of mixian, unlike me, I can eat 2 bowls by myself." End of chapter. Chapter 133, Coffee to Wake You Up. Wang Qi accompanied his girlfriend to the third canteen to eat, while Du Hongyuan and Chen Jirui went to the first canteen. Du Hongyuan ordered a fast food meal with 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, while Chen Jirui only ordered a half-size meal. A small amount of rice, a few slices of boiled vegetables, and a piece of chicken thigh meat. The total weight of all the food was only about a third of the plate. This meager amount of food, compared to Du Hongyuan's full plate, really looked a bit pathetic. Du Hongyuan looked at Chen Jirui with a strange expression on his face. He said, "Although you're dieting, you don't have to eat so little, do you? This is almost enough. I'm going to buy some boiled eggs to eat later." Chen Jirui said, and picked up his phone to check the diet recipes, which he had unlocked by becoming a VIP on the app. After comparing the recipes with the food intake he had customized, and making sure there was no problem, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Du Hongyuan saw that he was so determined to lose weight, and he didn't want to say anything more, so he started eating his rice in big mouthfuls. Gulong. Chen Jirui finished eating his plate in 2 or 3 bites, and couldn't help but swallow as he watched Du Hongyuan devour his food. Kong Lu ordered extra rice noodles, and there was a whole bunch of dishes, as well as a huge amount of rice noodles. The two of them had a small bowl each and were fishing for rice noodles in a large bowl that was bigger than a wash basin. A thick layer of oil floated on top of the rice noodles, suppressing all the heat. When they stirred the rice noodles, the heat rose from under the oil, and the heat was almost the same as when they were first cooked. Gu Chensi's face turned red from the heat, and she accidentally burned her hand. Even then, she did not forget to pick up a piece of meat and shove it into her mouth, and her mouth was also burned. Kong Lu was amused by her actions, and Gu Chensi said fiercely, "What are you laughing at? How dare you laugh at me? I'm not." Kong Lu shook his head, reached out and took her small bowl, helping her to fish the vegetables out of the hot soup. With a few chopsticks, he filled the bowl with rice noodles, and it was all meat dishes. Then he used the spoon to scoop up 2 spoonfuls of the rich soup and drizzled it over the rice noodles, and the aroma immediately came up. Before serving it to Gu Chensi, Kong Lu also gently blew on the steam rising from the top. He said, "Be careful, it's hot." While Kong Lu helped Gu Chensi scoop up the rice noodles, her elbows were propped on the table, her hands supporting her chin, as she silently looked at him, her mouth curling up into a beautiful arc. When the steam rises, the face of the person across from him looks like it's through a thin veil, and the appearance becomes blurred. But even if it's even more blurred, Gu Chensi can still see Kong Lu's appearance clearly, because he has already remembered it in his heart. Gu Chensi's appetite is actually not that big. He just had a cup of milk tea, and after eating 2 small bowls of rice noodles, he was basically full. The remaining half bowl of rice noodles was very bitter for Kong Lu. By the time he finished eating, the rice noodle soup had cooled, and Kong Lu burped loudly from being so full. Ha ha ha. Gu Chensi laughed directly as she watched Kong Lu's bloated appearance. That beautiful smile attracted the attention of the diners around them, who turned to look at her. This was perhaps the first time they had seen the cold and aloof school beauty smile, and they were pleasantly surprised to discover that when she smiled, the cold and aloof school beauty was not at all cold and aloof, and was super beautiful. The moon is cold, the river is clear, the night is heavy, and a beauty's smile is worth 1,000 ounces of gold. This verse was perfectly embodied by Gu Chensi at this moment, and many people were enchanted by this smile. After the happiness, their hearts were filled with an intangible sense of loss, because such a beautiful smile did not belong to them, but only to one person, the young man sitting across from her. Kong Lu put down his chopsticks and said, "Every time we eat, I'm the one who finishes everything, even at the morning tea shop." "Oh, I'm just afraid you won't get enough to eat." Gu Chensi stood up, sat down next to Kong Lu, and whispered in his ear, "It's good to eat a lot and get fat." Kong Lu shook his head with a mix of laughter and sadness and said, "I can't go out to eat with you anymore. If we keep eating like this, I'm really going to gain weight." "What's wrong with being fat?" Gu Chensi whispered to Kong Lu, "Have you forgotten what I told you online before? Even if you become a little pig, I won't mind." Kong Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Chensi and said, "I seriously suspect that you are tempting me to gain weight." "No way." Gu Chensi shook her head seriously, but what she was thinking was, "It's great to gain weight, so no one will steal my boyfriend." If Xinxia heard her thoughts, she would probably scoff and say, "There are not many people like you in the whole school who would dare to steal your boyfriend." After lunch was settled, the two returned to the library together. Before going upstairs, Kong Lu bought 5 cups of coffee on the first floor of the library, all unsweetened, which was refreshing and invigorating. Du, Chen, and Wang had already finished eating and returned, and were now taking a nap on the table. These 3 guys usually don't take naps at noon, but as soon as it's time to study, they start to feel sleepy. "Oi oi, wake up, your sister-in-law is buying you coffee," Kong Lu shouted at them, and gave each of them a cup of unsweetened coffee. The 3 of them rubbed their eyes and said to Gu Chensi, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Gu Chensi tilted her head and looked at Kong Lu, a little confused. He had obviously bought the coffee, so why did he say he had given it to them? Kong Lu winked at Gu Chensi. She didn't know what he was up to, but she still responded lightly to the 3, "You're welcome." The 3 of them lifted their sugar-free coffees at the same time and took a sip. The next second, the 3 of them put down their coffees at the same time. The sour and bitter taste made the expressions of the 3 of them rich and wonderful. Du Hongyuan glanced at the label and said, "This is sugar-free?" "Yes, it's refreshing." Kong Lu smiled slightly, "I was worried that you 3 would feel sleepy in the afternoon, so I bought it especially for you. You should like it, right?" The 3 of them looked at Gu Chensi at the same time. That cold face gave an indescribable feeling of domineering exposure. Although they didn't like the bitter stuff, it was Gu Chensi who had bought it, so they didn't want to offend her. So the 3 of them nodded and praised it. Du Hongyuan even gave a thumbs up and praised, "The coffee that my sister-in-law gives is just delicious. I've never had coffee with such a great taste before." Kong Lu smiled and said, "If you like it, drink some more." Air. After flattering Kong Lu, Du Hongyuan had no choice but to gulp down 2 more mouthfuls. Kong Lu looked up again at Chen Jirue and Wang Qi. Naturally, they too were unable to escape Kong Lu's clutches and obediently drank 2 mouthfuls of bitter coffee. Gu Chensi sat in her seat, seemingly expressionless as she played with her phone, but in reality she was beside herself with joy. She messaged Kong Lu. "You're so bad. Ha ha ha." Kitten laughing. Kong Lu sent a reply. A dark smile. The end of this chapter. Chapter 134, Sunset in the Library. Perhaps it was the bitter coffee that was working, but the 3 of them continued to study like they had a shot of adrenaline in the afternoon. With the intense studying in the morning, Kong Lu didn't feel as tired as before when teaching the 3 of them in the afternoon. As it turned out, the 3 of them were not stupid, but were even very smart. Chen Jirue and Wang Qi were both from other provinces. They were able to get into Shanghai Jiaotong University from outside the province, and they were also the top scorers in the provincial college entrance exam that year. Under Kong Lu's one-on-one tutoring, the 3 of them learned quickly, and Kong Lu's afternoon's efforts were not in vain. After teaching the 3 of them, Kong Lu gave Gu Chensi private tutoring in advanced mathematics. The 3 of them didn't want to continue being electric light bulbs, and it happened that there were also a few empty seats in the study room next door, so the 3 of them immediately went into the study room. Zhou Xiaonan happened to be waiting for hot water at the water heater by the entrance to the study room. She had already been in the study room for a whole day ever since she started university. She had set the goal of taking the postgraduate entrance exam, and since her class had relatively few sophomore courses, she would go to the library when she didn't have classes. As the saying goes, as long as you don't die from studying, you have to study as hard as you can. There are actually quite a few people like Zhou Xiaonan in the library who start studying for the postgraduate entrance exam in their sophomore year. In fact, I don't recommend starting the exam preparation in the second year. Most people start in the third year. Of course, if you have a lot of free time and don't have many classes, you can start whenever you like. Everyone needs a goal, right? Zhou Xiaonan was tired from studying during the day, and in the evenings, when she finally had some free time, she wanted to play games to cheer herself up. This is why she always asks Chen Jirui to play games with her in the evenings. Zhou Xiaonan, who had just boiled some water, happened to bump into Chen Jirui and his two friends walking towards the study room. She called out softly, "Chen Xiaofan." The three of them stopped at the same time and looked towards the hot water dispenser at the door, and next to it, Zhou Xiaonan. Zhou Xiaonan was wearing a pair of round-framed glasses, clutching a thermos, and was waving at the three of them. She asked curiously, "Why are you free to come to the library today?" Chen Jirui replied, "We came to study." Zhou Xiaonan teased, "You don't study hard usually, so you come to the library to cram at the end of the semester, right?" "Nonsense," Du Hongyuan, whose intentions had been revealed, retorted directly, "We call this suddenly waking up, turning over a new leaf, studying hard, and making progress every day. It's not a last-minute effort." Zhou Xiaonan crossed her arms and confidently debated with him, "What's the difference between not working hard for a semester and only thinking about reforming yourself at the end of the semester, just like cramming for a test?" Du Hongyuan was speechless in the face of her words. I'm different." Chen Jirui said with a firm gaze, "I was confused during my freshman year, and I have been wasting time since the first semester of my sophomore year. I don't want to be like this anymore, I really want to change. So, not just at the end of the semester, next semester, I will definitely be able to persevere." Zhou Xiaonan didn't know if he could really persevere or if he was just saying empty words in a moment of enthusiasm, but she still nodded and encouraged, "Then come on." "Okay." Chen Jirui nodded firmly. "I'm going to study, bye." Zhou Xiaonan waved to the three of them and returned to the quiet study room. Whether it's weight loss or studying, it's like a drop of water wearing away a stone, and the effect won't be seen in a day or two. No one knows if Chen Jirui can lose weight or if he can persevere with his studies. Only time will tell. "Baby, I don't want to study anymore." Gu Chenxi was lying on the table with a sad face, and on her left was a pile of used draft papers. Kong Lu sighed when he saw her like this. He was glad in his heart that he had been tutoring her younger sister instead. If he had been tutoring her, he would have been driven away long ago, not to mention falling in love. This shows that love also requires the right time, place, and people. Even if two people are destined for each other, they still have to meet at the right time, not a minute or second off. Kong Lu glanced at the time on his phone and said, "It's 5:30. You're allowed to take a 15-minute break, and we'll continue after that." Gu Chenxi slouched lazily on the table, resting her chin on her arm, her big, intelligent eyes staring up at Kong Lu, pouting and whining, "Can I have a little more rest? I feel like studying math is going to rot my brain." "No way." Kong Lu bent his index finger and tapped Gu Chenxi's forehead lightly with his knuckles, saying, "If you don't study hard, your brain is really going to rot." Slight. Gu Chenxi stuck out her tongue provocatively, then pulled out her phone and started swiping through short videos. Kong Lu, on the other hand, closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. He had taught 4 people today and was really a little tired. After his 3 roommates had gone to the study room, Kong Lu and Gu Chenxi switched to a small table by the window. It wasn't appropriate for 2 people to occupy an 8-person table. The winter sun sets early, and by 5:30 it had already set. The afterglow of the sunset cast a yellowish filter over the school, so that even someone who couldn't take a photo could take a good photo at this moment with the help of this natural filter light. Kong Lu also imitated Gu Chenxi's example, leaning over the table, resting her chin on her arm, tilting her head, and admiring the view outside the window. Under the small table, the two's legs were crossed, and occasionally Gu Chenxi would gently bump Kong Lu's thigh with the side of her thigh. Every time she touched the other person's thigh, the girl always felt an inexplicable tingling sensation like electricity, which spread throughout her body. So what started out as an accidental touch became a later intentional collision with a frequency. Ho Lu seemed to respond to her, gently touching her thigh with his. The boy was not as sensitive as the girl, but he could still feel the indistinct warmth from the girl's body. This seemingly careless but full of ambiguity behavior was hard not to get carried away. His gaze shifted from the scenery outside the window to Gu Chenxi, who was playing with her phone. She turned her head and looked at him, then smiled inexplicably. The dim yellow sunlight sneaked in through the window. The girl's face, like a work of art, looked even more three-dimensional and plump under this just right light. It was like a frame-popping shot under a Hong Kong-style filter, and the scenery around Guchensi became increasingly blurry, leaving only Guchensi and Kong Lu's eyes. He pursed his lips and said softly, tenderly, Guchensi, do you know, the way you look now is super beautiful? The voice was really soft, but Guchensi still heard it. Guchensi didn't say anything, and she deliberately looked away and looked at her phone. Under the table, the frequency of the girl's knee collisions accelerated, as if in response to his words. The end of this chapter. Chapter 135, Stars. As the sky darkened and the street lamps came on, the night campus became less noisy, and the moonlight cast a quiet and peaceful appearance. The moonlight and the lights blended together, illuminating every campus path. The young people walked together in pairs, not holding hands, but occasionally their shoulders would bump together, which also made them seem intimate. Kong Lu carried his school bag on his back and also held Guchensi's handbag in his hand. The two of them, who had just finished eating, were walking towards the dormitory. Guchensi looked up at the sky. The night sky in the city was always gray and murky, not at all clear. What's wrong? Kong Lu also looked up at the sky, following her example, and asked, what are you looking at? I wanted to see the stars, but it seems there aren't any, said Guchensi, rolling up her sleeves and glancing at her watch. This afternoon when I was watching videos, I saw a starry sky filmed by someone else, it was so beautiful. Kong Lu tilted his head and looked at Guchensi next to him, frowning and saying, I taught you the formulas so carefully, and yet you've got all this other stuff in your head? Bullshit. Guchensi retorted, standing on tiptoe, I've got the math formulas memorized, too. That's not proof. We'll see how you do in this exam. Don't underestimate me. Just wait and see. Guchensi crossed her arms and said with a confident look. Although there is a lot of water in university exams, it is still difficult to fake something as practical as mathematics. Whether you have studied seriously or not usually shows up immediately in the mathematics exam. Because the final mathematics exam scores are so poor, every time the final exam is over, the mathematics teacher is always more tired than the teachers of other subjects when trying to find someone to pass. Some people get full marks all the time but still fail, and you just have to give up on them. Every time the results are released, you can always see that some people who never study and even have a history of truancy usually get higher grades than those who never miss a class. You think getting a 60 is a stroke of luck? Wrong, it's completely because your teacher is soft-hearted and gave you full marks for your usual grades. Fine, I'll see about that. Kong Lu pinched Guchensi's face and said, if you don't do well on the exam, don't say I taught you math. Guchensi asked in return, what if I do well? If you do well, I'll. Kong Lu thought for a moment and said, surprise you. Guchensi's eyes lit up and she asked joyfully, what kind of surprise? I already said it's a surprise, so of course it has to be a secret. The word surprise is a very general concept. Kong Lu didn't know what to prepare for Guchensi in such a short time, so he said it was a surprise. Guchensi raised an eyebrow and looked at him, as if she could see through his thoughts. In fact, you don't know what to give me, do you? Kong Lu, whose thoughts had been revealed, smiled awkwardly and replied, I already said it's a surprise. It must be something that even I don't know what it is at the moment in order to be considered a surprise. Guchensi pursed her lips, okay, I'll just quietly listen to your sophistry. Kong Lu patted her head and said, forget about the surprise. You should think about what to do about the exam next week. Guchensi's hair was soft and silky. When Kong Lu touched her head, he ran his hands along her hair from top to bottom in a very gentle motion, as if he were touching something fragile. However, Guchensi's touch on Kong Lu's head was completely the opposite. She felt around the top of Kong Lu's head like she was tugging on a dog's head, always messing up his hairstyle, but Kong Lu didn't care. Kong Lu said, as long as she's happy. Kong Lu was walking Guchensi to the door of the girls' dormitory when he was bumped into by Shenxia, who was going downstairs to get takeaway. There were no classes today, and she had also not left the house all day. She had been dragged by Lin Ji to watch a romance all day, and it was the takeaway that kept her going. Shenxia, who had already watched a romance all day, saw Kong Lu and Guchensi standing under the girls' dormitory, behaving intimately, and her feelings of envy and jealousy reached a peak. Envy is envy, but when it comes to love, it's more interesting to watch other people talk about it. Shenxia comforted herself in her heart, but the image of Du Hongyuan inexplicably popped into her head. Du Hongyuan is not bad looking, although he doesn't seem very reliable, he is quite attentive. Wait, what am I thinking about? Shen Xiao was startled by her strange thoughts, and she quickly shook her head to dismiss the chaotic thoughts in her head. When she came back to her senses, her best friend had already stuck to her boyfriend's body. The two of them, like most other couples, embraced together under the girls' dormitory. There were already 7 or 8 couples embracing, and now there was one more. On this cold winter night, she, a single person going downstairs to get takeaway, had to walk through this group of damn couples to get her own takeaway. After taking Gu Chenxi back to the dormitory, Kong Lu also returned to the boys' dormitory. As soon as he sat down, the news in the dormitory group was noisy. Kong Lu picked up his phone and saw that the three of them were shouting for Kong Lu to go to the basketball court to play basketball together. Du, Wang, and Chen had come out of the library and went straight to the cafeteria to eat, and then went to play basketball after eating, without even going back to the dormitory. Kong Lu took a drink of water and slowly left the dormitory. In basketball court number 3, Du Hongyuan was playing one-on-one with Wang Qi, while Chen Jirue was warming up. Du Hongyuan looked at Kong Lu, who had walked in leisurely, and said, "You finally come. Come and play with us, we'll play 2-on-2. I see you were in such a hurry to call me to play, so you were short of players." Kong Lu scanned the area with his eyes, and saw that there were not many people on the other courts, so they looked deserted. Kong Lu asked Du Hongyuan in puzzlement, "Aren't you the basketball coach of that rich second generation with a center parting? Why don't you ask him to come and make up the numbers?" "Forget it." Du Hongyuan waved his hand and said, "This kid is talented at playing basketball, I can't beat him now." "Oh." Hearing Du Hongyuan's words, Kong Lu immediately reacted, "I was wondering why you've been playing basketball so frequently recently, and it turns out that you're practicing your mediocre ball skills." Du Hongyuan covered his face and said with a bitter smile, "If I had known, I wouldn't have bragged and taught him basketball." Wang Qi, who was shooting alone, urged, "Stop chatting, come and play basketball." Chen Jirue, who had finished warming up, also walked over at this moment and said to Kong Lu, "Kong, I'll be on your team, okay?" "Okay." The basketball skills of the 4 people in the dormitory were roughly Kong Lu equals Wang Qi, Du Hongyuan, Chen Jirue. This is the state of affairs. In terms of basketball skills, Kong Lu should be better, but Wang Qi is a big guy, and when he stands there, he looks like a wall, so the difference in strength between the two is not great. In fact, Kong Lu's basketball skills were taught by Wang Qi. Before going to university, Kong Lu had never played basketball. Because he didn't have many friends before going to university, no one would have asked him to play basketball with them. End of chapter. Chapter 136, Surprise. A group of people got tired of playing basketball and came to sit on the chairs by the court. There were 4 of them, so they definitely couldn't all fit on one chair. Chen Jirue knew he was fat and could take up 2 seats, so he took the initiative to sit on the ground next to the chair. Kong Lu walked over directly and sat next to him. So Wang Qi and Du Hongyuan followed suit and sat on the ground as well, with the 4 of them sitting in a row, leaving the chair next to them empty. "You guys?" Chen Jirue looked at the 3 men's actions and his heart warmed. He said, "It's fine, you guys sit, don't mind me." Du Hongyuan laughed and said, "What are you thinking?" "I just think the floor is cooler." "Exactly," Wang Qi followed up, "It's hot after playing ball, it's pretty good to sit on the floor." Chen Jirue's heart warmed, and his determination to lose weight became even stronger. Kong Lu glanced at the 2 of them and didn't say much, but his mouth slightly lifted. Student friendships are actually that simple. Friends will take care of each other and be considerate of each other. At the time, you won't feel anything special, but once you graduate and start working in society, it will be difficult to find pure friendships. Kong Lu leaned against the fence, looking up at the sky. There was only a lone moon in the gray sky, and the moonlight was blocked by the thin clouds, giving off a gray hue. He asked the 3 of them, "Do you know what kind of gift is better for your girlfriend?" Kong Lu promised Gu Chenxi tonight that he would give her a surprise if she did well in her math test, but in fact, he didn't know what to give her either. Gu Chenxi seemed to lack for nothing. Wang Qi thought for a moment and said, "I've recently set my sights on a pair of women's crochet shoes. They're quite pretty, and I want to give them to my girlfriend before the holiday." As he spoke, Wang Qi opened the shopping app on his phone and clicked on his favorites. Inside were a pair of shoes that cost over 1,000 yuan. He worked part-time at the Peace Mansion every weekend, but now the store manager only let him work 3 hours on one day on the weekend, paying him 150 yuan at a time, which was 300 yuan for 2 days. The shoes cost over 1,000, and he has already saved up 900. If he goes for 2 more days this week, he will have almost enough. Holy shit, 1,290. Crocs. Du Honyuan glanced at Wang Chi's phone screen and said, hugging his arm, "Brother, do you need a boyfriend? I can talk to you about it." "Get lost." Wang Chi rolled his eyes and pushed the kid away. "Shoes?" Kong Lu thought about it for a moment. Gu Chenxi's house probably had a wall of shoes, so giving her shoes would be too common and she wouldn't be very surprised. Kong Lu asked again, "Besides shoes, do you have any other ideas?" Chen Jirue thought about it for a moment and said, "Flowers, jewelry." He had never been in a relationship before, so the only things he could think of for gifts for girls were things that were formulaic from TV dramas. "No, that's not good enough. It's not distinctive enough." Du Honyuan interrupted Chen Jirue and said, "Flowers and jewelry can be bought with money, so they're not interesting. If you want to give a gift, give something that can't be bought, like a handmade ring. It's definitely more heartfelt than something bought, and it's mainly cheaper." Wang Chi rolled his eyes and said, "There's no need to add that last sentence. What's there to be afraid of, just a few guys chatting amongst ourselves? It's not like we're chatting with girls, and what I said is the truth." Du Honyuan said, counting on his fingers, "When it comes to gifts, if you give a gift to a girl who doesn't like you, no matter how expensive it is, she still won't like you. She'll just see you as a rich dog who licks her. But if you give a gift to someone who loves you, even if it's just a wildflower you picked by the roadside, they'll dry it and keep it. That's the difference between love and not love, and it has nothing to do with money." Wang Chi and Chen Jirue heard this and gave him a thumbs up, praising, "You really see through things." Kong Lu glanced at him and asked with a smile, "You see through things so well, let me ask you, if Shen Xia wants a pair of shoes that cost more than 1,000, would you buy them for her?" Du Honyuan immediately replied, "It's only 1,000, I still have that kind of money." Kong Lu asked again, "What if she wants the latest top-of-the-line fruit phone?" "Buy it." Du Honyuan gritted his teeth and said, "If it makes my girlfriend happy, what is 10,000? I'll buy it for her on credit." Wang Chi and Chen Jirue had praised him for his insight one second, but were left speechless by his words the next. Indeed, a military strategist cannot go into battle. Kong Lu, however, did not find it strange. After all, love is such an unreasonable thing. Before you really fall for someone, anyone can give a bunch of big ideas, and everyone thinks they are the most level-headed one. But in fact, when the person full of reasons falls in love, they will also lose their ability to think. A dog licker knows that he is a dog licker, and a gambler knows that he is gambling. Outsiders just laugh at it, but only those who are deeply involved can appreciate what it is like. As the saying goes, there is no reasoning for things like love. However, Kong Lu did think that Du Honyuan's idea was quite good. He was thinking, making a pair of rings by hand is actually quite a good proposal. Chen Jirue opened the short video app, and the first video was of the aurora. The fantastical and gorgeous light was so beautiful that Chen Jirue excitedly shared it with the other 3 people. It was the time of year when auroras burst out in the 5 northern European countries. Many people posted aurora videos online, and 2 days ago Kong Lu's parents also sent him a video of the aurora they took. The bright starry sky and the magnificent aurora borealis are indeed very beautiful. Kong Lu suddenly remembered what Gu Chenxi had said to him when he was walking her back to the dormitory tonight, "I want to see the stars." Kong Lu suddenly sat up straight, his eyes lighting up. He had already thought of what to give Gu Chenxi. Inside the girls' dormitory, Gu Chenxi was also asking for advice on what to give Kong Lu. The Chinese New Year is coming up in a month, and she wants to give Kong Lu something special for the occasion, but she doesn't know what to get him. The only gifts she can think of, apart from luxury bags and clothes, are gold jewelry or a house or a car. Everyone says that boys like cars, but Kong Lu hasn't even got his driving license yet. Besides, Kong Lu's family is no worse off than hers, it's even better. She could think of these things, and Kong Lu should have them all, and maybe even better than she has. This can be seen from the fact that he can casually give away a few million watches. After some exchanges with her roommates, Gu Chenxi finally decided to requisition Lin Ji's advice and knit a scarf for Kong Lu herself. If she can't give the most expensive gift, then she'll give the most special one. Although she can't knit a scarf, there's still a month until Chinese New Year, and if she's willing to learn, she'll definitely be able to do it. People always have a strange confidence in the things they don't know. Gu Chenxi immediately opened the shopping app and started looking at the materials for knitting a scarf. End of chapter. Chapter 137, The Trouble of Knitting a Scarf. The exam week is drawing near, and the number of classes has gradually decreased recently. There are basically no full classes every day. When there are no classes during the day, Kong Lu helps her 3 roommates with their homework. In the evening, after accompanying Gu Chenxi to finish dinner, she starts helping her review advanced mathematics. Ha! Gu Chensi yawned, listening to Kong Lu explain the problem. Even the bitterest coffee in the world could not help her fight off sleepiness. The materials for knitting the scarf had arrived 2 days ago, and every night she spent time in the dorm thinking about how to knit the scarf, until late at night. The young lady had never done any handicrafts since she was a child, and apart from her impressive cooking skills, she knew nothing about knitting. She originally wanted to ask Linji for help. She thought that since the idea came from Linji, she would definitely know how to knit. But Linji said that she didn't know either. So she had to continue watching the instructional videos and learn a little bit at a time. Yarn is really a very magical thing. 2 or 3 sticks of yarn are wound together, and with a flick of the fingers, the yarn is picked up, hooked, and pulled, turning the individual strands into small pieces that eventually form a long, large piece. She set the instructional video to the slowest speed and learned little by little, doing it as she went along. She made many mistakes, and since she didn't know how to undo stitches, she had to redo the whole thing when she made a mistake. Luckily, she had bought enough materials. Gu Chensi was still full of fighting spirit when she placed the order, but after 2 nights of trying, her fighting spirit was gone, and she even cried a little because she had to start over because she had knitted it wrong. Making handicrafts for your partner is something that has a very high breakup rate. The process of making handicrafts is really a form of torture, especially if you don't know how to do it and no one is there to teach you. And this torture applies to both men and women. It's like an online meme about a guy who makes his girlfriend a wooden hairpin. At first, there are all kinds of beautiful expectations, but as he makes it, his resentment grows. This resentment will be transferred invisibly to the person who gave the gift, and in the end it can easily lead to an inexplicable breakup and a breakup. This is indeed the case, and the rate of breakups is very high for those who make handicrafts for their partners. However, there is no need to cry or knit. Gu Chensi did not give up because of the difficulties. How could the young lady give up so easily? Kong Lu was thirsty from talking about the topic, so he took a sip of coffee and looked at Gu Chensi, who looked sleepy, and asked, "Why do you look so sleepy?" "Maybe I didn't sleep well last night," Gu Chensi casually made an excuse. Kong Lu looked at Gu Chensi with his astute gaze, as if he could see through her innermost thoughts. Gu Chensi hadn't asked him to play games with her these past 2 nights, didn't message him much, and sometimes got inexplicably angry when she knitted the wrong scarf. All signs pointed to Gu Chensi was on her period. Kong Lu tentatively asked, "Are you hiding something from me?" "Huh? Ah, no." Gu Chensi thought Kong Lu had really found something fishy, and she called out nervously, but quickly pretended to be calm and said, "What could I possibly be hiding from you?" "MMHM." Kong Lu's gaze said a little doubtfully, "We're in a relationship now, so there's no need to hide things from me, is there?" "What are you talking about?" What could I possibly hide from you?" Gu Chensi was a little guilty as she felt Kong Lu's gaze on her, and she hunched her shoulders. She was hoping to give Kong Lu a surprise gift, but it turned out that she was going to be found out so soon. After feeling guilty, Gu Chensi was a little unwilling. Kong Lu took Gu Chensi's hand and said gently, "Look, your hands are ice cold. Isn't it your period?" Gu Chensi listened to Kong Lu's words, first stunned, and then immediately reacted the idiot had misunderstood. Gu Chensi thought to herself, "I have been really emotionally unstable these past few days because of that stupid scarf, always yelling at him, so it's not surprising that he would misunderstand." Kong Lu tucked Gu Chensi's little hand into the warm pocket of his shirt, saying, "I'm your boyfriend, so if there's anything, just tell me, there's no need to be shy." Gu Chensi's period had not yet arrived, of course, but listening to Kong Lu's words, she felt warm in her heart. The past 2 days of knitting the scarf had caused her a lot of setbacks, and there was nowhere for her to pour out her bitterness. Sometimes she wondered if it was meaningful to do what she was doing, and she had 800 thoughts of giving up every day. Now, after hearing Kong Lu's words, she suddenly felt that the suffering she had endured these past 2 days had been worthwhile and meaningful. The bitterness in her heart had also turned sweet because of Kong Lu's words. Was this the magic of love? Gu Chensi was even more determined to finish knitting the scarf and give Kong Lu a surprise. She also wanted to show him that she was also very capable. "Why, are you not speaking?" Gu Chensi's direct gaze made Kong Lu feel a little overwhelmed. He didn't know if he had said something wrong. The next second, Gu Chensi threw herself directly into Kong Lu's arms. She whispered to Kong Lu, "Baby, it's so good to have you." Kong Lu patted Gu Chensi's back gently and said, "You called me baby, so I definitely have to be good to you." There were not many people in the discussion area of the library, and those who were there to memorize vocabulary. The words and actions of the two did not affect the other students. Occasionally, there would be one or two single people studying for the postgraduate entrance exam who would come out of the study room looking for books. When they saw the scene, their hearts would be slightly shocked. Although I don't feel well, but... Kong Lu opened her wrong answer book and said, "You can't stop studying." "You." Gu Chenxi withdrew her hand from Kong Lu's pocket, pushed him away, and said, "Okay, you're not my baby anymore, I don't know you." Kong Lu touched the back of his head, looked at her stupidly, and thought to himself, women are truly heartless creatures. One second they're calling me baby, and the next second they're pulling up their pants. No, they're turning their faces away and not recognizing me. Kong Lu decided to calm down with a sip of coffee, but after drinking it, he felt that the coffee tasted a little different. Gu Chenxi covered her mouth and smiled gently, asking in his ear, "You're drinking my coffee?" Kong Lu glanced at the lipstick mark at the mouth of the coffee cup, and it really was Gu Chenxi's coffee. Oh. He didn't care anymore. They had kissed, so it wasn't a big deal to share a cup of coffee. Besides, he had drunk Gu Chenxi's milk tea the day before. Gu Chenxi looked at Kong Lu's calm reaction and pouted, asking, "Why don't you have any expression at all?" Kong Lu tilted his head and looked at Gu Chenxi, asking, "What reaction should I have?" You should blush and be a little embarrassed. You're my girlfriend, I'm drinking your coffee, what's there to be shy about? Gu Chenxi thought about it for a few seconds, then nodded and said, "Seems like, that's right." Kong Lu rubbed Gu Chenxi's face, which was so soft and plump that it was almost too good to rub. Kong Lu said, "Are you serious?" Gu Chenxi held her head high and retorted, "I'm not stupid, most of the time I'm very witty." End of chapter. Chapter 138, Can't Learn to Ask for Help. After returning to the dormitory in the evening, Gu Chenxi took out the materials for knitting the scarf early, then turned on the computer and called up the instructional video to learn carefully. Tonight's Gu Chenxi was knitting with extra effort. Zhou Xiaonan, who had just returned from the library, looked at Gu Chenxi, who had started knitting the scarf a long time ago, and tugged Xinxia's arm and asked, "What kind of stimulus did Sister Chenxi get tonight that she is working so hard?" "No idea," Xinxia shrugged, leaning her body against the railing of the upper bunk bed and saying to Zhou Xiaonan, "I just know that she was sent back to the dormitory by her boyfriend tonight." Zhou Xiaonan added, "They studied together in the library tonight. I saw them when I was boiling water." Xinxia spat out, "Does she have to knit a scarf? You two single dogs, what do you know?" Lingji came over and said to the two of them, she is blessed with the power of love." Zhou Xiaonan screamed like a little animal, "You're also a single dog, what makes you qualified to scold us?" "Exactly." Xinxia pinched the slender waist under Lingji's loose robe and said, "It was you, the bad woman, who came up with the idea of knitting a scarf. Look at what a state you've put our little she in. If they break up, you'll be half to blame." "Don't worry, they won't break up," Lingji said, pushing her large rimmed glasses up and smiling with narrowed eyes. "In love, you have to water the flowers before they bloom, and the flowers have to bloom before they bear fruit. The process of making a gift for someone you like by hand is certainly painful, but the sense of accomplishment after success, the emotional value of the recipient's feedback when they receive the gift, doesn't all this enhance the relationship?" Xinxia looked at Lingji with a suspicious expression and asked, How do you know so much?" Zhou Xiaonan also asked curiously, "You haven't been in love, have you?" No. Perhaps it was because of myopia, Lingji always liked to squint her eyes. It was difficult for people who squinted to see the changes in emotions in the eyes, so the two of them didn't know what Lingji was feeling when she said this. But they could obviously feel that Lingji had paused when she spoke just now. Lingji hugged Xinxia and said, "Actually, I like girls. Xiaoxia, do you want to be my girlfriend?" Xinxia glared at her and said, "Don't pinch me, it hurts." Ew. Zhou Xiaonan gave a wicked smile and said mockingly, "I'm a little jealous of you too, so show me your tongue quickly." Oops. I did it wrong again. While the three girls were laughing and playing around, Gu Chenxi couldn't help but smile. Yes, she did it wrong again. Xinxia looked at Gu Chenxi, who was slumped over the table with a look of resignation, and turned to Lingji and said, "I think, if this continues, Xiaoxi will really go crazy." Lingji also pursed her lips and gave a wry smile, saying, "It seems that Xiaoxi's ability to get things done is really a bit lacking." Zhou Xiaonan patted the two on the arm and said, "You two don't just keep spouting off, think of something quickly." Xinxia turned her head and looked at Lin Ji, "What's the solution?" "Huh? You're asking me?" Lin Ji pointed at her own face and shook her head, saying, "How would I know? No, there is actually a solution." Lin Ji seemed to have thought of a good idea, her narrowed eyes opening wide. She walked over to Guchensi and said, "Cece, don't be sad, this instructional video may be a bit rough, so you won't understand it very well. Why don't you find someone who knows how to knit a scarf and they can teach you step by step?" Sigh. Guchensi listened to Lin Ji's words as if she had discovered something extraordinary, suddenly enlightened. Her body straightened up and she asked, "Do you know anyone who knows how to knit a scarf?" "Well." Lin Ji shook her head, but then she immediately said, "But I can ask around on the campus wall for you. There are definitely girls who know how to knit in such a big school." Yes, you hurry up and ask for me. Money is not a problem, as long as you can teach me." Guchensi, who had already been tormented by the instructional videos and was now lacking in energy, really urgently needed a master to teach her how to knit a scarf. "Okay, you wait, I'll ask for you." Lin Ji took out her phone and edited a message for the campus wall. Cluck cluck cluck. Just then, the dormitory door was knocked on, and Suya poked her head out and looked inside, asking in a low voice, "Is Gu Shuijie here?" Zhou Xiaonan was outspoken and asked directly, "Why do you come to see Shi Jiao every day?" "Ah." Hearing this, Suya asked in return, "Am I disturbing you?" Zhou Xiaonan realized that her words were ambiguous, and quickly waved her hands, saying, "No, that's not what I meant. Come in first." Suya pushed open the door and walked in. In her hand, she was carrying a bag, inside of which was a black down jacket, which was partially visible because the bag was too small. Guchensi noticed the down jacket in Suya's hand and asked, "What can I do for you?" "I've come to return something." Suya held up the bag and said, "Senior student Gu, this is not a prize from the New Year's Eve party, is it?" Looking at Suya's determined gaze, Guchensi knew she couldn't hide it anymore, so she simply admitted, "It's not a prize indeed. I bought it for you." "Senior student Gu, you have helped me a lot, but I haven't even thanked you properly once. This gift of yours? I really don't deserve it," Suya said, and she wanted to put the bag on Guchensi's desk, but her desk was full of things for knitting scarves, and there was simply no room for the down jacket. She could only hand the bag directly to Guchensi, and asked, "Are you knitting a scarf, Miss Gu?" Guchensi did not pick up the bag. Listening to Suya's words, she brightened up and asked, "You can knit scarves?" "Yes," Suya nodded, "Grandma taught me." Hearing Suya's words, Guchensi was so excited that she almost shouted, "Great!" After searching high and low, it came without any effort. Guchensi pointed at the bag and said, "In that case, you teach me to knit a scarf, and the down jacket is my tuition." Guchensi's tone was not like she was negotiating, but rather informing the other person. Guchensi, who was used to being aloof in front of outsiders, might only be a little more dependent when facing Kong Lu. Suya quickly waved her hands and said, "I can teach you for free." "I don't want anything for free," Guchensi said firmly. "It's settled then, you teach me to knit scarves, and I'll give you the down jacket." Ah. Suya was dumbfounded. She had clearly come to return something, but the current situation seemed a bit off. How did she get herself involved? Lin Ji pushed his glasses up and said, "To be honest, I'm a bit confused about the two of them." Xia also nodded, "I've already made up a novel in my head." Zhou Xiaonan didn't say anything, but covered her mouth and laughed secretly. In the boys' dormitory, Kong Lu, who was playing games with Chen Jirue, suddenly felt panicky. Kong Lu thought to himself, "Strange, why am I suddenly feeling panicky? Could it be that my girlfriend is going to have a new girlfriend?" Chen Jirue was being hacked by the three of them with machetes, and looking at Kong Lu, who was standing there in a daze, he yelled, "Kong, what are you doing? Come over here and help me." "Don't worry, I'm coming," Kong Lu said, and directly pressed his ultimate move, followed immediately by the game character's cry, "I'm self-oiling and spicy." Next, Kong Lu displayed a wave of silky smooth 1-on-3, taking it down in style. Chen Jirue shouted in admiration, "Kong Gunyobi." The end of this chapter. Chapter 139, Learning to Drive. After passing the first subject, the driving school instructor kept telling Kong Lu to go practice driving. Kong Lu had been busy the past few days, but today was Saturday, so he had time. Kong Lu planned to go to the driving school to practice driving after he and Guchensi finished their morning run. During their morning run, Guchensi learned about this and insisted on driving him to the driving school. After their run, the two returned to their respective dormitories, changed clothes, tidied up their belongings, and left the school together. After a simple breakfast outside the school, Guchensi drove Kong Lu to the driving school. Guchensi said, "After you're done, send me a message and I'll come pick you up. No need to go to all that trouble." Kong Lu smiled, petting her head, and said, "The driving school isn't far from the school, I'll just grab a bike and pedal back." "What's the trouble in that? I'm free today, what's wrong with picking you up?" Gu Chensi held Kong Lu's hand and said, "Besides, I'm your girlfriend, what are you being polite for?" Kong Lu looked into Gu Chensi's eyes, smiled, and teased, "Now you know you're my girlfriend? Back when we first met and hadn't discovered each other's identities, you treated me like an enemy." This. Gu Chensi's face immediately turned red, and she didn't know how to respond for a moment. She remembered how she had treated Kong Lu so badly before, treating him like an enemy, and now the enemy had become her boyfriend. Although she felt a little guilty, Gu Chensi still blushed as she argued, "So you obviously found out, why didn't you confess to me?" Kong Lu immediately said, "You were so fierce at the time, if I confessed, we would have broken up right there and then." Gu Chensi thought about it, and what Kong Lu said didn't seem wrong. At the time, she didn't know that Kong Lu was the boy who saved her when she was little, and she didn't have any good feelings or filters for him. If Kong Lu had confessed at the first opportunity, she would have felt like her secret had been discovered by a boy she hated. With a sense of shame that was overwhelming, she would have never thought of going out with Kong Lu, let alone falling in love with him. She would have been more likely to hire a hitman to assassinate him. "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore." Kong Lu gave Gu Chensi a slight smile and said, "Be careful on the road, baby." "Okay." Gu Chensi, who had been called baby, blushed with embarrassment, raised her hands in the air, and made a heart shape with them, saying, "Baby, practice your driving well." Kong Lu's ears also turned red. Before he confessed, Kong Lu had imagined many scenarios of Gu Chensi calling him baby, but every time he thought of her making a cold, scowling face and calling him baby, it always made his hair stand on end and gave him chills. In the end, when they actually started dating, he realized that the little girl had two faces. She was cold and aloof, but she also loved to act cute. His girlfriend loved to act cute, and he simply couldn't resist. The school beauty queen was aloof and cold, but every day she would act cute and call him baby. How can I describe this feeling? The author can't, Kong Lu can't. This feeling can only be understood, it cannot be described. If I really had to describe it, I could only use one word: cool. Kong Lu's coach was a middle-aged man named Wang with a big body and dark skin. He had a loud voice, and you could hear him yelling from afar before you even entered the driving school. "Hit it, hit it. I told you to steer the wheel, not to kill the wheel." Kong Lu walked in and saw Coach Wang scolding a trainee. He was standing outside the car, shouting, while the trainee was sitting inside, flailing his arms and legs while operating the car. Kong Lu waved and shouted, "Coach Wang! Oh, you're here, kid." Coach Wang looked back at Kong Lu and shouted, "I've been calling you every day, but you never came. I thought you weren't going to take the test this year." Driving test registrations are valid for 3 years after registration, and it is not uncommon for some people to pay the registration fee when it is cheap, but then never have time to take the driving test. Recently, the driving school has not been busy, and not many people are learning to drive, so Coach Wang is urging Kong Lu to come and learn to drive. If it were the summer vacation, there would be more than 10 people taking turns driving a car, and he would not be able to teach them all. He would be happy to have a few less people, and would not urge them to come. Kong Lu smiled and said, "I was busy the other day." Coach Wang pointed to a row of small plastic benches in the shade in the distance and said, "You go and rest over there for a while, let this kid practice a bit, and I'll teach you later." Okay. There were 7 or 8 Category 2 training vehicles at the driving school, but only 2 were actually in use, one belonging to Coach Wang and the other to another instructor. This driving school cooperates with nearby schools, so the students are all from the surrounding schools. Recently, major universities have gradually entered exam week, and the students are busy reviewing for exams before going home for the new year, so naturally there are fewer people coming to practice. Kong Lu sat on a small bench with his hands in his pockets, looking like an old man, watching the guy learning to drive. He seemed a bit nervous and kept making mistakes. "Are you blind? Can't you see the punctuation? I told you to turn left, but you turned right. You can't tell left from right, can you? How can you get it wrong again? I just taught you that. Who told you to step on the accelerator? You're taking the S-curve so high in the sky, if you don't brake soon, you'll crash into a tree." Kong Lu really couldn't hold back anymore, so he recorded a video of the instructor scolding him and sent it to Gu Chensi to laugh together. As a result, when it was his turn, he couldn't laugh. Coach Wang knocked on the car door and said, "I told you to go in a straight line, why are you holding the steering wheel so tightly?" Kong Lu asked naively, "Shouldn't the steering wheel remain stationary when going in a straight line?" Do you fucking think this road is an airplane runway? Coach Wang was amused by Kong Lu's words and laughed. He pointed at the ground ahead and said, driving in a straight line means driving in a straight line on the road. Ordinary roads have a curve. You need to loosen your grip a little. If you feel the car veering, slightly move the steering wheel to correct the direction. Kong Lu learned quickly, but still made various small mistakes. After all, it was the first day of learning to drive, so it was understandable. Therefore, the coach scolded him lightly, unlike the guy who had been there for 3 or 4 days and still wasn't doing very well. In the morning, Kong Lu practiced driving in a straight line and backing into a parking space on the left. They ate lunch together at the small restaurant inside the driving school, along with the other male trainee. After they finished eating, Coach Wang split the bill with the two of them. The other coach also had 2 trainees, but the coach didn't pay for the meal, which made Kong Lu feel a little strange, so he started chatting with the guy he ate with. His driving school buddy told Kong Lu, Coach Wang is a bit fierce, but he's a nice guy. Other coaches never pay for meals, the students always split the bill. And when they go to a bad restaurant, they order expensive dishes, and the restaurant gives the coach a cut. Some coaches even ask for cigarettes and drinks. The extra money they make is more than their salary. Hey, are you two talking about me behind my back? Coach Wang, who had just bought cigarettes, happened to hear what the two were talking about. He said, I used to be in a different driving school, and this set of rules is basically the unspoken rules of driving school coaches. After I came to this driving school, I taught all of you students. Knowing that you don't have much money, I don't do the same old thing anymore. Just refer more of your classmates to me to learn how to drive. Great. The boy immediately agreed, saying, I was referred by my classmates. They all said that Coach Wang is a nice person, except Coach Wang said directly, you just love to scold people. Kong Lu looked at the outgoing coach and smiled. He wasn't actually referred by someone, and although he didn't lack the money for the 2 meals, he had also met a good coach. End of chapter. Chapter 140, Sneaky. After returning to school, Gu Chensi dragged Suya along to teach her how to knit a scarf. For lunch, Gu Chensi ordered takeout directly, and the two of them stayed in the dormitory all day without going out. Gu Chensi, who had already mastered the general steps by watching the video, made rapid progress under Suya's hands on teaching. She was now able to knit a square independently, although it was a bit slow. With something like knitting a scarf, practice makes perfect. She has been knitting for a few days and her speed has picked up. And there is still a long time before the Chinese New Year, so it is not difficult to finish knitting a scarf before the New Year. Gu Chensi looked out of the window at the darkening sky, put down the scarf she was knitting, took her keys and left the dormitory. Suya also returned to her dormitory, carrying a meal in her hand, which Gu Chensi had bought for her dinner. The moment the lid was opened, the aroma of the meal was released, and the other 3 roommates in their dormitory were also attracted by the aroma. Yeah, Xiaoya, you have a nice meal today. I taught my senior sister how to knit a scarf, and she gave it to me. Upon hearing this, the 3 roommates chattered away. Is it that Gu Xueji? Really? That's the cold goddess of Jiaotong University. Why is she so nice to you? I heard that Miss Gu never gives anyone a good face. Something's wrong, very wrong. I suspect Miss Gu has a crush on you. What the hell? Nonsense, Miss Gu just treats me as a friend. After learning how to reverse into a parking space from the left side in the morning, Kong Lu learned how to reverse into a parking space from the right side in the afternoon. Then the instructor gave him a car all to himself and he spent the afternoon repeating these movements. He practiced until dark, and Kong Lu's reverse parking had reached a state of transcendence within the driving school only. Without an auxiliary observation point, Kong Lu still cannot reverse park very well. In the past, I always saw some online segments saying something like, every plant and tree in the driving school, and even a small stone, has its role. Kong Lu couldn't understand it before, but now he kind of understands. The auxiliary point for his reverse parking is a Red Bull bottle and a small stone in the middle of a brick seam. When you see the steering wheel turn once for the Red Bull bottle, and twice for the small stone in the crack. I guess I'll be dreaming about this tonight. Kong Lu and another guy who was learning to drive together walked out of the driving school at the same time. The guy asked Kong Lu, man, is learning to drive tiring? It's pretty tiring. The guy said with a smile, don't worry, there are even harder things waiting for you later. Kong Lu said calmly, it's okay, take your time. The boy saw that he was so calm and continued, don't take it lightly, I failed my first test. Let me tell you. Kong Lu interrupted the boy with a smile and said, let's talk tomorrow, my girlfriend is here to pick me up. Ha! The boy looked up when he heard this, and saw a pink Porsche parked in front of the driving school. There was a girl in the car, but it was hard to make out her appearance. Bye. Kong Lu waved politely to the boy, then got into the Porsche. The moment Kong Lu opened the car door, the boy held his breath. The girl in the car was like a fairy in terms of her looks and temperament, and he almost forgot how to breathe. I'm not as good at learning to drive as him, and my girlfriend is not as pretty as his. No, I don't even have a girlfriend, damn it. The boy looked at the Porsche that was pulling away, covering his heart was torn apart. The last time he felt so sad was because he failed the second driving test. Gu Chensi asked while driving, "How did you feel today, the first day of practicing driving?" Kong Lu replied, "It was pretty good, it wasn't very difficult, I just felt a little tired." You're doing pretty well practicing in the winter. Gu Chensi gave him a look and continued, "I learned to drive in the summer. It was super hot, and the air conditioning in the instructor's crappy car wasn't working yet, so the sun was shining in and burning my skin." Kong Lu asked in return, "You didn't forget to wear sunscreen, did you?" "No way." Gu Chensi held her head high and said proudly, "I was fully armed, and the sun didn't get to me at all." Kong Lu asked, "You weren't wrapped up in sunscreen from head to toe, were you?" "Yes, how did you know?" Without waiting for Kong Lu to answer, Gu Chensi continued, "Because I did such a good job of protecting myself from the sun, no one at the driving school knew what I looked like before I got my license, and the instructor even gave me a nickname." Kong Lu asked in return, "What nickname?" "Ghost Ghost." "What kind of nickname is that?" He kept shouting, "That ghost is here for driving practice," and everyone else did the same. Then I thought, that ghost doesn't sound good, so I told him to stop, and for some reason, they started calling me Ghost Ghost instead. Ah, Kong Lu laughed, "Gu Ghost Ghost, that nickname is quite cute." Gu Chensi shook her head and said, "It's not cute at all. I'm a goddess, not a female ghost." Kong Lu said, "No one praises themselves as a goddess, you narcissist." Gu Chensi frowned and snorted, "You're the narcissist, if you keep calling me names I'll get angry." Okay, I'll stop, or Gu Gue Gue will get angry." "Don't call me Gu Gue Gue." "I will. Gu Gue Gue, Gu Gue Gue." Gu Chensi suddenly said, "Then you can be Kong Song Song." Kong Lu asked in return, "Why?" Gu Chensi said seriously, "Because you're sneaky." Puff. Kong Lu was amused by her serious nonsense. Can you use sneaky separately? What a strange couple. Why not? If I say it's okay, it's okay. Gu Chensi held the steering wheel with one hand, while the other pointed at Kong Lu and said, "That's it, from now on I'll be Gu Gigu, and you'll be Kong Chong Chong." Kong Lu said, "Gigigu, working against each other." Gu Chensi immediately retorted, "It's obviously Gigigu, long live love." Ha 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 ha. Kong Lu burst out laughing, and Gu Chensi laughed along with him. From that moment on, in addition to baby and sweetheart, Gu Chensi and Kong Lu had another strange nickname for each other, Gu Gigu and Kong Song Song. When two people are together, there are always a lot of strange nicknames. These nicknames are incomprehensible to outsiders, and only they themselves know the meaning. This is a little secret between each other, and also a kind of expression of love. The two had dinner together outside the school, and then returned to the school. As in previous nights, Kong Lu tutored Gu Chensi in mathematics for more than an hour, and then sent her back to the dormitory. At the entrance to the girls' dormitory, Kong Lu waved goodbye with a smile, saying, "Bye, Gue Gue." Gu Chensi shook her head and said, "Okay, Chong Chong." The end of this chapter.